Hey, howdy-ho, Lions fans. Welcome to the Detroit Lions Podcast, episode St. Jude special, right? This is the St. Jude Christmas for the Kids special. Doesn't get a number. It's just a special 24-hour party. It's going to be are you ready, Case? This is going to be a long one.
I don't know if I'm ready, but we'll make it happen.
Yeah, neither of us did a lot of great sleep last night, so we'll see what that means, but it's okay. We got a lot of great guests today to keep us awake. I'll tell you straight up, the whole COVID thing has had the Lions a little scrambled, and understandably so. But we still will be having Hank Fraley and a player still to be named today on the show. We've got Billy Sims today. We've got Justin Rogers coming up at 10:15. You don't want to miss him. He's our first guest of the day. We have a couple patient stories. One who was a father of a boy who played soccer with my son. Another one is a listener. Some of you guys have all seen in the chat. We'll talk about that. We have a whole bunch of matching donations going on. We have Wayne Fonts. We have Tony Ortiz, Dan Miller, Jim Brandstatter getting the band back together for the first time in 143 years. Who knows how long that's been, but this is going to be something nice. Let's see. We got a whole lot going on. We got a lot. And we're here to talk about one of the biggest things in the first 3 hours. We have a listener who has promised, who has committed to getting a Staff Daddy tattoo. The words Staff Daddy tattooed on his chest. And it's going to happen live on this stream during this 24-hour stream if we can get to $5,000 by noon Eastern. So we got 3 hours, folks. It is stjude.org/DLP. Go there. You see it in the top right of your screen. Head on over there and make a donation, whatever you can. Let's support St. Jude. Let's bring Christmas to these kids. Let's help these kids beat cancer. Because, God, kids with cancer is nothing. Nobody should have to deal with that. No family should have to deal with that. So we'll do that. We're going to keep this as light as we can during the typical show in our own brand of whatever we do. And then one other thing we have to talk about, big sponsor, Diamond CBD. We're going to have giveaways every hour of products from Diamond CBD. For those who are interested in it, want to try it, whatever, we'll get you set up. The largest donator of the hour, this hour, will get, over here, Santa's stocking. Got to reach in real quick. We'll start off with some of these magic. I'll get my face out of there so it focuses. There we go. Magic. They're known as Chill, the Delta 8 gummies. These things sealed in the package. We will have a bunch of these. So hour one, the largest donator at stjude.org/DLP will win themselves some delicious and effective gummy squares. There you go. We've got a lot of stuff to give away. We'll be reaching into Santa's stocking because we're getting Christmas for the kids, right? That's what we do. Case, you've got a little Halloween with it. There might be a few costume changes as we go on. There's a couple milestones. $5,000, as we talked about, by noon. That equals a live stream of a guy getting a tattoo of Staff Daddy on his chest. $10,000.
I just noticed what our current total is.
Yes. It always ends in 69, but then there's other forms of that wherever they can get it. You guys are great. All right, so a lot going on. Case is going to have some costume changes available, and we're going to have some opportunities to vote on some of the costumes he'll wear during interviews. We may have some confused interviewees along the way as a result, but it'll be fun. The reactions will be good. A lot of stuff going on, a whole bunch of stuff. Let's kind of get into this a little bit. It's a great show. Let's just get going.
Let's kick this off and break it down.
I really just wanted to hit that energy drink. We didn't need to do that drop. All right, 24 hours. Let's go. We're going to talk Lions first. There's a lot to talk about. The COVID situation. I guess they've lined up Matthew Stafford with a Cessna 172 to get him to Minnesota so he can play. No, he'll be in a Gulfstream. Don't worry about it. What do you think, man? It's again, this is deja vu all over again, as they say. I think I've heard that before. The whole concept of Kelly and the family and everybody's negative, but they made the reporting and people are uptight. What do you think's going on here? What's the haps? Are we just overblowing this? Is everybody overblowing this?
I'm not sure. I guess I know that the team has to list him on there if he's on there. Beyond that, I don't know. Maybe so. Is she actually upset with the way it got carried out this time? I understood why she was upset the last time, because it was clearly some misleading information, and I can 100% relate to her frustration with her personal life stuff, her family's personal life stuff getting out there. So don't misunderstand that at all. But I do think it is absolutely a requirement from the NFL, if they're on that list, that they get put on that list, and that's public.
The list is on fire. Yeah. Wow, crazy. Did you see that? We're already up to 1899.69. Did something fly by on the screen and I missed it?
I didn't see it.
Oh,
is something broken?
No, nothing's ever broken here. I just got to figure out what's not working the way it's supposed to be. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's working. There it is.
It was just slightly delayed. All good.
Staff Daddy tattoo from Anonymous. Thank you so much. $200. Wow. Already. Okay. We're close. We're almost halfway to this guy getting a tattoo. I couldn't believe it that he volunteered this, and I'm so happy he did. It's really, really cool. Frankly, I'm not sure that I could do that. I don't have the
No.
No, you don't have it?
No. I mean, I have tattoos, and I like my tattoos, but
I like your tattoos too.
That's a step far for me, but good on him, man. Absolutely. It kind of feel like that was something he wanted to do, but this is a really good excuse for him to do it. And that's like, hey man, if we can help push you over the edge on that and get there, I am all for it. So
yeah, absolutely. Give me 1 second. I got to do something in the background. There's going to be a couple of points. So I got to do a little production stuff here. Casey, yep. if I just kind of like point the microphone at you, can I just turn you on and let the BS fans start blowing?
Yeah, you sure can.
Thank you.
So, I mean, while we're just covering some basic Lions stuff to start off with, there's the injury report from yesterday. Looks not phenomenal. We had several players missing practice. Let me go find it again, because I just looked at it this morning. But it does look like we probably have a good chance to get Vitae back this week, as well as Trufant, which I'm not sure that either of those guys makes up for some of the guys we might end up missing, but it's at least, you hope that you don't keep losing guys without some return. Hawkinson practiced in full, which is good news. Danny Shelton has been limited in practice, but I certainly haven't heard anything that would suggest he's not going to play. Daryl Roberts, Christian Jones, limited practice all week, but I wouldn't expect either of them to miss. Taylor Decker, who we were worried about with the back, did come back to limited practice on Thursday. Remain hopeful that he can play, because that's a major one, especially against the Vikings defensive line. I don't want him overly exposed, or I don't want the left tackle position overly exposed. We obviously know that regardless of who the quarterback is, if it's Stafford, we're worried about his health. If it's Chase Daniels, we're just worried that he doesn't have the wherewithal to get the ball out fast enough. Joe Dahl missed practice Thursday. That's another one that's mildly concerning, but at least, like I said, Vitae, it looks like we'll probably be back. So that's why you build the depth on the offensive line, so you can deal with things like that. Tracy Walker has not practiced all week. Jamal Agnew has not practiced all week. And I think everybody knows that Kenny Golladay hasn't been practicing all week. And it would be not surprising if none of the three of them made it to go this week. And those are all major blows for the team. Although I have been hearing some chirping about Tracy not playing as well at times this year. To me, when I've looked at it, when I've seen him make plays on screen, it looks like he's pretty good, but I haven't had my eyes glued on him as much as some other people have, I'm sure. So I don't know, maybe we'll get a chance to talk to Jeff, or if we have a caller at any point that really wants to weigh in on Tracy Walker and how he's been doing this year. I'd love to have that conversation.
Yeah.
So
Jeff will be on. Let me refer to my handy dandy schedule here. Jeff will join us today from 11 until 1. So we'll have 2 hours of Riz time for everybody. Again, the schedule. Garrett, a little bit of listening to us. We'll talk about that. Let's do that as we start to get more folks in here. The first guest we have is 10:15 Justin Rogers, Lions beat writer from Detroit News. Old friend of Case. Families go way back together, much like the Hatfields and McCoys. Good stuff. Justin's going to come in and we're going to talk Lions and get some insider stuff. At 1:30, these are all Eastern time, we have Billy Sims. We have a great patient story coming in straight up at 3 o'clock. Tony Ortiz, Jim Brandstatter, Dan Miller all joining 4:30 Eastern time. Wayne Fonts about 5:30 today. We'll have another great patient story with Brett Kuzno at 8 p.m. At 11 p.m., Colin, one of our huge donators for the auction, is coming in and to talk about some of the amazing stuff he got. And then at 2 a.m., as long as we hit this $5,000 mark, we are looking at Tattoo Guy live streaming. And of course, if you miss any of these things, we will put them on shortened on the Clips channel, so you guys can see some of the bits and pieces of the show and not miss the stuff. Because look, it's going to be hard talking for 24 hours. Listening to us talk 24 hours is I mean, you got to be a saint to suffer through that. So we get it, and we'll want to make sure that everything's available for you. But the one thing that we really, really want to make sure is that you head on over to stjude.org/DLP. It's big, it's important. It's the reason we're doing this, putting ourselves through this. Try to entertain you guys and help out the kids out there for Christmas. You guys, yeah, thank you to all you guys in the chat. Thank you so much. You guys have been good. Back to the Tracy Walker thing, Case. Absolutely. Riz said that this week in the podcast, mentioned that he hasn't been as good, and I hadn't seen that. I saw a lot of Will Harris out there, and Will Harris wasn't good, and Tracy Walker, he's had a couple of problems here and there, but he hasn't been, to me, extensively bad. So I wanted to get Riz to expand on that when we have him on as well, because I think that's important.
We also had a question from Jim about Matt Prater and whether I'm concerned. And the truth is, yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. I don't think he's been downright bad. I mean, 5 missed kicks is not great, but he's hit every single extra point so far. Not that there's been a million of those, but but he is 36, and while kickers we can definitely find a lot of examples of older kickers, still no athlete holds up indefinitely. Right. So,
well, but can I say that he hasn't been bad this year? He's been not the Matt Prater we're used to, but right. He hasn't been bad.
Right. Well, and I think it's a similar standard to where we're holding Stafford to this year. He's not the Stafford he was last year, before he got hurt.
Right.
He's not bad. He's certainly not. He like I said, I complained about the interception he threw in the last game, and that was ugly. But otherwise, it wasn't like he was having a downright awful game. I'm not sure he's had a game so far this year where I thought he was downright awful. He's had games where I thought he went through bad stretches and he's missed some throws, but he's still playing better than a lot of other quarterbacks in the league.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I want to hit really quick. There's a question Loretto had. He wants to know if we can give via Super Chat. And I want to be clear about this, and we're going to talk about this throughout the show. Super Chat, YouTube takes 30% of that. And that's how we were actually going to start to do this. They have a YouTube giving thing, but they weren't lined up. It's still in the beta. And so the bottom line is they were going to take a 30% cut off the top. And we were like, no, that's not how we want to do this. We want every penny to go to the kids. As we've said, as we did this, we're covering, the show's covering all the overhead, all the costs when we do the auction, the shipping, all that kind of stuff. But we don't want anything to go away from the money that people give and take it away from St. Jude. So that's why we have the site stjude.org/DLP. Super chat will work, right? And look, I had some questions ahead, and it's in the description. A couple of people said, "Hey, how can we help you guys out for doing this big 24-hour thing?" Look, the super chat works, and it's great, but we prefer that you would give whatever you would give to us in the super chat to that St. Jude website, stjude.org/DLP. That's they need it more than we do. Not that we're independently wealthy or anything, but this is all about St. Jude. So just so you know, the any of the money that comes to the super chat, it gets eaten up partially by them, and we're gonna work out something for how we deal with the super chat and donations. I think everything on Patreon we get beyond the baseline we're at now. Any increased donations, any larger donations, we'll add that to the pot as well. And then we sell t-shirts. We have a merch store on the website. $1 from every single t-shirt sold will also go to St. Jude. So there's a way to get stuff out of it and get yourself taken care of with some great stuff. So hopefully that clarifies it. We'll try to do that throughout the way. A super chat would have been super easy. It's just that the corporation has to take its cut, Google. All right. Hey, Kevin, how you doing? Yes, I got my diaper on, and it's already full. So here we go. We'll start out the right way. Matthew Stafford, yes. Very, very interesting year. Definitely not as good as he was at the beginning of last year, but definitely better than he was at the end of last year. He's got the arm. He doesn't seem to lack arm strength. His decision making hasn't been poor. I mean, there's been a couple misses along the way, but for me, what I've seen is just some struggles with accuracy. And I don't know. I mean, we've talked about it early this season. If it was rust, it was really, and I never say one play costs the game. Because rarely is it, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that goes on during a game. But as we talked about in the podcast this week, that interception in the Colts game, at the end there, just it seemed like everybody knew at that point the game was over once that happened.
And I mean, while we're talking Stafford, we did talk about this on the last show, but we don't know for sure that he's going to be able to play this weekend. We're guessing probably not, but it is possible to get those 5 tests in theoretically, as long as they're all negative. So we'll be crossing our fingers. Otherwise, we've got Chase Daniels, and good luck to us. Although, as I brought up the last time, Chase Daniels is 2-0 against the Vikings as a starter. So
that's a lot.
Yeah,
that's a lot.
He's been around a while, and I like Chase Daniels as a backup. I do. I think he's an average NFL backup, which is not saying he's going to win us any games or anything like that. But I think he's a big step forward from what we had in that department when we had to miss games with Stafford last year.
Yes.
I think with Chase Daniels last year, we'd have probably won a couple more games.
And I mean, he's undefeated against the Vikings, as we've said. So I mean, that just really bodes well for us this week if Matthew can't play. And maybe it makes sense for this team to actually sit Stafford and get Chase out there just due to his high quarterback win record against the Vikings. What do you think? Does this make sense? Is this a strategic win for us to do that?
Yeah. Did they just leak this news so they could make it look like they weren't playing Stafford for, ulterior motive here? This is put our conspiracy or tinfoil on.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on.
They'll never know what hit him.
Absolutely won't. They won't. All right. Yep. There we go. So again, looking for $5,000 by noon today. Everyone who's joined, thank you so much. Hit stjude.org/DLP. God, should really get a post up in the Reddit about this, shouldn't I?
There's one up on RNFL.
Oh, sweet. Love our folks over at RNFL.
I believe it's flared over there.
Woo. All right, that's cool. So we'll get we'll get a good look at this. So, all right, let's talk about, since we like to use our Reddit, let's talk about
there was a couple other
Chef
stats, PFF things that got posted, which obviously we've talked about PFF and our and the mixed feelings, but it's not a bad thing to see your player get highly rated by them either. So, highest graded tight end since week 4 includes Kelsey Anthony Ferkser, who I am not as familiar with the Titans as I would have thought I was, but you'd think that with as well as they've been doing this year, I'd have been paying more attention, but I just don't think I have been. George Kittle, which obviously that's a shitty situation for them.
Mm-hmm.
And then TJ Hawkinson. So he's top 5 for PFF since week 4. That's good news. Similarly, since week 4, Jeff Okudah, who was the second lowest PFF graded rookie in weeks 1 through 3, is now the third highest rated rookie. I don't know how many rookies that includes. I'm going to look it up and see, because I don't know if there's only 5 of them.
I want to get into the Everson Griffin, Mike Zimmer thing
go for
really quick, but there's a question I have to hit. Sorry, we're doing a whole lot of setup here before we kind of get our flow going on the content, but we want to make sure everybody knows there was a question from Garrett about the auction. The auction does start after the podcast. We're going to do that on Monday, just so I can get some sleep in before everything gets started. Have a feeling a couple folks are bringing stuff to add to the auction during the show when they come in for interviews today. Hint, hint, nod, nod, wink, wink, know what I mean? But I can tell you right now, we're going to do the training camp dinner with Chris, Riz probably, Sandman, maybe Case again if he can fly out this time. We'll see how it goes again. So training camp this year, we'll auction off one of those. Ruth's Chris, beautiful dinner, good time. I know Brandstatter's bringing something. I don't know what yet. We got already a pair of 2 signed Galladay jerseys, a Galladay midi helmet, an Okuda midi helmet. Whoa, Wisco, thanks, brother. Appreciate the super chat. $50 through the super chat. Thank you, brother. All right. I got to get back to this. Okuda mini helmet, Kenny G mini helmet, Tavai signed football, Darren McCarty signed puck for those who are a little younger. Darren McCarty signed mini helmet, Kerryon Johnson signed poster, Amani Arawariye mini helmet, Deshaun Hand, Tracy Walker mini helmets, Tavai mini helmet. From the Lions, they've gotten us a DeAndre Swift signed football, a Jeff Okuda signed football. Dan Miller's going to do a custom voice message for you. How about that? Good stuff. Really, really appreciate all you folks doing this. But that's the auction start right now. We got more that'll start on Monday. And from Monday, the auction will rock until the 18th of December. We're hoping you'll be able to get your stuff by Christmas, but it may be just a little tight, so you may want to wrap a picture of something if you're bidding on something to get somebody for Christmas. Blandino's supposed to be here today. He brought those Super Bowl balls to the thing last year, so we'll just see. We'll make it all work. All right, let me get back then. Thank you. I think we got all the questions answered. And again, hey, Wisco, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate the super chat. That's awesome, cool of you.
I forgot to share something with you guys. Give me 1 second. I got to grab it.
Okay. I'm going to talk about Griffin. So, Case. Case. Oh, hey, Colin, how you doing in the chat? Good to see you, brother. We'll talk to you tonight. I know you're working hard all day, saving lives, doing your stuff. Appreciate it. Okay, so Everson Griffin and Mike Zimmer have a little bit of a beef going on. Mike Zimmer decided that Everson Griffin was good, and Everson didn't like that, and I wouldn't like it either if I was him. And so there was a video, and we may play the audio of that a little bit later, where Everson goes off blasting Zimmer for calling him a good player, and Pride of Detroit had a great tweet. It was followed by a guy named Cody Kaz saying, "This guy thinks he's Khalil Mack, ha 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 ha," and Everson, player 3, enters the chat, right? Mm-hmm. He says, "I do." Period. Nothing else.
Well, I sure hope he's looking to prove it, but yeah.
Yes, I think he is.
Okay, so
what do you have?
I'm not ready to give it up for auction yet, but maybe someday. I randomly managed to get let's see if I can't get it out of the
Just
light.
get a little angle. There you go.
Yeah. Johnny Morton signed photo.
No
You remember Johnny
shit.
Morton, the wide receiver?
Yes.
I didn't know much about him. I had to go look it up, but
Oh, he was great. He was. The thing about Johnny Martin, as far as the receivers go, he wasn't an amazing wide receiver, but Johnny Morton was amazing personality. He was on the Tonight Show and took crap about the 0-16 season, and then and didn't take it. Actually, he gave it back. Johnny Morton's a great story. You know what? So here's a funny story. My old boss is close friends with the Morton family, and I hadn't thought of it until you said that and brought that out. I'm gonna see if we can get him on sometime today. I'm just gonna do that in the background. I didn't even thought about that.
It just happened that friend of a friend, who turns out he's a really nice guy despite being a Vikings fan, and he was he had boxes full of stuff that he hadn't gone through in years. Had won it for free through like, I don't know, like a cereal write-in thing or something, like when he was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't want it. He didn't figure he was going to use it. And so he asked on Facebook, and my friend, who is his friend, happened to see it, knew I was a Lions fan, put us in touch. I bought him a coffee for it. He didn't want anything else. So
wow, that's great. That's awesome. So you're adding to your memorabilia.
Yep, slowly.
That you've got that and the ball to Kate. That's great.
Mm-hmm. Slowly.
Did we never showed that? You want to show that?
Yeah, I have showed it before, but
Okay.
We're also gonna. Do you want to take a count tally on how many times I run into the closet door when I get up here?
I'm gonna put a dinger up there real quick. This was great. This was great. This was me trying to be nice to Case. We were working out. We did the interview with Zach Zenner early. Case has always had that crush on Zach Zenner. I was like, I'm going to surprise him. I'm going to get a signed ball. So I told him, hey, get me a ball, get it signed. Just make it out to Case for me. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. Comes into Kate. Zach Zenner. All right. Prince of Darkness. Our first interview is Justin Rogers from the Detroit News Lions beat writer. He's coming in at that time. We've got the Lions literally on hold right now. They've had a lot going on because of the COVID situation this week. We have a player coming today. We don't have a time on that. And Hank Fraley, offensive line coach, is coming also to be interviewed, and we don't have a time on that. We have Billy Sims at 1:30. Tony Ortiz, Jim Brandsatter, Dan Miller at 4:30. We have Wayne Fonts at 5:30. We're also waiting on a time from Dean Blandino and the guys from I Prevail. And we got Lawrence Jackson out there waiting for some times as well. There's a lot of fluidity of what we're doing here. All right. So Justin Rogers coming up 10:15, and beat writer for the Detroit News. And if you're familiar with him, you'll know that he and Case go way back. I mean, do we want to tell the story of the
Sure, I'm sure a lot of the people listening now don't remember. When we first started, he was one of the first guests that we had on the show. That was, beyond our station at the time, and we interviewed him, and it was an okay interview. But he said in the interview that he wasn't really a fan of the team, and that he felt like he had to be that way. And and I didn't really have a great understanding of how beat writing works at that point. I was like,
your heroes thing. Cause I remember when we were talking about it, you were so stoked. You're like, I love Justin Rogers. He's the best writer out there. And you're right. He is. But when you met your hero, you didn't meet your
I was very disappointed. And then I went on a tirade about it. That was was definitely ill-advised
and alcohol fueled.
And we ended up in a beef on Twitter, which didn't last very long because I realized before too long that I was the one being an idiot, and I apologized, and we had him on the show, and I apologized. So it's water under the bridge now, but at least I think so.
Yes.
I talked to him, I met him in person when we were down at training camp. So
yeah, there was not much shoving or pushing. You submitted pretty quick.
There was some joking about throwing down in the parking lot, but
Actually, one of my favorite quotes. Oh, we got another anonymous one. 123.45. Anonymous, nice. We finally broke the 69 curse. We are out of the 69 cents. We're to $2,000, guys. Thanks so much. stjude.org/DLP if you'd like to join. We get to what is it? 5,000? No, it's $5,000. He said. I gotta look here. I gotta look at my notes. Yeah, 5K by noon. We got a guy coming on live stream going to get a Staff Daddy tattoo. Come on, that's so worth it. That is so worth it. Okay. Justin Rogers, 10 o'clock from the Detroit News. That's where we will start. Where were we, Case? What were we talking about, my friend? There's so much.
I was just explaining the Justin Rogers beef.
Oh, yeah.
No, that's
it. I was going to get
I took my lumps. I admitted my faults, and it's everybody messes up once in their life, so
you get 9 lives. I
got that out of the way.
All right, let me see. I'm going to find the
I plan to live forever, Chris.
Here we go. This is Justin Rogers, if you haven't heard of him or from him before. See if we can get this to work here. Why is everything?
Hey, Case. This is Justin Rogers from Detroit News. Been talking to Chris, and I hear the things you're saying about me, and it's not cool, man. You keep that up, I'm going to come for you.
I remember surprising that. Perry, thank you so much, brother. 25.69 to St. Jude, always with the 69. What is it with us? Perry 87. I've been around the subreddit forever. One of the good guys. Thanks, Perry. Really, really appreciate that, man. That's cool. Justin, yeah, that was great. We were at Senior Bowl, ran into him. I'm like, oh my God, we recorded something. We threatened Case for me. I remember when I played that, you were just like you half knew it was joking and you were half serious. You didn't know what to do. You know who? 10:55 to St. Jude. We are now up to 119.38, 21:19.38. We're almost halfway. Oh God, I want to see this guy get this tattoo. I really do. Also, really quick, there's something else that'll be going on here throughout the day. We'll put some challenges up. Case has some what are they? Bean Boozled? Nick, thank you so much. She's here for Staff Daddy, so are we. Bean Boozled. These are those, I think they're the Harry Potter ones. They're all different flavors. There's they're
like the bots, every flavor beans. I assume that's basically what they are.
Yeah, and I got a little thing here. They're Jelly Belly jelly beans, but they're made so they look like there's some that taste good and there's some that taste awful, and they look exactly the same. You don't know. So there's still, 10:31.
I'm not sure which one I prefer between the rotten egg and the buttered popcorn, but they look identical. I think I'm going to hate both of them.
Yep. Dead fish and then strawberry banana smoothie are the ones that look alike. You got one that's toothpaste, canned dog food, barf, booger, pencil shavings, minion fart, stinky socks, spoiled milk. These are great. And the thing about this is Case is not known for his strong palate.
Yeah.
His ability to deal with adversity in his mouth.
Right.
So in this
spit out.
In the spirit of partnership, and because I love you, Case, I've got an order of bamboozled beans coming from Amazon here, and it's supposed to be here by 10:15. So that'll come in, and we can both be up to the task of getting bamboozled. So we'll check that out. I think that's set up on the site. We'll make sure, and we'll get that out there for you. So certain donations will get us to Mod Man's Second Coming. Thank you, brother. $20 to St. Jude. That's really cool. We will work our way up to that and get ourselves some gross faces and suffering for you, for the art, for the kids, right? It's for the kids. All right, Everson Griffin, anything you want to talk about? I feel like the more I see over in the Viking subreddit, the more Zimmer could be in the hot seat, and I think this Lions game will firmly place him there this year if they walk away losing this one at home.
I don't know. I still think he's got one more full year to go, but I think that having anything but a 8-win season would probably significantly put him on the hot seat going forward, as it probably should. He is touted as a genius and as this high potential coach, but the Vikings have not been able to put that on the field. They've been hamstrung mostly by bad offense his entire time there. And while he's a defensive guy and the offense isn't really his domain, obviously we know that doesn't always matter, because you're still responsible for both sides of the ball if you're the head coach. And if the offensive coordinators aren't getting it done, which, I mean, they were doing a pretty good job with Stefanski last year. That was the offensive coordinator, right, that left for the wherever he went, the Browns.
Yeah.
I mean, they were doing a fair job that year, but other than that, it's been a pretty rough ride for them from the offensive side of the ball. And you can't win everything in the NFL with just being good on one side of the ball. You have to be good on both sides of the ball. Unless you're truly an all-time team on one side or the other, you have to be able to, I mean, you have to be able to score points on offense, because as much as a defense can occasionally get touchdowns, and as much as I think the Bears had a record a couple of years where their defense outscored their offense, they didn't win the Super Bowl those years either. So you got to be able to score on offense. That's not going to blow anybody's mind to hear me say that, but
wow.
And he's responsible for, I mean, he's responsible for getting them to that point. There's no way around it. But I still think that he has another year after this year. Even if they're bad.
We're starting with the deep analysis here. You need to score on offense to win football games. Right. That's interesting.
This all goes back to that whole scorecasting thing, though, and the whole concept of defense wins championships. And that's not true. Having a good team wins championships.
Yeah, yeah. The other side of the equation is if they don't score on you, you can't lose, right?
That's true.
That's right. All right. Yep. We want to talk about the number one donor this hour. We'll get from Santa's stocking or somewhere right next to it. Edibles. CBD edibles, because Diamond CBD has donated a boatload to this today to get us going and make this happen. These are the Chill Delta 8 Square Gummies 1000X. Good stuff. This is the stuff that I sleep with, and it's amazing. Start with one, but whoever donates the most this hour will get a free jar of those. I think it's like a $50, $60 value. We're going to have giveaways almost every hour, thanks to Diamond CBD and their support and sponsorship and all the great work that they do with us. So thank you, Diamond CBD, for being who you are. Okay, so we're going to win by scoring points. And I think a lot of what's going to dictate this game against the Minnesota Vikings is our defensive line against their offensive line. I think that's really where the tale will be told this week. Kirk Cousins having a dance, having to do a little move, make a little love, all that kind of stuff. That's going to keep him uncomfortable. He doesn't have the weapons he used to throw the ball to. Thielen's out there, of course. But if you look at Jeffrey Okuda's stats, you'll see the first 3 games, I believe, he was one of the worst in the NFL, but he has improved immensely in the last couple games this season. So,
well, if you want to take it from a different point of view with Jeffrey Okudah, he's the number 2 rookie cornerback in terms of passer rating against. So if you want to look at PFF strictly, then yes, it was pretty. It was a very rough start, and it was a rough start. That was, I mean, everybody saw that it was a rough start, but overall, still considering compared to the rest of his peers, he's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
And I think that overall he's been asked to do more than L'Jarius Sneed for the Kansas City Chiefs, who's the only game ahead of him in passer rating against. So
yeah, and there's a lot to be said for that. Again, I mean, you have to iterate this because it is so important. But no OTAs, no rookie camp, no real training camp, no preseason, and then game 1, you're against the Mitchell Trubisky, who played like Mitchell Trubisky never played before. But game 2, you're against the Packers. Game 3, you're against Kyler Murray. Game 4, you're against Drew Brees. That's a tough run for a rookie straight out of college with nothing to work with. And the fact that he turned to where he is as fast as he has this season, I think is a testament to the quality of the play that he and his ability as an athlete. This is strictly Jeff Okudah being a hell of a corner with almost no runway to get that thing off the ground and get started. I'm really, really impressed. Again, I mean, I love to go back to this because it's such it's just such an anomaly. But Darius Slay was benched in his first year, and he got benched playing cornerback. That hasn't happened to Okudah, partially because we couldn't, I think, but also because he's just good enough to learn. And he's going he's learning by the school of hard knocks, but a lot of times the school of hard knocks teaches you lessons that you never otherwise would have gotten. And it makes you tougher, stronger, and better. And watching this kid out there, I'm just so impressed. Still some rookie mistakes. I get it. But he is out there and killing it. We're at 2250.89. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. stjude.org/DLP. Donate away. Again, getting to $5,000 before noon is the key. We want to see this guy get this tattoo. It's the thing I'm the most. I'll tell you what. He said our ultimate goal is $25,000. And Garrett, thank you. 8120 to St. Jude. Thank you. The ultimate is $25,000. Here's you want to have fun. He said if we get to 30, he'll get us a tattoo on the other side of his chest that says Jared Davis. I can't imagine walking around as much as I like Jared Davis as the way he studies and what it seems the possibility always is for him, where he could be, what he could be. I'm not sure I would get a Jared Davis tattoo. I'm not sure if I was his wife, I would get a Jared Davis tattoo, to be frank. Oh man.
I mean, I don't want to get too negative too early in the show, but man, is that about as disappointing as it gets, because he had everything, it seemed like, from a leadership perspective, from a ability to learn how to take command of the entire defense perspective, and then none of that came to fruition, and that was heartbreaking.
Yeah, no kidding. I hate having him out. Again, every time it seems like he's about to break and he's starting to get it, something happens and we lose him. Hopefully, I mean, he tested straight positive, didn't he, for the COVID?
I believe so.
Yeah,
I think that's what Jeff told us last week.
Yeah, that stinks. It's terrible. I just hope he, no permanent damage. He gets through it, asymptomatically and rocks it and comes back, and we'll go with him again. He was starting to make some progress. Oh God. Those Florida guys. What about Trask? You think we see Trask on the roster next year? A way too early draft question for you.
Kyle Trask, have no idea.
Quarterback
I have no
from
idea.
Florida. I feel like Bob has a Florida thing.
Justin.
Yeah. I feel like Bob has a Florida thing going on. I don't know why.
Yeah, the only position group, and we talked a little bit about it on Wednesday, that I have had my eye on at all so far is wide receiver. I do think that were Stafford to really struggle the rest of this year, and I hate to even bring this up because I am very much not a get Stafford out of here guy. But were he to struggle and were he to in any way regress, and they decided to look at quarterbacks, I do think that where we're going to end up probably in the middle of the first round, maybe that seems optimistic right now, but there's a lot of really bad teams in the NFL this year. So ending up in the middle of the pack is, very reasonable, I think. Trey Lance, North Dakota State University, and I only say that because I've seen him play a lot. And his stock got hurt a little bit by the game he played in this year.
Yeah.
But I mean, again, that was his only game this year, and by the end of the game, he was looking a little bit better. But that's the only game they played all year, and the team they were playing against had played several games already, so they still managed to win. The Bison still won, but it wasn't his best outing. He looked off. He looked rusty. But I do still think that he'll still be there probably when we pick, but I doubt that he would make it all the way through the first round no matter what. And so if they wanted to bring in somebody to sit for a year behind Stafford, I mean, obviously the possibility of unloading Stafford in his contract gets a lot easier as the next couple of years go on. I am not looking forward to that at all. I am hoping beyond hope that he just returns to form, and eventually we extend him for another 4 years, and he's probably not getting another 4-year contract, but 2-3 years again, and then maybe again. And that's 100% what I want to see happen. It's just tough to assume that that's what we're going to see at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's not forget really quick. Gotta hit this. I don't know what the right amount is. We'll find our groove here. stjude.org/DLP. Give there. All the money, 100% goes straight to our friends at St. Jude. You get a receipt. If you want to do corporate matching, you have a company that matches your money, don't forget about using that. You can use that receipt and it'll double your donation. We won't be able to track that. We'll get it at the end from St. Jude. They'll tell us how much we raised in total, and that'll get added in there. So don't forget about your corporate match if you have a company that does that. If you're working today, it's a Friday, go to the boss. Get some of your coworkers together. See if you can throw a hat around and get some folks to donate. Let's help these kids get a good Christmas. Let's get some help over there at St. Jude. Also, we want to get to 5K as quick as we can by noon, so we can see this guy get this Staff Daddy tattoo. I don't think there's going to be anything funnier in my life than watching a guy on our stream, and we'll stream it live. We will stream it live on the show. Him getting his tattoo. First guest coming up in less than a half hour. Justin Rogers, beat writer for the Detroit News. Super smart guy. Love his sense of humor, and frankly, we'll talk about it, I guess, a little bit with. We won't talk about it with him because I don't want to embarrass him. But he is my favorite 100% writer out there. Guy, he just cuts it right down the middle. No clicky baity kind of stuff. Just real reporting, real questions, real answers, fair. And I will ask him though, or talk to him about the fact that he played ambassador after that first year with Matt Patricia and the trouble he had with the media. It was so great that Justin reached out and had the conversation with Matt Patricia to say, how is it that we can get this to be better? How can we make this better? And the fact that we saw this big kind of turnaround in year 2 with the media and Matt Patricia, I just have to say I'm so impressed with Justin's work there, and the fact that he took that on as, he's not an old guy, but the way things are going, he's kind of the old guard, the senior member of the media in the room, and he brings a lot of character and ability with him. So a lot of respect to him for that. He's a great interview and a great guy. So Gary Luke, he's working from home. Haven't seen the boss in almost 8 months, but he's going to strong arm the kids for their pocket money once they're home from school. That's how you do it, Gary. I love it. Start with the kids. Tell them it's for the other kids. the kids you love more. I don't know. That's always good. Builds character. So, all right. Justin Rogers and Billy Sims at 1:30. Let's see. Is there anything else I need to click on or talk about here? Case, is there something I missed?
Nope, I don't think so.
Wow.
If you want me to, we could take a short jaunt around the division.
Can I do this? You've got your Bean Boozled there.
Yeah.
Mine are actually about to be delivered. I just got a note from the Amazon saying that I'm 10 stops away. When we get to $2,500, if you guys get us to $2,500, we'll watch Casey to Bean Boozled. Boom! There it went, John. He did that fast. John fought. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John.
We just cracked the halfway mark to that $5,000. Oh my gosh, John!
All right.
You are
so
the man.
There's a little spinner in here. So should I do it by the spinner so I know which one I'm taking before I take it, or should I just randomly grab one?
To the spinner. Mine's got a spinner too,
okay.
So you might as well just let fate determine spinner. Your.
It'll tell me which color to eat, but obviously every color has a good and a bad. In theory, some of them have too bad as far as I'm concerned.
I can't imagine eating vomit at 10 in the morning.
Yeah, I mean, some of these okay, so I'm not going to like coconut much more than I like spoiled milk. Not gonna like toasted marshmallow much more than I like stink bug.
This is great then.
Not gonna like chocolate pudding much more than I like canned dog food.
This
but
is
you
like
know,
wins across the board.
all right, chocolate pudding or canned dog food.
Oh my god, I can't believe I was like, I'm gonna inspire a John.
I've got the
second.
garbage can right next to the chair here. So
Okay.
if this doesn't go well, whew, okay. Oh. Oh, it's the dog food. I'm so sorry, guys. I couldn't swallow it. I'm crying and gagging. Oh,
Oh my god.
it's gonna have to be a few hours before I do that again. Oh,
Oh, oh my god.
a meat flavored jelly bean. Meat and gravy.
If only it was grade A
Whew.
USDA quality.
Oh, Jesus. I tried my best. I bit down on it 3 times, and that was once the gravy flavor started flowing through my mouth, it was all over.
Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus.
That's awesome. that is really, really great. Oh my god. I've got texts. I got the whole thing. That's what she said is coming in from a million different directions. It's in the chat. It's in the text. Oh man, that's good stuff. I love it. Oh, all right, Case. Do you want a chaser? Or are you just gonna let?
Yeah,
that
I got
linger?
water here.
Okay,
Yeah, we're good.
I'm just trying to give you a little bit of a idea.
Okay.
Food flavored candy and beverage is not optimal.
I gotta get this box of jelly beans out of my sight for a little while. Let my stomach calm
That
down.
was so good. John Fought, thank you so much for putting us over. Thank you so much. That was awesome. Oh, man, I love it. Okay. Hey, you guys, you know what? We're going to take your calls as well. So let's just go ahead and open up the phones right now until Justin gets here. 248-782-8384. 248-782-8384. That'll get you through to the show. We'll have you on. We can talk and chat. We'll chat lines. Whatever topics you guys want, we are wide open. It's 24 hours. We're going for a long time. I tried, guys, but I bit down on it 3 times and the gravy started flowing through my mouth. Wisco. See, this is the Wisco I talk about in the Patreon chat all the time. You guys don't understand the most the most intelligent Lions chat on the internet. Yeah, we're gonna have to get timestamps on some of these drops. If you guys can help, that'd be great. I actually did record that one though, so I'll save that one for later. All right. 248-782-8384. We'll take your calls. And Case, you're still suffering, aren't you?
Just a little.
Okay.
I just my stomach, I could still feel it just kind of.
Yep. Got a call coming in. All right. Hey, caller, just give us 1 second. We got a question in the chat, and I want to make it really clear so there's no confusion. Super chat, we're going to throw some of that at St. Jude. We don't prefer you use Super Chat because YouTube takes 30% of that money. If you want to give to us, sure, we'll do it. Like I said, we're going to give like half of that money or whatever to St. Jude. But we really, really urge people to go to stjude.org/DLP to do the donation. That way they get 100%. There's no one taking a cut of it. And we would prefer you do that rather than, hit us up on.
We're here all the time.
Yeah.
You can hit us up another time.
Yep. We did. The only reason Super Chat isn't 100% going to St. Jude is because people asked how they could give us something for doing this, and I argued around and I said, okay, fine, we'll give them an avenue for the few people who want to do that, but we urge you, don't even bother. We're fine. Like Case said, we do this all the time. Go to stjude.org/DLP. Hey, caller, what's your name? And well, it's too early to drink, so what are you drinking? Why are you hanging out with us?
Hey, this is Chris R.
Hey, what's up, Chris? How you doing, brother?
Not a whole lot. Just trying to chillax and run a very crazy couple of days with everything going on.
Something
We're
happened.
going to try
really
to
glad you guys
avoid
are
going too far into that.
Wait, is
but-
something happening? Did I miss something?
I'm just really glad that you guys are able to do this and help spread some positivity and happiness to kids who aren't able to necessarily get that every day as part of their, or every year, I guess.
Yeah, well, that's awesome,
in the
dude.
way that you guys are able to help them.
Thanks, dude. I really appreciate that.
If you're up all night, give us a call later. I'm sure we're going to need some people to talk
Yep.
to. So.
if anyone is, it's Chris.
Yeah, I'm planning on it. I'll plan on calling back probably sometime in the early morning. But
Hey, can I?
I just wanted to.
Can I?
Yeah.
Really quick.
Mhm.
Darn it, it's gone. Never mind. I had something that I wanted you to answer, and it totally slipped out because I did something and it slid away.
We'll get it later.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Chris. I've
Yep.
interrupted you. I so rudely interrupted you. It's Case's fault, I'm sure. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to call in, and I know it's really early. I wanted to get in before Justin came in, and really just wanted to spend some happiness and positivity, and hopefully all the kids that you guys are helping are getting a really great Christmas, and what you guys are doing is for a amazing cause. So definitely very happy to help you guys in any way I can. Obviously, I can't donate, but I shared everything on like Facebook and Twitter and everything.
We appreciate that for
so-
sure.
Thanks, man. We appreciate all you do,
Definitely
Chris.
willing to help you guys in any way that I can. Otherwise, if you guys need anything else, let me know, and I'll see what I can do for you.
Well, like I said, we're going to need some people to talk to over the long stretch of the night. So
Yeah, and
Yeah, I'll give you guys a call back sometime tonight for sure.
you know, it reminded me. I remember now what I wanted to talk about, Chris, and it's part of it. It's
Cool.
like the origin story of how we got here. And I thought it was like it's like a whatever story, but when we were talking throughout the time with the folks at St. Jude, they just absolutely loved it. So I'll kind of share. No matter where you fall on the current coaching staff or whatever. I was traveling. I was in California for 2 weeks for work, and I wanted to see my family. The combine was on. I actually had an opportunity, if it wasn't for travel, I had the time, the means, and all the things to go to the combine that year for the first time, and I wasn't able to because I had to travel for work. So I'm sitting in my hotel room, watching the combine, wishing I was there. And they come back from break, and Rich Eisen says, "Hey, you know, it was really, really great. Matt Patricia came in and gave us a very sizable check, and he didn't want to stay around and be interviewed. He kind of wanted to do it on the DL. He didn't want all the, the lights and cameras and everything for doing it. He just wanted to do it and get back to work." And I was like, man, I was going to write a check, but that just, I don't know why, it clicked with me. His generosity and the fact that he didn't want to go up there and showboat for the cameras or anything. He just wanted to do it very quietly in the background,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I didn't quite let him do that, but it was a great story. And I literally called Case. I was texting him within minutes. I'm like, Case, we got to do something with this. And we threw together last year's St. Jude fundraiser, and we raised almost what was it, $7,500, just kind of throwing it together on the fly. And I was like, wow, this really went well. And we were going to do it again this year, although we weren't going to throw it together, but it wasn't going to be quite as elaborate. We then COVID hit, and we couldn't because it just felt like the wrong time. Everybody was unsure about their jobs, what was happening, the whole thing. It just didn't work out the way we wanted it to. So we held out, and it came into now. But it was all inspired by the generosity of Coach Patricia. Whether he stays or goes, and like I said, I hope he stays because that means we're winning. That's 100%. That's what I care about is the Lions winning. But whether he stays or goes, what he did had a lasting effect on us, and hopefully, as a team, us and our listeners and all the folks on the platform can make a difference for the kids of St. Jude. So stjude.org/DLP. There it is. You gave me an opportunity to tell the origin story. Thank you very much, Chris. What do you got for us now? You tell us what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this isn't necessarily St. Jude specific, but I've had like my own fair share of health stuff. I was born with a cleft lip. So I've had tons of medical procedures and stuff like that, and there was a time where I actually literally had to watch the Lions game when we played the Bears, and I think it was like 2008, literally from the University of Michigan Hospital. Just like trying to walk around and regain my own strength. And even since my jaw surgery in 2016, I've had a lot of stuff medical-wise. It's just been kind of just grinding me back. So I know that there are a lot of people out there that have some other health issues even worse than my own, and I've been through a lot, and I can only imagine some of the kids even younger than I have had to go through over the last couple of years. And again, this is not necessarily like directly personal to me with Shinju specifically, but just being able to relate to the things that those kinds of people go through and the sympathy that comes along with that. Just knowing that those people are going to be able to have some happiness and joy spread to their lives is a huge thing. And I know that that's been a huge part of why I've been able to be as active with you guys as I have been with calls or whatever on the weekly shows and things like that. So just being able to be a direct factor into someone's life like that is just huge kudos. And hopefully you guys do extremely well over the next couple of days with everything you guys are doing.
Thanks, man. Really, I mean, absolutely, we're in the same boat. Oh no, not the same boat. Let me rephrase that. Oh, sorry. Hold on, really quick. We got hit with a super chat. It's the Move Case Out of North Dakota Fund. I don't know how you live there, my man. Case, you're muted.
Sorry, I was eating a cracker trying to get the taste out of my mouth still. Yeah, no, I'm never moving. I'm never leaving. They can throw my ashes in the river when I die. So
thank you, Nicholas. That's awesome. Yeah, no. And that's the thing. I'll tell you what, it's something that you think like everyone says, it can't happen to you. It's not going to be part of your thing, right? You've experienced it, Chris. You know firsthand what it's like to be a kid in the hospital. And there's a whole lot of strange shit going on that you don't understand, and it's definitely not fair. At least as an adult, you can kind of start to make sense of some of the things, and whether it's fair or not, you can work through those things. But kids, I mean, it's doubly tough. And St. Jude, I mean, it's no cost, not just to the kid but to the family to get treatment, and to be able to take that kind of out of the equation in some of the most difficult times in people's lives. I mean, so much, and for us to be able to help with that to me, this is the best part of the year. I love the draft, I love the Lions, I love football and everything, but nothing makes me feel better than this St. Jude thing, and I'm just so stoked about it. Case has always been so great to like I'm like, what do you think? He's like, yeah, whatever, just sign me up. He's just right there, no questions asked. It's really something. So it feels good, and I appreciate that you appreciate it. I mean, and then we get stuff going on like in the chat. BDR Fab, man, you are the man. We now have up to $200 in matching donations from 10 to 11. So starting 5 minutes ago, every donation gets doubled up to $250. Remember, we want to get up to $5,000 by noon. We're over halfway there, folks. Let's get this guy to get this tat. This will be live streamed, and of course, every the interview and every little piece that comes out of this, we will make a separate, smaller video on the DLP Clips site. So you can see the different interviews. You'll be able to see the live stream of the guy getting the tattoo without having to sort through 24 hours of video to get to there. We'll put the highlights out there for you. All right.
Just want to give a shout out to the Reddit RNFL mods. They stickied our post in the subreddit, so that was very good, nice of them. So
RNFL, thank you guys. Thank you very much for doing that. That is really nice of you guys.
And I don't know those guys as well as I used to. Obviously, for those who don't know, I used to be a mod for RNFL, but it was just too much work for not enough, not enough enjoyment. So I stepped down a few years ago, but I still respect, what they do, and it's not an easy job to do for free. So
yeah, no, oh no, and what's worse is, behind the scenes, they just call you Jannies, really.
You would not believe some of the messages I got. I think what broke me was that when we got death threats over something, and I was just like, you know what?
Oh my God.
I don't need somebody saying they're going to come to my house and kill me. That's, I don't need that in my life. So bye.
You should try the wait and see on the Matt Patricia thing. Right. That really worked well this year for my DMs, I'll tell you.
Oh my God.
All right, so I gotta get this going out to get the link out to Justin, so we'll get that moving here. All right. He started. Okay, so Chris, let me ask you something. You probably had some things, and I'm going to catch you off guard. But you did such a good what it takes to beat the Colts last week. Let me ask you, what's it going to take to beat the Vikings this week?
So I'm still doing a little bit of research into that myself. I've been a little bit behind on film this week for obvious issues. But the one thing that I've noticed is they have Danielle Hunter on IR. Obviously, they don't have Everson Griffin because he's here. And I know they traded Yannick Ngakoue. So one thing I'm going to be really looking forward to watching on film when I get to it probably tonight or tomorrow is how their edges defend the run. So I talked about last week how like the Colts and even the Falcons the last 2 weeks are both very, very good at defending those outside run plays. They have Deion Jones, Darius Leonard, very athletic outside linebackers who can get to the edge. I'm wondering if this is going to be more like the Jacksonville game, in the sense that it's going to be a little bit more of a better game for DeAndre Swift than we had the last 2 weeks. So hopefully we get to see a little bit more of him than we did last couple of weeks, where the matchup didn't really play into his favor as much. And we get to see that whole run game come together, especially without knowing exactly how prepared Stafford is going to be due to the COVID thing.
Sure.
So definitely looking forward to seeing how that outside run defense looks when I get to that film.
Later on today, when it comes out, I'll probably update people on the injury reports for the Lions and the rest of the division, especially the Vikings. But as of now, they've got 4 cornerbacks all on the injury report, 3 of whom did not practice at all so far this week. Holton Hill, Mark Fields, and Cameron Dantzler. Harrison Hand has been limited. So, I mean, that is, if they're missing all 4 of those guys, they are going to be, I mean, the Harrison Hand will probably play, but if they're missing those other 3, that really hurts. That's a major blow to the depth of that unit. And they'll be playing a lot of safeties and corner.
And that doesn't even include all the guys they lost over the offseason with Waynes, Rhodes, and Alexander. So, yeah, their cornerback group, oh, my goodness. Yeah, definitely wide receivers for sure. Marvin Jones, I think he's still playing, right? Yeah. I don't think he's on the injury report.
Theoretically.
I
hope he is, because he kills the Vikings.
So I'm not sure. I don't remember who's injured and who's not, but I think Marvin Jones is healthy. He should be good to go. And obviously, I think Kenny's
out, almost certainly out, and Agnew is out, probably. But
okay, we'll so yeah, it'll be Marvin Jones and Danny Amendola is another guy I think to watch there too. Then, right?
Yeah, and obviously we'll hope to see. Yeah, we'll hope to see Quentin Cephas get a few targets too.
Okay,
see if he's progressing at all.
Yep. All right.
So I'll let you guys go. I know Justin's supposed to call in a couple of minutes. But I'll call you back probably late tonight.
All right.
After I do my film review.
Thanks, man.
All right, man. Thanks a lot, brother. Talk to you soon.
Awesome. Love you guys. Do well.
Thank you. We'll do our best. I didn't cut him off this time to see how it did. Not bad, right? Okay, let's see. Really quick, we got some things. Hey, Pride Detroit, see you in the chat. Thanks for joining us, guys. Really appreciate it. Good brothers over there. Okay, we got Justin on the line. You ready, Case?
I don't know.
Are you ready for the beating that you're about to receive and deserve so heartily? All right, let's bring in Justin Rogers. Let's see if I can make all this technical stuff happen. Here we go. And there we go. All right. Justin Rogers joining us. How you doing, brother?
I am here.
Yeah, well, that's about all I've been able to say all week at work. So
yeah, I feel like I've talked about this with some other people. I feel like "How are you doing?" is an inappropriate question about April. Like most of us are not doing well. Let's be honest. So let's just move on to the pleasantries of the Lions, shall we?
I need to ask.
The pleasantries.
I need to ask: is there any German in the Rogers family?
I don't think so. I think we're more Western European. A lot of that.
All right. The reason I ask is because it's a very cultural thing in Germany. Just like when you ask someone how you doing, oh, my gout is acting up. I mean, to get the real answer to that rather than just the niceties.
Isn't that everybody over 55 in the U.S. as well?
Yeah.
Like, have you ever hung out with a group of people bordering senior citizen? Like,
I
feel like that's 90% of the conversations just talking about your health problems.
Well, it makes it interesting. though.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, we can go that route if you want. We got 20 minutes, right?
As long as you want. We got as long as you want, Justin. Hey, thanks for the retweet today. Really appreciate that. That was kind.
Of course.
We are rocking it. Did you hear about the Staff Daddy tattoo?
Was it $5,000 you had to raise in the first hour? Is that correct?
Yeah, by
Did
noon.
you get there?
We have till noon to get $5,000. We're halfway.
How
there.
we doing right now?
We're a little over halfway.
Okay.
So
Okay.
he's gonna.
I might throw out another tweet then. Just I mean, if somebody's gonna tattoo something stupid on themselves, then I'm all for it.
Well, our ultimate goal is 25K. If we get to 30, he said he's gonna do Jared Davis on his other side of his chest. So if you really want to get,
all for a good cause.
Yeah, for sure. All right, so what's going on, my man? What's going on in Lions Land? What's the latest you heard? I know Matthew Stafford's a big talk right now. There's a lot of Everson Griffin and Mike Zimmer a feud, Hatfield McCoy feud going on. What's the big news going on from your perspective?
I mean, Everson Griffin was such a breath of fresh air. You know, so often these players are robotic, a lot of cliches, a lot of boring answers, and things have actually been better in the Zoom world. I feel like players have let their hair down more, but you know, as you get into the season, the questions start sounding repetitive, the answers start sounding repetitive. So to get a guy to come out there with, you know, somewhat raw animosity over something, in my opinion, rather trivial.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you guys looked at his Twitter account last night. Like, he did not stop.
No.
I mean, he was responding to fan after fan after fan after fan. And I don't know, like, sports are meant to be fun. And to me, something like this just makes an otherwise mundane week and really a battle for the basement of the NFC North, unfortunately, makes it fun.
Yeah, for sure. Big Dom, thanks for the $20. Headed to St. Jude. Oh, we got 666. Now, does it surprise you, Justin, that our audience makes sure that this donation, whatever the amount raised, always ends in 69? Like, it's always 69 cents.
I work for a very conservative newspaper, so I'm not allowed to comment on that.
So we don't know if they're surprised or not. Okay.
So Stafford, though, what's your take on? Okay, so both his availability in the near and far future, and Kelly's feelings on the topic.
You know, I put this out there. I think it was a reply to someone else. So, you know, those don't get seen by as many people on Twitter, obviously. But, you know, I'm empathetic to, you know, Kelly's position. You know, I think that, you know, she has every right to be upset that, you know, however you want to view it, medical information or COVID status is out there and how that impacts her family, especially the first instance, you know, with some of the things she detailed about being criticized for being at the park and being at the grocery store. I'm empathetic to that, but I'm also empathetic to the people out in the public that don't have the full story, that are strictly concerned about their family as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're all just trying to get through this. We're all trying to do the best we can. So, you know, it's impacting a lot of people in different ways. And, you know, part of being a public figure or a spouse of a public figure to the level that Matthew Stafford is, these are just things that come with the territory, particularly in a year where there's a pandemic. So, you know, it is what it is. You know, I think we have a pretty good sense now that Stafford is not positive for the virus, at least now. You know, he did have close contact. You know, there is an incubation period with this virus. I think we all understand that. You know, the NFL has made this window 5 days. That's probably unreasonable if you follow the medical advice, but that's what was collectively bargained. And as long as he continues to test negative, I anticipate that he will play on Sunday. Now, if he does test positive, you know, then it becomes a case of whether there's symptoms or no symptoms, and that kind of dictates how long you're out. But he would miss at least the Minnesota game.
What do you think of that strategy of the Stafford family? Because I think of it as a very conscious strategy that Matthew stays out of the social media world. Not just because he doesn't like it or whatever, but because you can speak through somebody and deny all accountability for what you've said, right? I mean, he can use her as the mouthpiece and say, hey, that's my wife. She speaks. She does her own thing. That's not me talking, right? What an excellent way to separate ownership of what you want out there from what you want out there, right?
From what I know about the Stafford family, he is not filtering the message at all. That's That's purely her. And, kudos to him. I think, I don't know if I would be necessarily happy if my wife was, sharing certain photos or details about my family, but I think we have to respect our spouses and let them live how they want to live. And he seems to be very hands off with her social media, and I have a great deal of respect for that and how that dynamic works within their own personal relationship.
Another 250 from BDR Fab. Thank you for the match there, BDR. Appreciate that. That's nice. We're almost $3,000. We're getting there. Yeah, no, I do absolutely appreciate that, and for sure. I mean, look, it's hard to be in a position like that, and absolutely to support somebody, but that can cause some real difficulty for a guy like him if he's not. And I would be surprised if because they're a very in love family. He's a man that's deeply in love. You know that. You can tell that from a mile away. But if he's not talking, and I'm not saying filtering her message, I think though that there's sometimes points that he wants made that he might say, "Hey Kelly, here's something that might be able to and she can drop something." I think that's it's got to be part of the strategy. It has to be, because there's just certain things sometimes that come out that say, that feels like that might not be Kelly's main point right now. That might be someone else talking.
I don't know, man. I feel like she has the thoughts before I don't think he gives a damn about what the public thinks. I just don't. I've been around this guy long enough in the locker room. I've interviewed him hundreds of times. I mean, really, and he just doesn't care about public opinion, and he never has. He goes about and he does his business, and it is what it is.
Which I think is a big part of the reason that some of us, myself especially, appreciate him. Some people prefer a more boisterous, a more affected person, a Cam Newton of the world, or somebody who's really listening to what the public is saying. I don't really want that in a football player. I just want them to do them. So I appreciate that about Stafford, but
yeah, and I think people probably appreciate it more from the quarterback, right? Like I said, I think the Everson Griffin stuff is fun.
Sure, yeah, I can buy that. 100%.
It's a little bit different. I like that. I like when football players take a select number of fans to task on social media, but I think from the quarterback position especially, you want an even keeled persona. I do
it would
think
it would make your job easier if he was less even keeled, maybe. But
oh, sure. And I think a decade in or 12 years in, with the storyline of his career not being lack of team success, and you kind of look at this, it feels so cyclical at this point that they just keep ending up at the bottom, whether it's his fault or not. Most years it's not, but I think I understand where fans are coming from, where they want to see more anger and more frustration from him, but he doesn't show it, and I think that helps him be beyond reproach within that locker room as well.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Let me ask you, and in the times that you've known him for a number of years, and as you said a number of times, how has his leadership grown or changed over the course of the time that you've seen him? How have you seen him kind of emerge within the locker room and within the team as a leader? Has it changed much? Because from the outside looking in, you see, it depends how you look at it, right? You don't see that guy that's out there with pom-poms cheering and screaming and all that. But you can tell, watching how he leads, how he works the guys on the sideline before the game and warm-ups or in the locker room afterward, that his leadership, he owns the team. There's no question about that. But his style, how has it changed? Talk about that for us really quick.
Yeah, I don't think it's evolved a whole lot. I think you kind of hinted at that. You come in as a young player and you kind of have to feel your way through. It's not like you come in and you grab the bull by the horns as a 22-year-old or 23-year-old in a veteran locker room. But once you get some experience under your belt and we see how fast the NFL rosters turn over, you kind of become the standard bearer of the franchise by default. Now, on top of that, his work ethic is beyond approach. I know that's such a common thing, first guy in the building, last one to leave, but for the longest time, he really has been among the first in the building. And maybe not so much the last one to leave these days with the family, but he puts in the work. I know a couple of years ago he wouldn't let me write about it, but I'll just drop it here. He hired a driver and did the Phillip Rivers thing where he was doing work in the car on the way to the facility, on the way home. to make sure that he was getting in even extra work on that half hour to 1 hour commute, depending on Metro Detroit traffic.
Yep.
So and then I mentioned, his attitude in the media. He never ever throws a teammate under the bus.
Yeah.
And so those guys respect him. He commands the huddle. He commands the locker room. He never pulls a Jay Cutler where he berates a guy on the sideline. You can see that, and it becomes an issue. It's always calm, cool, and collected, and that's how he leads through his work and through his consistent attitude publicly.
Except when players don't get out of bounds, then he gets pretty upset.
Yeah, what was that? Golden State a couple years back.
Well, and then there was TJ the other day. So,
Some things merit it, right?
Right. Yeah. So I've been looking at our injury report so far this week, and it's pretty extensive. But
It's long.
But a lot of these guys were limited part, or at least one of the 2 days. I'm wondering if you have any updates on any specific players. Obviously, we'll get a Friday update that'll illuminate more, and we'll probably come back to that thought later today because we got the time. When I have a little bit more information to look at there, but any of the players who haven't practiced at all, any of the days this week that you expect to play?
I over the years, I've kind of learned how to watch the trend with injury reports, right? And so you don't worry so much about Wednesday, but you watch the progression of how players practice throughout the week. And so if a guy doesn't practice Wednesday and then suddenly limited on Thursday and limited on Friday, depending on the player, obviously, there's this greater chance they're playing. Now, if they go from limited to not practicing,
Like
i.e.
Dahl
Joe
did.
Dahl, I think that's a much dicier situation. That's where you start being concerned about that player's status. The one that continues to bother me is Vaitai. You look at this guy since training camp. He's kind of been battling issues. This foot injury cropped up for the first time in the injury report week 1. He misses 2 weeks with it. He's seen limping badly his first game back after he gets beaten by a sack early in that game. He's limping badly through this last game. Like, I understand you got to push through injuries in football. That's part of it, but I'm not convinced this guy's going to be right at all this season. And that's a big blow when you let go of Rick Wagner, who admittedly was not playing particularly well, but you let go of Graham Glasgow and you bring in this guy with a big money contract to fill that void, and no fault of his own and no fault of Bob Quinn, but now the guy's injured and he's playing injured, and you're not getting
What you
the
paid for.
performance you expected, right? And so
I've seen it before.
it doesn't. It's just a bad look. It's bad optics, even though it's not necessarily anybody's fault.
Right.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, because there's a question in the chat I'm going to hit you with, but I want to get you one first with a broader NFL question. There's been a lot of speculation about the coaching staff this year, and that's what I'm going to ask, because there's still a lot of football to be played, and
Just a general statement to lead into the question.
Yeah. The mandate was meaningful games in December. Okay,
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens with that, and we'll see what that means and how that's interpreted by Sheila as she takes over. But I have my own thoughts on it. I want to think about the concept of the NFL more broadly this year and the coaching coaches that are available and the coaching pool. It seems like the Lions are very mediocre, very middle of the pack. It seems this year we're going to beat bad teams, we're going to lose to good teams, and we're going to wind up right in the middle. There's a lot of really, really bad teams though this year, and I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of coaches out there. It feels like, performance aside, it's going to be difficult to get the coach that you want because competition is going to be strong this year. What's your thoughts on the Lions? Not performance aside, the Lions being able to land the coach of their dreams in this offseason with as many teams as there are going to be looking for coaches.
I don't know, coach of their dreams. I don't even know who's out there that anybody would say is the coach of their dreams. Like, is it Lincoln Riley? I mean, it seems like the shine's come off a little bit there. I don't know who it is. Like, I don't think Bill Cowher's coming out of the booth anytime soon. Jim Harbaugh, like, what is the dream scenario here? But in terms of, are they going to be able to get the candidate that's most desired through the interview cycle? I don't know. There's only 32 of these jobs. There's going to be, I don't know how many you think available, 5, 6, 7. I really haven't looked at it yet, but what you start looking at there is the money and the years are inevitably going to be very similar. They're going to be, this 5-year, $30 million range, $40 million range, whatever coaches are going for these days. And so it boils down to what they believe is the long-term possibility of success. And every coach that's come here has believed they were going to be the guy to turn around. And of course, that is the absolute attitude you want. Why it hasn't worked? I mean, count the reasons. I mean, so many, but you're going to look at the general manager, whoever the general manager is at that point, whether somehow Quinn's able to survive that, or it's, whoever his replacement is, the relationship you're going to have with them, where you are football philosophy wise, what's the salary cap situation, what's the talent on the roster. I mean, you technically have Stafford, but is Stafford the long-term solution for a new tandem? You've got some good pieces, but not a whole lot of great pieces. You'll probably be drafting in the top 10 to 15 picks. So nothing particularly special there. It's not like you're the Jets and locked into getting Trevor Lawrence and knowing you could kickstart a rebuild around that. So, there is factors, but I think generally candidates will look at ownership here and they'll see supportive, hands-off ownership. And it's debatable whether that's a good thing. I don't think there's plenty of examples where hands-on ownership is too aggressive. Snyder and even Jerry Jones, yes, for sure. And then there's owners that are too far. But financially, this ownership base commits, and I think that'll be a big selling point to whoever is in the market to be hired. But again, it's going to boil down to, I think, what they believe about the assets and what they believe about the potential relationship with the next general manager.
Sure. We got another question in the chat here from Jim. He wants to ask you if you can give us an update on how the day-to-day coverage has differed from previous years due to the obvious COVID situation.
And then also talk about the evolution over the season, because everybody's, throughout this whole pandemic, nobody walked into this knowing what to do, it seems like. Even the people that were supposed to know what to do. So everything's evolved over time. So talk about the evolution as well, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't know if you could tell, I'm sitting between two doors on my floor in my bedroom, locked away from my loud and noisy elementary school children. The biggest change by far, and it's more just the routine of it is I'm home. I have 2 young children in virtual school, which I'm running. And so it's just a tremendous.
You look haggard.
Mental and physical strain every day. I mean, it's ton.
I'm closed, ready to rock.
Yeah,
against the wall.
I was talking to assistant coach the other day. I think it was the linebacker coach, Ty McKenzie, and he, as I'm asking a question, he's like, "Are you sitting on the floor?" I was like, "Coach, I have kids. I've done these interviews in closets, wherever I can hide, right? So obviously everything's virtual this year, and that's been since the pandemic started, right? And so a lot of my interactions with players is within group settings in this environment. And what is lost there is the casual one-on-one interactions. It's not like we're in the locker room all day, every day. It's not like we're around these players all day, every day, but you have that 45-minute window 4 days a week. Yeah. And inevitably you'll see every guy at least once. And in between the interviews, you have those opportunities for those one-on-one discussions, whether on or off the record. It's where relationships are built. And it's impossible right now to build relationships. You may have some that are pre-existing that are carrying you through, but creating original content right now is very difficult, because I might have a good observation or good thought, and I can ask that question in a press conference. Everyone else can hear it. Yep. And everyone else can write my story at the same time I do. So, that's been the biggest difficulty. I think credit to the Lions media relations staff. The pandemic has been extraordinarily hard on them too, in terms of working the schedule, and they've they've busted their ass to make as much access as possible. They have helped me set up some side one-on-ones that have produced some really good stories that I've been proud of this season. But um, at the end of the day, it just feels like the team exhibits more control over who's available when. Great example would be Jeff Okuda, number 1 draft pick, number 3 overall. Like, fans want to hear about this guy all the time, right? We didn't talk to him after his first game because he wasn't available. Like, that's that would never happen in a normal scenario. And then I think we've only talked to him once or twice in the last 5 or 6 weeks. Um, it's just not enough, and it's just one example. And again, the media relations department is doing as much as possible. They really are.
Yeah.
But I think that they are limited in also what players they're allowed to present to us, and anything that breathes any controversy, um, those players are intentionally kept away.
Sure.
Marvin Jones during the trade deadline, or for example, just that's the kind of the stuff we're struggling through right now.
Sure. Let me really quick hit you with something.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit. This is a Senior Bowl conversation, so if you don't want to elaborate any further, that's fine. But I do have to ask. You talked about the year one of Coach Patricia, and it's no secret about how he got along with the media, and the media got along with him. There was definitely a rift there. It was obvious to everyone who watched. And then in year two, there seemed to be just a massive change, like a turnabout, right? And it's one thing I like about Coach Patricia, how much he self-scouts and looks at how he kind of comes across to others and how he coaches and his style and so on. The results are the results, but at least it's a big plus for somebody to be able to do that, regardless of what they do. You reached out, I know, a lot to Coach in the offseason between that first and second season to try to find a path to create a better relationship, and we've talked about that a little bit, and I've given you an immense amount of credit for the work you did there to make that go. Talk about that a little bit for us, and help me understand exactly what you did, and help others understand exactly how that conversation went and how that shift kind of happened.
Yeah. So year one was what it was, and it was a non-football story reported by non-sports reporters that kind of sabotaged that relationship from the start.
Right.
And again, going back to a phrase I've used multiple times, I am empathetic to where he was coming from in that moment. It's a very intense story that was reported. It impacted his family.
Yep.
And it was a 2-decade-old story that it was fair game to report because it was relevant in the sense that the Lions did not uncover it during the interview process, whereas a news reporter found it easily. But it probably stayed in the news cycle longer than it should have, based on the fact that there was no new information. New information should have been constantly been sought, but at the end of the day, no real new information ended up coming out. But because of that, it sabotaged his relationship with the beat reporters.
Yep.
I would say that the media that covers the team has been consistent in the way they've covered him and the team from year one to now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that we were any harder on him then than we are now. I don't think we were any softer on him then than we are now. It's just we just do our jobs consistently. But that story impacted the relationship. In between year one and year two, at the request of some of the writers, and it was absolutely a two-way street. I don't want to make it sound like I was leading a charge or the reporters were leading a charge, but there were behind closed doors kind of hash it out conversations, some one-on-ones, some group, and we kind of reset the dynamic of topic being covered with the people covering the topic.
Sure.
And I think at his heart, Patricia's a people person. I think that's been established from players he currently plays with to players he formerly coached. He's a very engaging, personal individual. And, you know, once we kind of cleared this big negative hurdle from year one and kind of hit this reset button, I think the working relationship, I don't want to say it's been perfect. And of course, like, you know, I would always love a coach that gives more and more and more information, because that's what my job is about, is as much information as possible. And he's still very close to the vest on many, many things. And I understand that. I want more. He wants to give us less. That's the relationship. That's the dynamic. But the work relationship the last 2 years, I think, has been very positive. And I think one thing that's really eye opening is as we do these virtual press conferences and we kind of introduce some outside media on week to week basis. So, you know, Minnesota reporters are in for one Patricia press conference a week. Um, as some of these outside reporters have left these press conferences and I'm having conversations with them on unrelated topics, you know, Atlanta media or Green Bay media, they say Patricia's among the best coaches they've talked to all season. And, you know, uh, maybe you kind of take that for granted as a Detroit reporter who talks to him, I don't know, 100 sometimes a year. But um, it the way he answers questions um, is so much better than year one, and it's not perfect for my sake, but it's been significantly better, and I appreciate him for being a willing participant in working with us and resetting and making that adjustment, and you know, making these last 2 years, I think, productive for both of us, both
Yeah.
sides.
And it's hard to do. I mean, it's hard for all people involved, right? And it's one thing, you know, I know you listen all the time, so you hear it, and that's why your head's constantly getting bigger. But we applaud you and your reporting for being some of the best, down the middle, honest, straightforward reporting that's out there. And it's why we love having you on and talking to you, Justin. You just do such a great job of bringing, you know, the old Joe Friday facts, just the facts kind of a thing. And I think that's something a lot of people need. It's an emotional thing. This for a lot of people, the sport. Some people are over invested. Maybe, you know, it's just the way it is with fandom and sports. But the fact that you just bring the honest truth and the straight dope is always super appreciated. And if people got their heads around what they're getting when they read Justin's stuff, I think that would help, you know, both fans and you have a better time of it as well along the way.
I don't know what happened here, but I'm case now according to my screen.
Yeah, that was a case. It was.
That was
identity theft here.
I learned a lesson in that situation. So
I like this. So, you know, I really appreciate those kind comments, and it's all I've ever tried to be is ethical, logical, truthful, as much fact and information as I can get my audience. And I would be terrible on talk radio. I would. I'm comfortable talking on the radio. I'm comfortable in public, but I don't have the hot take bone in my body. I don't. And I think that having hot takes and aggressive opinions that elicit reaction are what are destroying news in general. You know, that's sports, that's the Skip Baylesses of the world, that's clearly political. You know, I can't stand TV news. I can't stand your talk radio shows. It just all it does is it's trying to elicit reaction, and it's just not what I do. I give you the information. If you want to form your opinion based on that, hopefully I've given you as much data, facts, quotes, research as possible to form an educated, logical opinion. I can't control what you think beyond that, but I can give you the information to get you there.
I can't say that we as fans never have hot takes, but we believe in those hot takes when we have them. We're not just saying them for the benefit of getting a reaction. But is it fair to ask you a prediction about this weekend?
Sure.
How do you think the Lions will do against the Vikings?
Well, I looked at the Vikings as a defense in disarray. Lost a lot of pieces this offseason, lost even more during the season. Then they go out and they did what they did to the Packers a couple weeks ago, which I thought was very impressive. And so I believe Mike Zimmer is a great coach. And I'm starting to think maybe, I asked him if he felt like he was turning a corner, and he laughed at me and said, "You can't turn a corner after one game." He's right. It was a dumb question. But they're coming in on a high note. The Lions are coming off of a disastrous offensive performance. I don't care what the final numbers were. That was awful. Awful on every level. It made the defense look worse. The offense is totally to blame for what happened last game. And now you take Kenny Golladay out of the equation. I don't really like the way this one's trending for Detroit. It's on the road, which road games don't really matter this year. But, I think this game is trending in Minnesota's favor. I sent in a prediction in my paper. I don't know what the actual numbers were, but I had it a one-score game, but I had Minnesota coming out on top, just momentum-wise, where the organization seemed to be trending.
Excellent. Well, Justin, we're a little bit over. I'm sorry for keeping you over time. I appreciate how gracious you are. Thanks for joining us. Everyone, please don't forget stjude.org/DLP. We're about $3,000 right now. Looking to get to that $5,000 mark before noon so we can see this tattoo live on stream.
Let me double check again. So you guys are going 24 straight hours, is that correct?
Till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, yes.
Okay. Do we have a closing guest? Should I close this thing too?
Do you want to? I'd be happy to have you again.
Yeah, let's
8:30?
Because I want to see where you guys are at mental state tomorrow morning.
Now you asked if
then we might be having all the hot takes.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, I didn't know if you had a big final guest. I would never want to trump that, but I'm very, very curious to where you guys are at tomorrow morning.
Yeah, no, that's be great. I mean, you were the one that asked if you got surly us or awake us, right? So you're getting both ends of the spectrum now, right?
I need to see both sides. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
I'll be ready for Case's hot takes tomorrow.
This is hot cakes with hot takes. Yeah. We got a player yet to be named. Like you said, the whole COVID thing is shaking the media department this week, especially. We got Eamon's working on it right now. Hank Fraley will be on later today. We got Billy Sims. We got Dan Miller, Tony Ortiz, and Jim Brandstatter getting the band back together. Working with LoJack right now, Blandino, a whole bunch of people. Wayne Fonts will be joining us. It'll be a good time. It's a good.
Oh, it's wonderful. I talked to Wayne last year. It's just always a joy.
Yeah, he's spectacular. I love him. He only lives like a couple miles away. Like literally, the Buffalo Wild Wings I go to is right. His house is right behind it. I don't know if he's
go hit up a Cuban restaurant in Tampa, get some plantains.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, POD, got to give you a shout out. Thanks a lot for the 50 for St. Jude. That's really kind of you guys. Jeremy, I'm sure it's you on the other end of that. All right, Justin, thank you so much, man. Thank you for playing the part of Case for a little bit. Appreciate everything you do, man. And please don't change. We love you as a reporter, and we love what you bring to the scene. Don't change teams, and don't change what you do, because we need you here in Detroit, man.
Appreciate it, Chris.
All right,
thanks,
brother.
Case.
We'll talk to you.
All right, there, guys.
See you later, man. All right, Justin Rogers, Detroit News. What a superstar, man. Love our guy. Love our guy. All right, Case, you can't fool anyone anymore.
Yeah.
All right, so what did we learn? We learned a lot from Justin, but Case learns don't turn off your camera. Just tell Chris, and he'll make you look. I'm gonna show you how I make you go away right now. Ready? Okay.
Yeah.
Boom. Look at that. Be right back.
Bye.
Hi. All right, so there you go. And it taught me I gotta fix that, so now I can do it. And now you're totally gone, and you're back. All right, cool. Oh, boy, that's fun. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Justin. That was awesome. All right, so our next scheduled interview right now is Billy Sims at 1:30, but I have a feeling the Lions are going to come through with one of the two that they have for us in between here. Watching, waiting, and working on that right now. So that was awesome. Justin's always the best, isn't he, man?
Yeah, I was very happy to talk to him again.
Yeah.
I can still taste gravy, man.
$3,051.69, of course. Thanks to POD, Brett Kuzno, just hear those sleigh bells jingling, and Gary Luke, also a little donation from Gary, Naomi, Faith, Bethany, and Autumn in Northern Ireland. Been around since the beginning, Gary. We really appreciate you following us around and hanging out with us, man. You're the best. You've been a great interactor on Twitter and watcher of the show and listener and the whole thing. Thanks so much for your donation. Anonymous, Dalvin Cook, please don't hurt me on Sunday. BDR Fab, I think I mentioned him. I want to mention again, he had a big $250. He did his match. That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. So our one giveaway, we have John Fought was the big winner. He wins himself some of those wild gummies. Put them aside so that I don't give away too many. Okay, so this hour, let's do the same thing. The top donator this hour, let's give away. We're going to go with LT this time. Lawrence Taylor, Pain Master, CBD oil, 1,000 milligram. This stuff is on the more potent side. Again, legal in all 50 states. Doesn't make you high. It gives your body the pain relief, your brain the anxiety and sleep relief that you're looking for. All I'm getting is great response to the CBD stuff. These guys are awesome. I've been using it myself. Love this stuff. And again, we wouldn't be talking about it on the show if it wasn't quality stuff. So cbd.DetroitLionsPodcast.com if you want to pick some up yourself. But in the meantime, the top donator this hour is going to pick themselves up a nice thing of the LT Lawrence Taylor's branded Performance Full Spectrum Hemp Oil CBD, 1,000 milligrams. Good stuff. I believe that this is like $150 because this is some of the more potent stuff at the store. And oh, by the way, if you go to cbd.DetroitLionsPodcast.com and set yourself up, use the keyword Lions, you'll automatically get a minimum 55% off. You may get more than that depending on some of the special sales they have going on at different times. Okay, so straight out of our Christmas stocking, this hour's number one donator gets the performance. John Fought won the gummies, the first set of gummies we have, and right now in the lead is BDR Fab because he was the double up donator guy. See what you're doing there, Fab? You're doing good and getting good. All right, let's get it on. Let's make that happen. stjude.org/DLP is where those big donations go. How about that, man? He is absolutely the best, though. Justin Rogers coming in, doing the whole thing with us. It's very nice of him. And to have him come back tomorrow. Are we going to be? You got to remind me. I'll put on the schedule here shortly. But he's going to start sending me all kinds of mean tweets.
If I'm still speaking English by that time,
we'll have solved every problem this team has ever faced by that time.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. All right, a little over $3,000, you guys. Thank you so much. $3,051.69. stjude.org/DLP. I do want to get together with you guys and just talk a little bit about a couple of things, and just to make everything clear, because I know this isn't always the easiest thing to remember and think through. And my wife sent me a list of things I should hit every top of the hour because she's smarter than me a lot of the times. Okay, the first one is all new listeners. Thank you so much for tuning in and listening. You guys appreciate that. And give us a like, give us a subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Appreciate it. Okay, we've been on the air as of 9 a.m. right now. We're almost 2 hours in, and we will be going till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. This is interesting. The longest we've done is like 3.5 hours. Justin Rogers comes through with 69.69 for St. Jude. Thank you, brother. Really appreciate that. Takes us up to 31.21. Didn't quite get you in the running for the CBD oil, Justin. No, sorry. All right. So we've been on the air for about 2 hours now. The draft show is one that goes 3.5 hours, but we've got the draft going on, right? This is all us and you folks, your calls and our people. God, Justin, amazing. Kevin, $18 to St. Jude. Thank you, sir, so much. God, he's just cracking it today. All right, next thing, donations. stjude.org/DLP. 100% of the money goes to St. Jude. You can get it right off. Hattori, you asked earlier, how do I get a receipt? I'm going to get an email out today, and I'm going to get the answer to that for you so that you guys can have your receipt for your taxes and for your corporate matches. If you get those corporate matches in, it'll add to the total at the end of our whole fundraising effort here in December, and we'll get added to the total so we can see how much we do. So please make sure you get that stuff. The auction, I have to explain the auction because they're two significant things, and they're a little different to get your head around. The auction is starting on Monday. I'm going to finish this. I'm going to sleep all day, wake up in time to watch some UFC, go back to sleep for another day, and then get the auction set up on the website for Monday. The auction will kick off. At our auction, we've already got, and look, Brand Sater, when he comes on today, said he's bringing something to add to the auction. If you or your business wants to add something to the auction or donate for something for the charity auction, let us know. We'll make that happen. We appreciate it. You can call us here. You can hit it in the chat. You can DM me on Twitter, however you like to do it. But here's some of the stuff we've got, all right? And I'm just going to run through it. Brand Sater is bringing something. Dinner with Chris and the guys. Who doesn't want that? We'll take you out to dinner there in Detroit at the old Ruth's Chris. We've got 2 signed Galladay jerseys. We've got a signed Galladay mini helmet, Okuda mini helmet, Kenny G mini helmet, Tavai signed football, McCarty signed, Darren McCarty from the Red Wings, if you remember, the guy that beat up Claude Lemieux in one of the best fights ever in Red Wing hockey. Darren McCarty signed mini helmet and signed puck. Kerryon Johnson signed poster, and Amani Oruwarie's helmet, mini helmet. Deshaun Hand and Walker, Tracy Walker mini helmet. Sorry, my brain froze. A Tavai mini helmet. Got DeAndre Swift signed ball straight from the Lions. We've got a Jeff Okuda signed ball straight from the Lions waiting for you. Custom voice message will be recorded for you by Dan Miller. If you've heard some of the stuff we've got, he'll do that. All those things and more will be up for auction. Got some great stuff. Got to give a shout out to Pro Sports Zone in Detroit. A bunch of the stuff straight up donated by them. Really, really appreciate what they want, what they've done, and that's super, super cool. Okay, I think we've got that. We've got that. Okay, yeah, and I've got the guest. I think I did it. Oh, you can call in too. Case, I'm going to give you the microphone. I've got to get something done really quick, and I've been talking straight for a while. So
yeah, real quick. In the RNFL post, there was a user, Aegis Axie, says St. Jude's incredible. They do yearly fundraisers on Twitch, and the gaming community there has embraced the cause. Good luck today, Lions, and SJ save some lives. Yeah, when we were talking to the St. Jude people, we did a lot of discussion with them about some of the things they've done with other groups. A lot of that user said Twitch and gamers. So if those are things that you're into, you can also probably find a lot of stuff related to St. Jude there. And obviously wherever you want to absorb it and wherever you want to help out is wonderful. So,
and actually, Case, we're working with, St. Jude has worked with the gaming community and built out the whole gaming support and gaming for community. I think they call it Play Live. It'll be in the top left, the St. Jude piece up there. I think it's Play Live is the name of the initiative, and that's what we're working through with St. Jude to get these overlays and all these announcements coming up in the stream and everything. They kill it. I'm telling you guys, St. Jude is it's Play Live. There it's showing up. Is the best charity. We've talked about this and asked after our first year, maybe St. Jude we want to move on to somebody else, but they do such good for so many people that need it so bad. It's you just can't not. It really is. And I know it's Salute to Service this month. We talked about that as well with the NFL, but St. Jude is the place to be, man. These guys, these families need it, and it's not that veterans and support of the troops is anything less. We're absolutely 100% there as well, but it's like kids and families at this time in the life as a parent, I can't even imagine. And we will have a couple folks on the show during the 24 hours come on and share their stories about what they went through. One of them is a kid, best soccer coach my son ever had. Helped nominate him for soccer coach awards in the area. He's such a great guy. I actually worked with him for a while. He went out and started his own business. Love the entrepreneurship. And, our kids played together and were friends on the team and everything. And then I heard that his son got cancer, and it's just, he's in remission now. Everything's better, but it's an amazing story. And you hear about what people went through, and you just can't help but feel your heart get bigger wanting to help. And that's what we're here for. And we're trying to help you guys, help us, help everybody out there. stjude.org/DLP. And don't forget, we've got just over an hour. We need to raise about $1,900. So if you guys can, let's push for that. Let's get this guy to get this tattoo on the live stream. It's a big deal. Thank you, Wisco. Another 30, just fixing things. 3031, getting us back to our 69-cent. Thank you. All right. Sorry, Case. I said I was going to let you talk, and then I got all passionate. All right.
Yeah. In the sidebar, there's a suggestion that key to victory in the upcoming game against the Vikings is Tavai versus Cook. I hate being down. I hate being down on our young players. I'm assuming that was sarcastic. If that's what the game comes down to, I fear for us. Poor Tavai. He's got a measly 29.3 overall player grade. He has 13 solo tackles and 6 assists, but he is just not stepping up in the way that we'd really hoped he would. This seems to be a running trend with our linebackers, although I also think it's a running trend with linebackers in general. There seems to be a constantly growing dearth of immediate talent, young talent at the linebacker position. Seems like some of the vets are the only ones who are really doing it. There's a few guys out there, but for the most part, it seems like finding that position might be the most difficult position in the NFL right now, and especially now that it seems like quarterback is getting a lot easier, which that's actually a discussion we should have. How much difference there is now when you go looking for a starting caliber quarterback, a franchise quarterback, than there used to be. And maybe it's a short-term thing, and maybe we're just seeing a bump, but a lot of teams have been walking away from drafts the last few years here with guys who've been able to not only become really good players, but start off fairly well too, even in their second, third years. Mahomes, Jackson, even you can go back to Wentz. You can look at Burrow is doing great. We'll get to see more of Tua in the near future here, but the level of play of the quarterbacks coming out of college the last few years has been a lot higher, and I think that is an aspect you have to add into the question when you start looking at the potential. And I truly don't mean to dwell on this topic of moving on from Stafford at some point. And it may change the dynamic of when that point is.
It's a tough reality, right?
Yeah.
That and you don't know. And Justin touched on it.
I'll say you did.
The idea that what do you do? Is it time to get rid of your coach? And this is the big question. If you think about it, a lot of teams going for coaches out there. There's a lot of people in the market. There's a limited number of coaches of great reputation that we may want and that would fit the mold for us. Then you go, like he said, the mediocre down the middle kind of draft position. Do you go from the pan into the fire? I mean, 9-7 wasn't good enough, and we can dispute that what that meant and how it was said and what context and whatever. But then you get to where you're at and you say that's why you're going to fire Coach Patricia. Do you wind up in a worse position because of all of the competition, right? I mean, what makes the Lions the big winners this year? And I'm anxious to hear from you guys. If you have something that you think makes the Lions the big winner or makes them special in the coach sweepstakes this year, let me know. Look, I'm not saying I'm saying what we have may be better than what we get. And maybe it's, as much as a lot of people want our current coach gone. I mean, like I said, I'd love him to stay because I want us to win. And if we're winning, that means the coach is going to stay. That's right. Kind of it. I kind of believe in what he does and the way he handles things. I don't think we've seen the results we want yet. And I mean, I could very well be wrong on this, right? But boy, take that aside and look at what the market looks like and what you're going to get. I've got a 6-year-old car. It's starting to break down. I want to get something a little bit better. Maybe I'll get a 12-year-old car, right? I mean, is that really the solution? That doesn't seem like that's what you're after there. So there's a lot to think about here with this whole thing, and it's a lot more than just I'm mad. Let's get a new coach. So sorry.
Yeah, no, and that's okay. For the sake of discussion, while we're talking about it, you brought it up to Justin, and I was doing a little bit of research while you were talking to him and found a list from Sports Illustrated of some of what they consider to be some of the top prospects at coaching going into next year. So I'll just name off a couple here. Robert Saleh, the defensive coordinator for the 49ers. Obviously, they had a phenomenal defensive scheme in 2019, playing cover 3. I'm not sure... and I don't know necessarily how well that translates to exactly what we're doing. Salah, I have no idea if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but he lost out to Kevin Stefanski for the coaching job with the Browns, although I think that was I think that was probably a neck and neck type of thing. I think that he is probably a good option. He has done some um, play calling and all of that. Like you have to look at the 49ers defense from last year and say that that was largely his child. So I think he would definitely be a good option, or at least somebody to consider. Eric Bieniemy, the offensive coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs, he didn't get picked up last year, which was kind of a surprise.
Yep.
Maybe people just weren't sure that he had quite enough experience. I'm not sure what the
There's still questions about him. A lot of
Right.
people still have questions, and rightfully so. The jump from coordinator to coach is rarely. I don't.
Yes.
It's rarely the you wind up with a super coach.
Yeah, well, and obviously we're in a situation where we might be able to say the same thing. We liked what the Patriots defense is doing with Patricia. We like what the Kansas City Chiefs offense is doing with Andy Reid.
Yep.
And whether or not, how much of that Eric Bieniemy is him, and how much he's learned, and how similar his offenses would be, and all of those kind of things. And would they be able to do what they've done, without the good fortune they've had that so many of their players have turned out? Although then you ask the question, how much of that is development and how much is that is luck? And the answer to that is, I don't think anybody knows. You like to, over time, look at the Seahawks. They had a ton of luck with the Legion of Boom. And while I don't want to take all credit away from Steve Carroll in terms of development, they weren't able to maintain that level because they weren't able to develop guys as well as they, because they just didn't get as lucky with the guys they picked up over time. And that's not to say they have been awful, although at times they've not been good. But anyway, moving on. You've got Brian Dabble. Again, I'm not sure pronouncing it right, but the offensive coordinator for Buffalo Bills, who's done an impressive job there with a young quarterback who has some issues at times, and they've been able to work around that and work with that. And he's the kind of guy that if you were going to land a player like Trey Lance, I think he's the kind of guy you'd want around to help build a player who's not necessarily the most accurate, but is certainly a physical specimen at the position, and can learn can improve on some of the mechanics and things like that could make him and he's not a bad passer. He's just not always super accurate. He flubs them from time to time. There's Matt Eberfluss, the defensive coordinator for the Indianapolis Colts. Obviously, we've seen the Indianapolis Colts defense play pretty well, both in 2018 and so far this year. So he's got a lot going for him. As far as the details on him, I admittedly, I don't know that much, but I'm not going to know a lot about the rest of these guys on this list either, but they're all interesting candidates for us to do more research on and talk about in the future. There's Nick Sirianni, the offensive coordinator for the Colts. Wink Martindale.
Wink.
I would like to have the defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens. I would certainly like to have a head coach named Wink.
What game show was he on? Does anybody remember in the chat Wink Martindale? Was it like Joker's Wild, or oh god, what was Wink Martin? Because that could be a lot of fun, right? I mean, can you imagine the animations we could have on our streams?
But he's also, if you get a reputation like that, and then again, that's another one where how much of the Ravens is John Harbaugh and his just massive consistency and even tone, and how much is the coordinators? And that's, again, I don't know the answer to that. You've also got Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator for the Ravens, who's done mostly good things with Lamar Jackson, although what we've seen this year out of Lamar shows us that he hasn't been able to scheme around other teams figuring out what Lamar Jackson's weaknesses are quite as well as he was before. But, he's got time yet to figure that out the rest of this year. You got Brian Leftwich, the offensive coordinator for Tampa Buccaneers. again, I'm not really sure how much of that is him and how much of that is Bruce Arians. You have to always expect that a lot of that is Bruce Arians. And then there's a lot of they list a bunch of the old name guys who could have a little bit of upside with as a second chance coach. You've got Leslie Frazier, Steve Spagnuolo, Dennis Allen, Jay Gruden, Josh McDaniels, Todd Bowles, Jason Garrett, Raheem Morris, Jim Schwartz. I'm not sure that I'm interested in any of them.
Yeah. Okay. No interest at all from Case. Well,
I wouldn't say none at all, but I'd have to go through and really dig in on them, because none of those are guys whose names make me excited. I even as much as I love Jim Schwartz and his personality, I don't know that I think he's probably the right fit for as volatile a city and fan base that as we have. And I don't know that that'll ever be a good match.
All right. And let me call out a couple of the donators that have come by here really quick. I don't want to miss these guys. And I'll be right back with you, Case. I'll let you kind of keep going there. But we definitely have to hit Frosty. Frosty rolled in with 120. Thanks, you brother. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. He's in the chat. He's a Patreon guy. Love us some Frosty. Hattori Hanzo. What a dude. I mean, he's he's kind of my soul brother. We have a Joy Division connection, but that's for old folks, I guess. Came in with $380. Top donation this hour. Looking at some. I think he wants the LT Painmaster CBD oil as the top donation of the 11 o'clock hour. So rocking and rolling. Appreciate that, Hattori, man. That's big stuff. And then an anonymous donor. It's Monday, November 9th. The Lions shocked the world in a 40-3 victory against the Vikings. A brilliant defensive scheme and breakout linebacker performance holds Cook to just 15 rushing yards. AP rushes for 250 yards, all from runs up the middle on first down. Matt Patricia, widely considered the best head coach in the NFL. And that came with a donation of $420. I think something there makes a very close connection. Thank you, Anonymous. Awesome donation. We're up to $3,673. Really appreciate everyone who's done it. They got it to 89 cents with the 420. So if you guys want to fix that, you can do that. We have 51 minutes to get to $5,000. We're about $1,300 away. Come on, guys. We can do this. We can do this. This tattoo live stream is going to be worth every friggin' minute. I swear to God, I know it will. stjude.org/DLP. That's how you do it. stjude, JUDE.org/DLP. It's up in the black at the top of the screen underneath the little rolling banner. Also have to shout out to Buzzin' Sounds. Aaron Fletcher, thank you so much for the awesome sponsorship. Buzzin' Sounds Recording Studio. Guys, they're sponsoring this hour for us, and amazing. They're a recording studio in Manchester, UK. They do recording sessions, mixing, mastering, podcasts, and more. I'm going to have a talk with Aaron about helping us out so I can get some time back. They do a bunch of community support and engagement for creative outlets, and they do with a lot of stuff to do with mental well-being for folks in the UK and worldwide. If you're not near them, or you can't use their physical facilities, they have remote services. They do mixing, mastering, podcast editing, etc. They have support and network groups for musicians, music techies, podcasters, and they do get-togethers and other support via Facebook group. Buzzin' Sounds Recording Studio, awesome stuff. Aaron is a great friend of the show and Patreon and a sponsor here. Really appreciate it. I will tell you that Aaron will give anyone who's got a band a digital master of their song for free for donating to St. Jude. So if you have a band or you're doing music and you need a digital master, get a donation in, and we'll get you in touch with Aaron, and you'll make that happen. Get yourself a free digital master that you can use to go make millions as a wonderful musician like our guys over in I Prevail. All right. Sorry, I had to get those things in. Again, stjude.org/DLP. As Wisco finally tells us in the chat, we're $1,326.11 in 50 minutes, guys. We can do this. Help us out. Help us get to that 5K mark and tattoo up our good friend. And I'll tell you a really quick story about him. I do want to talk about
He doesn't want his name shared, so we'll just call him Tattoo Guy. But his daughter, her name was Violet. She died at 3.5 years old. She drowned, and it wasn't a St. Jude thing, but he understands the sense of loss that a parent can feel, and empathizes with the cause. And so he said, "You guys get that money raised. I will go get the tattoo." He's also the same guy that will get the other side tattooed if we get to 30K. As Justin tweeted, he will get Jared Davis tattooed on his chest. He is involved and he cares. Let's take advantage of that. Let's get him tattooed up. Let's get that $5,000 by noon and see what we can do here, guys. All right. Thank you so much, Tattoo Guy. We've got to think of a good nickname for him. Somewhere along the way, we'll come with some kind of badass name. But thanks, bro. Really appreciate it. Honor your daughter in such a cool way. And help by helping other people. What more can you ask in this crazy world? All right, Case. Back to your coach wrangling and rambling.
Yeah, and Chris, our friend who called in earlier, who is likely to call back tonight, said he has a long list of names that he would like to see or that he would like to look at. We've got Anthony Weaver, and I don't see many guys on any of this list who are. I don't see any who are College Cow guys until the very bottom here. And those are I think maybe those are the interesting ones for a lot of teams, but
my better half showed up. Well, thank you.
Did you get your beans yet?
Love you guys.
Oh, we have a delivery.
Perfect.
The beans.
Oh my goodness, you got a huge can of them.
The beans, like the musical fruit. We're at it. Thank you, honey.
Mm-hmm. Bye.
All right, that's my better half. You guys all got to meet my wife. Isn't she great?
Mm-hmm.
Sweetie, thank you so much. No one supports this show more than she does. I'm just gonna tell you right now. All right, thank you, baby. You're the best. All right, I do have my thing of beans. I'll tell you what. We're at $36.73. Let's get it to $4,000. You get to $4,000, and I'll do the next bean. And if you guys follow up within 5 minutes of hitting 4,000, you get it to $42.50. I'll do a second one.
Whew, brave man.
I ain't no Case.
Especially after my reaction.
you were crying almost.
I was.
So funny. Actually, I just put a bunch of really delicious Jelly Bellies in this package. So no, I'm just joking. It's actually still sealed. It's the whole Bean Boozled situation. I'm sure I'll get like dog turds or whatever off the top. So
yeah,
get with us on that. All right, let's see.
All right, so back at it. Some young guns. You've got Anthony Weaver, defensive coordinator, defensive line, Houston Texans. He's a rising star, but you never know with the rising stars, especially the young ones. That's going to be the entirety of this chunk of the list here. Mike LaFleur, the passing game coordinator for the 49ers. I worry about taking on a head coach from any guy who hasn't spent significant time as a coordinator, at least a year. And I think that's going to be a lot of these guys. You got Mike McDaniel, Mike Kafka, and they do list Kellen Moore here. So
it's too soon. on so many different levels, it's too soon.
You've got Tim Kelly, offensive coordinator, quarterbacks for the Houston Texans. You've got Arthur Smith, the offensive coordinator for the Titans, which might be an interesting one. They've certainly seen a boost. Gerard Mayo, inside linebacker coach for the Patriots, which it seems like it hasn't been that long since he was out of the league, but as a player.
Right.
But anyway,
hold
don't count out list, so probably not. Joe Woods, defensive coordinator, Cleveland Browns. Dave Tube, special teams coordinator, Kansas City Chiefs. John Fassell, special teams coordinator, Dallas Cowboys. And okay, so as Justin mentioned, Lincoln Riley, the shine has come off that a little bit, and I agree. Brent Venables, the defensive coordinator for Clemson. Pat Fitzgerald, the head coach of Northwestern, and Dan Mullen, the head coach of University of Florida. Like I said, we'll talk to Chris when he comes back on later tonight and get his thoughts, because I'm sure that he has a better understanding of who he thinks is really a fit and who he thinks is actually on the rise and who he thinks stinks. So it'll be good to get his perspective there.
I'm sorry, I missed this in the chat. Wisco, you crack me up, man. I'm going through the Slack really quick, and the Slack is a heck of a place. Matthew, thank you so much, St. Jude. Good luck. Wish I could donate more, but I will definitely spread the word. That's the key. As many people as we know, the small donations add up for real. Matthew, $20. Ahead of him, we had love the show. Been there since day one. Ohio Lion. I remember Ohio Lion from a long time back. Eric, thanks so much for your 50. We're up to 37, 43, 89. $4,000 gets me to eat one of these crappy Bean Boozled. You get it within 5 minutes, up to 42.50 from hitting 4,000, and I'll eat a second one. But anyway, Wisco, they're asking. There was a question: who's Justin Rogers in the chat as we were bringing him in for the interview, and Wisco comes up. Someone said he's the director of marketing. Wisco comes up with he's the director of kicking Case's ass.
Mm-hmm. I saw that.
I love that. That is never gonna go away. That lives just like.
I'm toast.
There's a couple things that will live forever in the annals of Detroit Lions podcast history. All right. We're looking for that. We're 1,200 and something away now. By we got 45 minutes to get to $5,000 to get our guy tatted up. Help us out. Help us raise some of that dough to make that happen, everybody. All right. Where were we? Slack's on fire. All our Slack folks, if you want to hit us, nail us on the in the DMs in Slack or in the Lions chat. We'll hit you up, or you can hit us on the kicked his ass right out of his graphic. That's pretty good. You had to be here for the right interview to see that, to understand that. But you can get us, and we'll go for that. Thank you guys so much for the donation so far. Again, stjude.org/DLP to get this done. All right, where are we? Billy Sims coming up here. We may have a friend from the Detroit Sports Podcast join us. He's really big on helping out and getting the word out there. So we appreciate it, and he may want to come on and talk. He's the one that talked to you. It was John when you were in the media room and talked about having another podcast when you were at training camp and got to go and do the media piece, the credential piece.
Yeah.
Do you remember that? That's the guy. He's we'll have him on. We'll try to have him on then, or at the 12 o'clock hour, maybe a little bit later. Biggest name is next is Billy Sims coming up, unless Eamon and the Lions get in touch with me and make something else happen. So there we go. All right. There we go. I think we're good. There's a lot going on, Case. This is more production than a normal show.
I'm trying to post up on Facebook right now, see if we can't get a bump from that.
There you go. Do you like the snow, Case? I figured if I make it snow, folks will make it rain for St. Jude.
Oh, I thought you were literally asking me if I like the snow.
Is it snowing outside? What's it like outside?
It's warm.
It
is crazy. It is unseasonably warm, which is too bad. One of the things we wanted to do today was hit a mark, raise to a mark, and if you guys got there, I would put on my little. Let me see if I can find them here. My short shorts.
We have
put on my short shorts and go out and make a snow angel and have my girlfriend record it. But there is no snow on the ground, so.
You know what? I'm going to set up a poll for us, and I'll put it up on the site here very shortly. I want you guys to know this is something we're working on. I should probably get this started. If you have like 4 or 5 minutes of talking in your case, we could line that up and get this.
Give me 1 second. Let me finish posting.
Finish your thing, and I'll kind of talk about what we're going to do. So Case has a number of different outfits, we'll say, costumes, outfits, whatever. And we're going to let you guys vote on which one he should put on next, okay? And we'll do votes, and then as we reveal these costumes, they'll be put up to a vote where Case will wear those costumes during interviews. I'll just kind of give you a kind of idea of what we got going here. We got a gorilla, a banana, Robin Hood, a koala, stormtrooper. We got a wizard, a cowboy. Let's see, a skeleton, Rocky Balboa. Now these muscles I gotta see, and then so that's the list we got so far. All opportunities for Case to play dress up, and if you want, we'll have him sit through an interview somebody in one of those costumes if you'd like to have some fun. The short shorts, that's not bad, Gary. Should we donate? Maybe that's the first one. We'll put a donate for or against Case wearing short shorts.
I don't know what I did with them.
All right, man.
I had them sitting out here because I thought I might end up using them, but oh well. Say lovey.
Sus. Love I.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how you do it. I come from a bad part of France. All right. Yeah. Yes, Jim. Absolutely. I knew he had a couple things, but when he gave me the list, I freaked out myself. The fact that Case has all those.
Oh, that's not all of it either. That's just what makes sense for this particular venue.
Oh man.
So.
All right. We're 37-43-89. We want to get to 5,000 in the next 40 minutes to get our guy tattooed up. Tell your friends, tell your neighbors, tell everybody no. Go shake your boss for a couple of bucks. Your coworkers, you're in a Zoom meeting on the side right now watching us on a second screen. Yell at them. stjude.org/DLP. We need to see somebody get Staff Daddy tattooed on their body in permanence. Come on, let's do that. All right. Case.
I think I might be able to pull off a hula girl.
Oh my goodness. oh my goodness.
I just remembered there's a coconut bra upstairs. I don't have a hula skirt, but I do have a sarong that would.
So, Mr. Sims, I have a question. Oh my goodness, that's great stuff. Yes, Billy Sims is at 1:30 for the question who asked. So there you go. Okay. Let's see. Case, are you ready to go for me? And I will put up the. Should I put up the costume one?
Yeah, that works for me.
Okay. I'll put up the costume poll. Well, I'll put up the costume poll. We'll wait to cross 4,000, and I'll spin the old Bean Boozled thing here. Ooh, that would have been rotten egg. And we'll see how things go. Case, I hand the steering wheel to you, my friend.
When we have this much time to cover, it's difficult not to talk about some of the crappier things that we have to talk about. And unfortunately, we saw the Packers return to form against the 49ers last night. If you were paying any attention, Rodgers threw four touchdown passes in the game. One to Devontae Adams, a couple of them deep, a couple of them short. They were just absolutely dominating the 49ers. Now, at least you can fairly say that the 49ers are a team that is incredibly struggling at the moment. They've had just a rash of injuries. So you hope that's, that the Packers weren't as good as they looked, and that the 49ers are going to be a bottom tier team for a little while until they get healthy. But it was still frustrating because it looked for a minute like, after the Vikings beat the Packers, that everybody might figure them out, but they are the most boom or bust team, it seems like, in the NFL right now. The way they got trashed by the Vikings, who expected that, and then they absolutely got annihilated by the Buccaneers, which both of those games were thoroughly enjoyable. Sorry if we have Packers fans joining us from RNFL or anything and looking to donate. I'm hoping I'm not scaring you off, but we gotta cover some Lions related stuff. So
remember, when you donate, you do get to send a message. So just put Case's name in and let you know what you think about it if you're Packers or somebody else fan. We appreciate you being here for us. Thank you, St. Jude. All right, go ahead, buddy.
And it looks like they're just doing a really good job overall on offense overall in the year, even if the Vikings game was a rough one. I have a theory, though, that even though they're likely to win the division, I think they're definitely a leg up on the Bears. I think the Bears are it would not blow my mind to see the Vikings beat out the Bears. Where we end up in that, I'm not really sure. I think that has a lot to do with health. But I do think the Packers are probably going to win the division this year, but I have a feeling that once again they're going to get to the playoffs and not quite be able to hold up against teams that are really a lot like the best teams in the league at figuring out their opponents and figuring out what their opponents' weaknesses are. And I think by that point you get to the playoffs, a team like Seattle might be the team that knocks them out. Maybe in the NFC Championship, maybe in the division round. But I don't think they have quite the Super Bowl loaded roster that maybe they've looked at times like they do, like last night. They certainly look like a team that was just firing on all cylinders, but they're a team that some other teams can figure out. And once you get into the playoffs, that's the most difficult position for teams who are like that to be. They're not as well balanced a team as you would want to see going into the playoffs.
Yes. I agree. I want to really quick. One of the things in the chat that's going on right now is the Packers have a huge problem. English this time. Packers have a huge problem making tackles, and he thinks they're going to have a problem against any team with a good run game. This would be a great time for Swift to really break out. It'd be a great time for Adrian Peterson to kind of show that he's got a little bit left in the tank there. The power run and that just beautiful kind of slinky, greasy run from Swift. Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, I hope our offensive line is healthy by the time we play the Packers. But yeah, we all know we play the Packers close, even when we're theoretically outmatched by them. We've been so close to coming away with wins, and while I think that is to some degree a testament to how good the Packers are at finishing games, I think a lot of it has also been luck based, and they've gotten some good fortune that, you play those games 10 times out of 10 and you come away with a much better record for us than what you had due to the misfortunes that we suffered. But
yeah, Joe Witulski, thank you so much. We got a $100 donation just now come through from him. Very, very, thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it, guys. We're 1,140. 38, I don't know, something like that, number of dollars away from a tattoo of Staff Daddy in 30 minutes, live streaming that tattoo on this broadcast for you guys to see this poor man's pain. In the meantime, we're $4,000 gets me to my first Bean Boozled live on the air, and if after we hit 4,000, if we get to 4,250 within 5 minutes, I will eat a second one as a quick follow-on. One other thing. We've got a poll going now, stjude.org/DLP. You can see polls. Click on polls. The poll is, which costume should Case wear first? Gorilla, Rocky Balboa, Stormtrooper, Hula Girl, or Banana? It's $1 per vote. Of course, all the money goes to St. Jude. And help us choose a costume for Case. You can do it it's easy, low-dollar donations. Great way, to get involved. And look, a lot of the stuff we're doing today is because Case is such a good friend and a good player. He's playing along and doing it. A lot of this is at his expense. If there was snow on the ground still in Mars in North Dakota where he lives, he'd be out there for donations doing a snow angel. He's got a lot. We got a couple of things lined up throughout the show. It's a long show. Got to pace ourselves on some of this, but got a lot to do. And big thanks to Case for his commitment because it's really cool.
My pleasure. That would not have been pleasurable, nor was the bean, but I'm willing to sacrifice my comfort for your entertainment and for your help in this, in our goal here.
You're a great guy. You're a great friend. All right, let me get Hattori down so far. He is our winner, number one donator this hour. The biggest donator this hour gets the LT Lawrence Taylor Painmaster CBD Full Spectrum Hemp Oils 1,000. It's like I said, this is like $150 value. Great stuff from Diamond CBD. They donated it. Anybody who is our top donor gets that. Also got a shout out to Buzzin' Sounds. Anyone who donates, who has a band or does music, wants a master done, free master to anyone who does a donation to the show. So take advantage of that. Kevin Butler, thank you. $100.69. We are, $36, less than $36 away from me eating a Bean Boozled from $4,000. Awesome stuff. Thank you all. Thank you. stjude.org/DLP. Get involved in the poll. Help us raise some money along the way, and we'll rock it out. Okay. Got that done. Where were we on the Lions chat, Case? Help me out.
Well, we just covered the Packers a little bit in depth and where their situation is at. We've talked plenty about the Vikings just because they're our upcoming opponent. Do you want to just finish this off?
Yeah.
Bears?
rock on the Bears really quick. I'm going to keep doing some stuff in the background. And I appreciate your ability to do this for us. We're tag teaming along the way. There's a lot to this. We need a production team.
Well, I told the St. Jude lady when we were talking to her that I'm basically just a tin soldier. You just wind me up and off I go.
Let me just I just want to, after the tattoo milestone, the 10,000 milestone, we're going to allow you guys to vote on whether Case or I get a pie in the face.
And I'm going to have to wait to do that till this evening because I'm going to have to send my girlfriend to the store.
Yeah. No, that's okay. It's going to take me a little bit. I have to get the fam here, but it's okay. We'll work it out. There will be, when we hit the 10,000 goal, you guys will get to vote to see which one of us takes a pie in the face. Roll that beautiful bean footage. It's coming soon. Oh, when are we breaking out the Jaeger? We talked about that, and one of the things we didn't want to do is pass out at 4 a.m. because that doesn't make for a good show when people wake up. But the last hour or two, I'm not averse to some alcohol because I'm going to be going to sleep after that. So we'll figure something out. We'll get some of that in there at the end. You guys remember the draft show? Okay, there we go. Take us to the Chicago Bears, Case. We're willing participants in your journey.
As you all know, they suck.
And do you want to apologize to Bears fans who are joining us?
Yeah, I do want to apologize to Bears fans, but they kind of know, at least judging from my lurking around in the Bears subreddit. I think they all kind of recognize that things are not going particularly well for them at the moment. They've lost 2 in a row. They've been jumping back and forth between quarterbacks, and Mitch Trubisky is hurt and hasn't practiced this week, so it'll almost certainly be Foles, and God only knows who the better option is at this point, because Foles is not as mobile enough to take advantage of the lack of offensive line that they have, and I think that was a worry for me when we talked about them coming into the year, was that I just didn't think that highly of their offensive line, and that Nick Foles was never going to be the mobile quarterback that Mitch Trubisky is, and Mitch Trubisky is never going to be the passer that Nick Foles is. If you could combine the two and get the best traits of each, you'd have a decent quarterback. And then you've got the other version of it that's, couldn't start in high school.
Oh, you might be stretching. Although my Jordan Love laugh was just as equal at the Mitch Trubisky pickup. I'm sorry, that was one that was just.
But they also have an extensive injury list overall right now. Cole Kmet, the tight end, who has looked like a decent future tight end in the league, is missed practice with a groin injury yesterday. Cody Whitehair has not practiced this week. Like I said, Mitch Trubisky. Danny Trevathan got a full practice in yesterday, and he'll probably be all right. It was just a veteran resting thing. So Roy Robertson Harris, has not practiced this week. The defensive end, they're one of their depth offensive linemen, Mustafer. I think he's depth. I don't think he's a starter, but maybe I'm wrong. Has not practiced all this week. Anthony Miller was out on Wednesday, did limited practice yesterday. If they were to lose him, that's, one fewer weapon for the limited, situation they have. We had John Jenkins, their nose tackle, missed practice the last 2 days. Eddie Jackson missed Wednesday and was limited yesterday. It's just, and it keeps going on and on. Akeem Hicks and Jimmy Graham both missed practice on Wednesday, although those were both probably more of the veteran type resting injury stuff. But they're pretty banged up at this point. It is a long list if you check it out, and should be clear today how many of those are actually game missing injuries when we probably go back to around the division later today at some point.
Yes, as we should and will. There's just some things you lean on, right? Because that's what you got.
Well, at some point today, we're going to go around the league.
Yep.
And there's going to be a lot of hemming and hawing, I'm sure, because there are just some teams that we don't know as much about. We haven't been following as closely this year. So,
Yeah, that's it. All right, still looking for $4,000 for the Bean Boozled, and trying to get there. And then we've got about 25 minutes to get up to $5,000. I'm getting nervous about whether we're going to get this tattoo or not.
We're making solid progress today, but that was a tough ask. So
yeah, that was a big one. I'm gonna see. It's water going in the background here. I'm gonna see if I can buy another hour out of it to see if we can raise that extra $1,000. It was a big ask. But he made a good bet.
Definitely.
Bet. All right. 4,000 gets me a Bean Boozled. 42.50 within 5 minutes of that 4,000 gets me a second one to double down on the grossness. And by noon, we want to get to $5,000. stjude.org/DLP. Get on over there and get your donation. You can donate. You can double up on the donation by taking advantage of the poll that we have there. The poll has whether Case should wear a costume: a gorilla, Rocky Balboa, stormtrooper, hula girl, or a banana. You vote for one. It's $1 per vote. So if you want to donate, you can also pick a costume for Case to show up in. Once the costumes have all been revealed, we will put those up for vote for which one he should wear to interview. I just like, my favorite is I just picture you as a hula girl interviewing Hank Fraley. The juxtaposition in my mind is one of the funniest things that I can absolutely imagine. So
some of these things I'll put on, but there's masks involved in a couple of them, so they'll have to come off for interviews because I won't be able to talk through a mask. But
oh yeah, well, we'll start the interview at least with a
Should I show him the mask that St. Jude sent me?
Okay,
it's not on my list because it's not really a costume. It's just but it's funny.
Okay, we'll go for it. What the heck? We'll see what. I mean, can't look any goofier. He doesn't have the earbuds in, so I can say whatever I want. All right, here we go. I thought you were gonna wear a mask. I thought there was a mask involved. What happened?
Oh yeah. Hey man, I'm really cute.
I thought there was a mask involved. What happened?
Anyway, it was cool of them.
Your nose is always cold and wet. What are you talking about?
Right. They were trying to, like I said with the Bean Boozled, they were trying to help us out, with ideas of things to do and stuff, and they did. I'm just not sure how I was going to incorporate that particular thing, but if I was wearing just that and went and made a snow angel.
Oh boy, yeah, that was something. And it wasn't that like a snow angel in your boxers or something, wasn't it?
In my short shorts.
Yeah, the short shorts. That was it. That's
they
horrifying.
Are very short shorts.
We've got a horrifying out of your
the
thing.
School for the Blind shorts. That's what.
Carter for the kids. Keep it up, guys. That did it. Carter, you're the best, man. Thank you so much. stjude.org/DLP. That's where you donate. Do that. But we're past the 4,000 mark. We've got 20 minutes now exactly to get $940 some. I'm bad at math. When you get like that.
We're also, if you guys haven't, already noticed, we're gonna go back and talk about some of the things we've already talked about, or at least look at them from other angles and things like that. We've covered a lot of ground talking about football already. If you guys have anything else that you want us to talk about, and you want to chip in a few dollars and give us a topic, I think that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, for sure. Slack, folks, we got the podcast
You want us to
topics.
talk about video games or beer or...
Yeah, any topic.
Whatever.
Podcast topics for those that are in the Patreon and the Slack. Thank you, Chris, for the math. 935.42 we need. Let's see. Yeah, the people in the Slack just use podcast topics, and we'll use that to add the topics. If you want to call us, you guys feel free to give us a ring on the old telephoner, 248-782-8384, 248-782-8384. We can call, get you on the show. You can talk, bring up a topic, let us know. We'll talk about it, whatever you want. It's all wide open, right? And also, if you want to call us but don't want to dial the number, you can use Skype. It is Detroit Lions Podcast. That's all one word, Detroit Lions Podcast. Man, $4,000 already. stjude.org/DLP. You folks are the best. You really, really are. I can't believe it. Okay. I'm at Bean Boozled place. We got our 4,000 case. I'm going to do it.
I just opened. I made sure to open it in front of everybody, so you know.
Do you have a spinner like I do?
I do. It's on the top of the tin. Let me do this. There. All right.
Do you have a garbage can nearby?
I do. All right. Big spin. Uh-oh. What's it say? Toasted marshmallow or stink bug? Oh, man. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let me start the clock. It was 11:41, so you got till 11:46 to make me eat a second one of these. All right. So, wait. What color was that? It's like a brown and white one. God, I don't know if it's brown and white. It comes in a lot of these little bags instead of just like...
Mm-hmm.
So let me see if I can find that. Maybe I should just grab one and eat it, because having to find... I'm going to get the wrong one. I know it. Let's see. I'm going to keep looking here. In the meantime, we got in the podcast topics, we got a question from Chris, who's so good. Would you guys be happy with the Lions Super Bowl if you knew we were going to get caught for cheating? That's a tough one.
That is a tough one.
And the fact that it's tough tells you how hard it is to be a Lions fan.
Yeah, I would love to, immediately take the higher moral ground on that. I think that, honestly, I think the answer is no, because I've watched the fans of other teams, like the Astros fans, who I'm not sure how many of them would still say that it was worth it to be, to have that asterisk next to it the whole time. That would cheapen it so much. Then again, since we don't have one, is it better to have a cheap one or is it better to not have one at all? That is a really tough question.
Yeah. I'm let's see. I'm not going to. Oh boy, you guys are hitting me up again. I'm not going for the cheating thing.
I'm gonna agree with that.
I'm not. I can't. Look. If it was playing against a team, if we had to beat the Packers to get to the Super Bowl and Aaron Rodgers is hurt, I don't want to play them at their best. I don't care if they're at their best, right? That's their problem. That's their problem, because I've been on the other end of that as far as being a Lions fan so many times. I don't even care about that. The cheating thing, though, it cheapens it. It takes away so much. It takes away so much. I can't. I'm just not down with it.
Yeah.
So I can't tell the colors of these things with all the shit going on. So I'm just gonna grab one.
All right.
I think what I got is either coconut or spoiled milk, which is not what you want first thing in the morning. Okay, we're at 4,091. We're just about $900 away. 15 minutes to get to 5,000. We're 150 about away from me eating a second one of these things. Yeah, you got to get that though. 150 in the next. I'll give you 2 minutes just to be nice. Here we go. I'm a little scared actually. All right, here we go. Oh man, it's sour milk. It's so freaking bad. If I don't breathe through my nose, I don't taste it as well. Oh God. I got it down. Okay.
Oh God, you've
Oh
got a
my
better.
God.
You have more willpower in that area than I do. I'll give you that.
Sour milk. How disgusting, man. Oh God. Anything but that. Anything but I should have picked it. It's a bad choice. Bourbon and sour milk. When you're feeling sick, there's nothing finer than a banana in a dirty ashtray.
Right.
Okay, 4,091 raised. worth every bite.
How much did we need to get to for you to do another one?
Time's up, and is when the clock flips. We need another $60. Oh my god! I got the. Don Drysdale gave it 100. Okay, look, I'll give you guys another minute. Not that I want this damn thing, but it's so close. I will. I want this kid. Look, I want this cat to get the tattoo. Is really where I'm at.
Yeah.
We are $60 away. You guys get $60 by 11:50. I'll eat another one since we're short. We're gonna fall short of the tattoo. Don Drysdale, behalf of Detroit Sports Nation, guys, thank you so much for doing this. It's all about the kids. Thank you, Don. Really, really appreciate the money. God, this thing is still disgusting in my mouth. What size donation for you to talk exclusively about the Electoral College versus popular vote for 10 minutes? Oh my
Say it
god.
again.
What size donation for you to talk exclusively about the Electoral College versus the popular vote for 10 minutes?
I mean, how much would it take for us to break that one rule that we try to keep?
Yeah. How much? How
we could
big a
shut
price
down
would-
like.
Everybody has a price, right?
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't know, Case. What do you want? What do you want? Get us
How long do we have to talk about it, do you say?
for 10 minutes.
We could probably do that if
$1,000 within
Yeah.
the next 12 minutes.
yeah.
We'll get the tattoo guy.
Yeah.
If we get the tattoo guy done, we will talk about the Electoral College versus the popular vote for 10 minutes and cost the stream however many listeners for 10 minutes. All right, crack it. There you go. You get us to $5,000 in 11 minutes by the top of the hour. Tattoo superstar is there. And I'm going to message him right now. He's in Australia. There you go. Zinspire says he'll donate for that not to happen. I can donate if you don't do it for 10 minutes. Oh my gosh. We're at 80808. Okay. Tell you, I can't threaten you. That's our rule. If you do donate, we promise you guys, okay, say it with the message. Donate money and say whether we should or shouldn't do it. We'll get that. How about that? Sound good?
Yeah, that's fair.
All right. And then whoever sends the most will get
It's
us
choose
to
your own
talk about-
adventure out here, guys.
Yeah, there we go. That's fun. By the end of the day, you only have international listeners. people who are just studying American history in college or something. Oh man. Well, the best part is it's all going to be wrong information because we're not smart. We're not smart about politics or any of the other stuff. There you go. All right. Where do we go from here? Let me see. Jeff Okuda. There it was. Okuda had the second lowest PFF grade for rookie corners. Minimum 20% snaps played, and then weeks 4 to 8, he's the third highest overall grade. Let's talk a little bit about Jeff Okuda. I think this kid, I want to do this the right way. There's so many thoughts going through my head. One, sometimes I'm frustrated by the Lions' devotion to character players, but in my heart of hearts, I kind of really like it that we have those quality guys, like Matthew Stafford, like Calvin was, like Barry was, guys that just exude that class and aren't the jerks. I feel it makes me feel proud to be around and support a team like that. Just love that fact. I'm gonna check real quick. Yeah, we're good on the stream side there, Golden. I think it's something on your side. Maybe do a refresh or a restart or something. Jeff Okuda is a guy who just exudes character when he talks to him. He seems like and sounds like he spends more time studying, reading books, schooling, educating himself than he does playing football. And I don't mean that in a mean way, but there's a stereotype out there, right, about the kind of football player versus the academic. He just comes off as more of an academic to me when he speaks, really, really appreciate that about a guy. Even Jared Davis, though, the film study and the work he puts in, I really love that about him, right? Okuda seems like that same kind of guy, and Okuda also has class, has the brains. He was told to study the best, and was told it was Davante Adams, and he spent tons of time studying film on Davante Adams to get him, get himself better based on how to cover the best. Really, really special kind of cat. I think he's gonna be just spectacular. It's hard because you want your first round pick to make an impact immediately, and for 4 games, that impact was not a positive impact. But you look at corner and you say typically you're like 3 years till you see a corner really grow into a spot. You look at Amani Oruwariye. It's so great to see his growth and what kind of a stud corner he's become. But wow, Okuda got there fast, and with no preseason and no training camp and everything else. I just feel like this kid is going to be one of the superstar corners in the league. And I don't want to make this to incite anything, but I think by the end of this year, if the trajectory continues, he's going to be a serious upgrade over Slay.
The way Slay was at the end, I wouldn't necessarily. I don't want to put on him that he could be, better than Slay was at Slay's peak, because at Slay's peak he was elite, and I don't know that. I don't want to put that kind of expectation on Aruwariye, but he certainly has. He hasn't hit his ceiling yet, and his ceiling is as a very good starter, I think. And I'm very happy. A very good starting number 1. Now, if Okuda, obviously, we won't know what the development course on him is until maybe the end of the year and into next year. Hopefully there's an off season next year and he can really, finally get some time in off the field that isn't, just strictly preparing for each and every game, to work on some of the more fine details of his craft. But yeah, I don't think there's any way not to look at what Aruwariye has done so far and be encouraged.
Yeah, no, I agree. Seeing Adams blow up the last 2 weeks makes it feel like we didn't do so bad against him in retrospect. No, I think Davante Adams really is one of the best wide receivers in football. I might even murder somebody in a dark alley if we were able to get him. That's how good he is. Permanent resident in Australia. Yes, the tattoo guy is a permanent resident in Australia. I don't know what the Aussies are going to think of having staff daddy, what it means. He said he enjoys getting off the kind of odd tattoos, and his kids enjoy the whole situation. His wife's gonna film it for us, so it's good stuff. I'm seeing if we can get an extension on him. I haven't done the math on what time it is there yet. I expect he should be waking up here in the next couple hours, so I'll see if he'll give us an extension to 1 o'clock because we're so close. Excuse me.
See if he'll give us an extension till noon his time.
Yeah, I think we can do this by 1. I think we can do it by 1 Eastern.
Yeah. I do too.
Or should we just pretend, since he's asleep, should we just pretend like we're on your time? Just pretend like we're on your time.
Oh, sure.
Oh, no, we're in such a time. We always have been. Let's see. So we'll get back to Okuda, but we got another question here. What are you guys' thoughts on the international series of games? Given the Lions were supposed to travel to London for the Jags games.
I think they're fine. I hate being, and we haven't had to deal with it, but I would hate being the team that had to give up a home game for it. But I don't think there's anything wrong with trying to build the still feeling that?
When you need to get rid of the bad taste
okay.
of sour milk jellies, nothing like your CBD gummies. Go ahead.
No, but I don't think it's a bad idea to continue to build the brand of the NFL and American football in general overseas. I think that it's a long ways off from, being as anywhere near as popular there as it is here. But if you don't work on it, if you don't put any work into it at all, you'll never get there. And who knows if in, 20, 30, 40 years, if there's, basketball's obviously blown up overseas. Now, football's a little bit more difficult just because in any country that doesn't have the infrastructure for it, it's so complicated to learn. It's expensive. It's you need certain things that, like soccer, real easy to set up a soccer field. Basketball, real easy to set up a basketball court. Even hockey, it's easy to set up a hockey. It's easy to play, backyard hockey with one other person or two other people.
Not in Jamaica.
It's not true so much with football. And I mean, that's not to say I grew up, playing football with my friends, even though I weighed like 10 pounds, and got broken all the time. But I mean, but it was more difficult for us to do that because you had to find, at least 6 people, and you can't always do that. Whereas with other sports, it's a lot easier. So I'm not sure that it'll ever have the international appeal that it does here, but obviously we've seen a growth in the fandom overseas, and I think we'll continue to see it as long as they keep, promoting it there.
Mm-hmm. And you're right about the logistics of making it happen. The thing about soccer, and one of the reasons it's so popular everywhere, is you just need something like a ball, and you need a little bit of space.
A sheep bladder or whatever. Goat bladder.
There's so many bad things going through my head that I want to accuse you of, and I'm just not going to. I'm just going to move on.
I'm dead serious. I believe in some very poor countries, they will make makeshift, soccer balls out of animal innards.
Yes, they will. Or just a crumpled up piece of paper. I don't know. But anyway, a ball or something like it is very easy to make, and you can just set out some space and play. Football is a little more difficult. The ball is specialized, so you got to get a ball. You could probably use a rugby ball, but then you have to get the people and grass and a whole number of things together because it's a very physical game and there's a physical aspect to it.
That's also true. We might also be more accepting as a culture of injuries.
Yes.
Than other places might be.
Yeah. And just the equipment, and then the culture of setting it up, right? In America, you have Pop Warner, you have football, and in the younger grades, it's on TV. It's kind of so well established, and there's so many heroes here that play football. Where somewhere else, you're an anomaly. Even soccer here, at least especially for the kids, is pretty easy, and a lot of them get into it, but it's not as big a deal as it is worldwide because it's just not. We don't have a really embedded soccer league here. Highlight. Not big here. Not big. Water polo. That's another one that is not a giant. Holy crap. Golden. Wow. We just did it.
Oh my God.
We're getting a tattoo. Golden.
Right on the money too.
Dude.
Right at. Were you waiting for that? Were you?
Wow.
You were just trying to build the suspense on us.
Golden.
That is incredible.
Holy, dude. I love you, man. That is absolutely awesome. You killed it. $800 gets us to $5,000 in the nick of time, like a minute ahead of time. We've got a guy going to get a tattoo on the live stream today. As soon as he wakes up, we'll get a time lined up for it. He's getting Staff Daddy tattooed. We did it, guys. Thank you all so much. So much. Jillian, I see you in the chat. You want to call? If you want, let me know. I'll send you a link. Would love to do a patient story and just check in with you on the show if you want. Go for it. Fab is trying to get me to eat the bean. My gosh, eat the bean. I just chased down.
Just say you will eat the bean in like half an hour or something, because I think I could not have eaten another one right away. I would have vomited. So,
and I don't want to make checks that I can't cash. Golden, again, man, thanks. And then I got to read. He said money he would have used going to the Viking game this weekend and Thanksgiving. Dude, you're the best.
Oh,
You're
that's
absolutely
great.
Fabulous. And you did in the nick of time win the LT Pain Master Performance Full Spectrum CBD oil. We'll get that out there to you. We'll connect afterwards. Wow, dude. I don't even know what to say. That's absolutely crazy to me. We did it. That's so great. That is so great. Eat the bean, Kevin. Oh God. All right, Get, all right.
Start chanting, "Eat the bean."
I just
Eat the
chased
bean.
it. I just chased the flavor out. Oh my god. Let me
I'm
see.
getting nauseous thinking about you eating it. So
Okay, let me. That sour milk, though, dude. I mean, it was like if it was like at night or whatever, I feel like it would have been better. It's still kind of, I guess it's noon, but it feels like morning. All right, we're 3 hours in. We're at $5,000, 3 hours in. Holy holies. Machia, thank you so much. Sanu is on the practice squad.
I did not. That's awesome. I mean, I don't think Sanu is as good as he used to be, but we can use a little help.
You know
for
what?
A minute here.
Machia, if you'd like to, call in. Let me do something. Okay, so there's a lot of things going on right now. The tat's going on. I'll eat the bean in a minute, Kevin. Remind me in 5 minutes, and I'll get that. We got a couple things going on. I want to see if Jillian wants to come on from St. Jude. I saw Jillian in the chat, and she's been super helpful getting things going. It's always a good time to get a story. Let me just hit her really quick. The tat is gonna happen. I have to get that. We'll get him in there. Holy, that blew me away. Golden, thank you, Golden. Thank you so much. This is awesome. This is happening. All right, I'm not sure if our next milestone showed up. $10,000 is the pie in the face for either Chris or Case. We'll get there, but that's something. Wow. Okay, we got Okuda. I think we covered it. There was one chat with a question that came through. Okay, we signed Mohammed Sanu. Thank you. That for Chris. Oh, there's so much. It all happened. Okay, we'll get back to Okuda. Quit stalling Fab with the bean.
Before we completely move on from that last topic, I just want to give a shout out to my my kitchen manager, Leslie, who is from Michigan, and her son, who came here to live with her now, just tore his ACL and I think he's a junior in high school, and he was just absolutely killing it and tore his ACL, and I feel terrible for her, but
oh no,
and him, but
oh no, that's no good. That's no good. All right, sorry, I'm getting this off, seeing if I can get our good friend Jillian. She's so great. She was so helpful setting this up. I mean, we did it you talk about the change between our first St. Jude fundraiser and this one. I think you guys can see a significant difference. We put some real eat the damn bean, Chris. We saw we'll get one out here. There it is. You see the significant upgrade in what we're doing, and why is it? It's because they've been so great and so helpful and so awesome. And there's no way I'm taking one the same color as that damn sour milk again. It's because of them, and Jillian's been the kind of the key point for that. So I just wanted to get an email out to her to see if she would join us really quick. We can thank her. She can talk a little bit about the mission of St. Jude, maybe share a patient story or so. As we said, we have 2 different patient stories coming on. One who was a teammate and friend of my son's soccer team. His dad's going to come on and talk about the journey that they went through and how much St. Jude means for them. And then also another guy, Brett, who's a listener, talk about his son who went through it. And they were actually lucky enough that they didn't need St. Jude, but there's nothing he believes in more. And as a matter of fact, while he's on for that hour, he's going to do a match of up to $500 for everything donated during that hour. So really big stuff. Really good stuff to hear about the team and what's going on. So I'm waiting to hear back. I got the bean right here. Is it too early for popcorn? It's never too early for popcorn. You're right, Jim. I'm raising more money not eating the bean. Okay, here it is. It's an orangey one. It's not the disgusting white of sour milk. Wish me luck, Chris. Or Case. I don't even know your name anymore. Wish me luck, my man. I am hoping I don't get another.
Yep.
And I just wanted to the folks in the truck doing craft services. I think I'm going to want a sandwich for lunch, just something with bread on it to soak up this gross in my stomach. All right, here we go. Oh God. It's not a good one.
I don't think there are any good ones. I think they're all just trolling.
It's booger. Oh God, it's booger.
From the color of it, I think it would look like a. Oh, I didn't. Oh, I see.
Oh God.
I don't think there are any good ones. I think they're just messing with us.
Juicy pear. Yeah. Oh God. Oh my God. So mine are. Where are me? I think mine are. Doesn't say which version. Does yours say which version yours are?
I don't know.
4th edition. Mine's a 4th edition.
Oh, mine's 5th.
There you go. Oh God, man! Like this is the first time I've eaten a booger in a long time. Fab, come on.
Apologize, you guys get to watch me eat for a second here, but have to eat.
Oh man! All right, thank you, Hannah. I really appreciate you joining and everything. And you're voting for me for the pie. Thanks, thank you so much. You folks are the best. What happened? I thought I generated love. Maybe Case has always been the foil, so they're waiting to see me take the pain. God. Okay, so I will. Maybe this isn't a ranking I should do, but I will say the booger is definitely better than sour milk. That sour milk, I was going to lose it for a bit, and it's still even over. The flavor is still sticking over booger.
Yeah.
But there you go.
I'm really hoping I'm hoping that I know exactly where that coconut bra is, because apparently Hula Girl is winning by a large margin.
Oh, yeah, let me check that. Okay, Matya, if you want to call and talk about the growth of, oh yeah, Hula Girl is killing it. It's the only one that's gotten votes. Let me tell you guys about the poll, stjude.org/DLP. But we got a poll going there. Vote for the costume that Case should wear. We'll call that in say 6 minutes at 12:15. We'll call that costume, and then Case,
I'm going to be really disappointed if I go upstairs and can't find it.
You're gonna have to improvise. Yeah, I don't care if you get some cereal bowls and tape them together. You're gonna come up with something. Oh man. So let's talk about this really quick. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
I was just going to say, as soon as we get somebody else on, or Jeff on, maybe this afternoon, I'll have to go find it.
Shit, I screwed up. We're an hour late on Jeff. Yeah.
What do you mean?
On the Riz, I was supposed to grab him at 11. Things have been going so fast. There's so much happening. I will get him right here. Jim, this is a great point. Oh God, this freaking thing tastes like crap. Somehow through whatever channels of magic, we need to get the news that Stafford, a live streaming tattoo, is on. We need a soundbite of him saying, "I am your staff daddy." That would be great.
If any of you have Instagram, go hit up Kelly right now.
Yeah, for real. And I will say very, very honestly, use your Twitter, your Instagram, Facebook, whatever you got. Please spread the word, not just about the broadcast and about donating, but to players. Lawrence Jackson, I'm waiting for his response. I know he's super busy, so I don't want to bust his chops. Anyone of the players or whatever that you can interact with, go make this happen. Go make this happen and brigade the heck out of him about having him come on and join us.
Hit up Everson Griffin.
Everson Griffin, absolutely. We would love to have Everson on the show and be able to talk to him a little bit and get his take on what's going on and Zimmer and so on. Love to hear that. We've got all the time in the world. We're here till 9 a.m. tomorrow. I mean, come on. So there we go.
Yeah, and if you can get Jeff on, I promise I will go try to make sure I can find the coconut bra before we.
And if everybody tags her at one time, Kelly will figure it out for sure. TJ, I don't know how busy he is. He's got time. They can call in at their will if they want to call in. If they want to Zoom, they can DM me. I am happy to do that, and I will watch and monitor that, and we'll get them the connection directly to the podcast itself and get a video with them. whatever they want. Oh yeah, Orlovsky's on. I got to text him and get a time from him today. He was going to make time for us today. Thank you, Matcha. Matcha also said later in the night or something. He's got some things to do for sure. Let's talk about the growth of football internationally. That's one. We did do a Instagram post. We don't have a whole lot of followers. We're only at like 175 because we don't post because we're idiots. Yeah, so anyway, let's do that. Oh, hey, Flounder. Flounder's back. How you doing, brother? Thank you for the super chat. Real reminder for everybody, 50% of everything from the super chat is going to St. Jude. The reason why, we had a couple people before this started to ask how they could help us out for doing this, and they wanted to take care of us. Our preference is not to use super chat, but those that do, we absolutely thank you. Like I said, we're going to give 50% of the money that we earn for the super chat to St. Jude. YouTube takes 30% of it, so it's just kind of, it doesn't all get through the way it should. We really, really want you, rather than super chat, to use stjude.org/DLP. All of the money then, 100%, goes straight through to St. Jude. Right? We like Case said, we're here all the time. We do this all the time. This is all about St. Jude, but again, we're just trying to answer. It was a couple people that asked, so we wanted to make sure we gave them an avenue to take care of that, and we'll go with it. Aaron absolutely would fancy some foreign interference in the chat about international growth of football. Would love to get a take from across the pond. I think Mike. Oh God, these beans, man. The ambling bastard is probably listening. We could get him in there somewhere too if he's listening, wants to give us a ring. So yeah, Aaron, if you want to give a call, feel free. I'd love to have you on and talk about the growth of football. I've got a couple things I got to do really quick, Case, if you want to take the mic and make things go.
What do you guys want to talk about right now?
Oh, you can hit that.
Okay.
Mr. Griffin. That's a good one, yeah.
Okay, Jesse, we talked about it actually right off the bat, but I think that Everson wants to have a chip on his shoulder. I think he does have a chip on his shoulder, especially after people the less than stellar performance that the entire defense in Dallas gave. I think that he wants to prove that he's still the guy that he used to be. Whether or not Mike Zimmer actually meant any disrespect, or if that's just Mike Zimmer's way, I think that's definitely up for discussion. But if it is a motivating factor for him, and if it's a motivating factor for him specifically against the Vikings, that's great news. Oh wait, he's not playing this week, is he?
Griffin? Yeah, he's playing this week.
Oh, is he? Was it last week that he missed?
Yes. He's
okay.
He's
you're right.
facing off against the Vikings to start.
Yeah, you're right.
That's
you're
beautiful.
right. You're right. I was forgetting how long he was. But yeah, no. To get a guy, I always love watching players play against their former team if they're on my team, because it seems to always give that little extra bit of, I really have to prove myself right now. And we've even seen it with Stafford, especially early in his career when he would go down and play in Texas and put in a little bit extra performance than what he otherwise was doing. Obviously, that hasn't always translated to wins, but nothing we do has always translated for wins. So, but yeah, no, I'm certainly looking forward to him. He'll be one of the guys I'm most definitely keying in on this week, along with Okuda for sure. What else you guys got? I'm trying to find something of interest on the. You said okay, so Mohamed Sanu, right? We didn't really talk much about that.
Right. Oh, that's a big one. And it's breaking too, right?
Yeah,
he was on the air and we got breaking news. This is good stuff. I like how this works. We should just broadcast all the time.
Trying to kill me. Yeah, no, he was an interesting player in regards to the Lions, just because there were a lot of Lions fans who wanted him over Marvin Jones back in that same off season, because Mohamed Sanu had a more extensive starting experience than Marvin Jones did, and Marvin Jones had been injured and wasn't when he was on the field, he was consistently getting better, but he had missed some time. I personally, if any, some of you at least drop out for a sec. Some of you probably remember that I was all about Marvin Jones and not Mohamed Sanu, but at the same time, he was a very good player. Now, he hasn't put up great numbers. I'm looking him up right now. He hasn't put up phenomenal numbers the last few years, but I don't know exactly if that's age catching up to him, if it's just the role he's in. What he was very good at was being a number 3 wide receiver. And on the Cincinnati Bengals team that he played on, he didn't have to be. They had AJ Green, obviously. They also had Marvin Jones, who would tend to split the second starting role with Mohamed Sanu on and off over the years there. But they also had incredible tight end play and running backs out of the backfield catching the ball. So even though maybe he was a starting number 2 wide receiver, he was very seldom the number 2 target, and he excelled in that role, being not the focus of a defense. Again, that he's been around for quite a while. He's 31. Yeah, 31.
Yeah.
And hasn't done much of anything this year so far.
He's got separation issues too, right?
Right. I think he fits the mold of our players. And that's frustrating. But at the same time, as long as they're not trying to rely on him to be the guy, which, I mean, there's no way he can be the guy at this point in his career.
If you have 3 number 2s, you still average out to the same, and their cornerbacks still have to cover 3 wide receivers, right? I mean, it's not ideal. You always want that number 1, but hey, 3 number 2s will get the job done.
Yeah. I am not upset by the pickup, especially at this point in the game, at this point of the year, when we just need a little bit of depth to get us through a few weeks until Kenny Golladay can come back, hopefully, in a couple weeks. You got to make these little depth moves, or the situation is worse than it otherwise would have been. So,
yeah. All right, we got Blandino confirmed. He's going to be on 7 p.m. tonight. So we got that going on. Working with Dan Orlovsky. Thank you guys for reminding me. He might have been messaging back and forth. He's trying to reshuffle his calendar to make this work today. Man, what a crazy time. Also, in the amount of time that we were talking, we got a $50 donation from I think it was MAP. I want to make sure it was Lion Ohioan. Sorry, Lion Ohioan. $50. Thank you so much, man. Really appreciate it. Up to $5,055.85. You guys, I can't tell you how much this is awesome. I really appreciates what you guys are doing. This is something special, something great. Would love to have you guys. I love having you guys take part in this and join us and do this. This is, again, for me, this is the highlight of my year. This is my favorite thing that we do, because oddly, it's we do the show because we do the show and it feels good to do. But this one, as much as we're helping others, this one's for us. It just feels so good to be able to put something together to help people who need it so much, and know that you're doing something that is just absolutely desperately needed, and helping people who in the worst possible times need a little bit of help. So being there for them, and you guys being there for us to be there for them, and us being there together, however you want to say it. Love it. Thank you guys all so much for all of that. Really appreciate everything you got. Okay. Everson Griffin, I was just told I should tweet him right away, and they bet he would join us. You know what? I'm going to do that. Case, can I make you talk some more?
Yeah.
Okay. You're wound up. Go, Tin Soldier, go.
Yeah.
Oh, I got to wait. Let me end the poll first. The banana came in second place.
Oh, okay.
But you better go find your coconuts soon, my friend.
Sure. Well, get Jeff on here.
Grow some coconuts.
As soon as Jeff gets on here, I'll go seek it out.
Okay, I'm waiting for a text back from him. I've got one into him right now, and we'll make that happen.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. No, that's good. Jesse asking about any interest in a Will Fuller trade, and would be nice to have a speed guy, and that he doesn't believe Bob Quinn believes in fast wide receivers. I don't know if I agree with the last sentence. I just think that they haven't seen the value at particular spots to take one. They have tried to use Agnew that way this year a little bit. They have used Marvin Hall a little bit. I'm a little bit surprised they don't use Marvin Hall more than what they do. But yeah, I do think Kevin Finley says, and I shouldn't have approved that, but that Fuller would effing drop every Stafford pass. Maybe he might struggle with that, and that does seem to be an issue with some of the speed guys, and I think that is exactly a part of why they have focused on the guys with the strong hands and contested ability, but maybe not the speed, just because there aren't as many speed guys that have great hands. You have to find a really elite guy to have a combination of both.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
all right, I'm almost done, and I'm almost interactive again. Sorry.
Yeah, my bad. Let me see. Vegas Raiders were fined for various COVID-related stuff. I'm glad that we haven't seen much of it with this team. Obviously, we see it pop up this week, and we're hoping. And Justin seemed confident that Justin Rogers, when we talked to him a little while ago, for those who missed it, seemed confident that there was a really good chance that Stafford would play this weekend. The big downside to it is that he hasn't had a chance to practice this week, so they won't have been able to go through the walkthroughs and stuff. They probably will have been doing a lot of the stuff as virtually as they can, I'm sure, knowing Stafford especially, that he's going to be doing his homework, especially with the other story that Justin told us about. He's one of those guys who would hire a car to take him to and from practice so that he could spend the time in the car doing more practice, so I have absolute faith in him putting in the time. It's just more difficult especially with changes on the roster, changes with who's going to be playing what roles and things like that, to really lock in exactly what you're going to be able to do and not do. Are you back with me?
Yes, I'm with you, my friend.
But overall, I just think we've been relatively lucky, and I know some teams have had a lot worse situations, and teams like the Patriots, who had, seemingly like a third of their roster opt out.
Chris Robbins really had a great milestone punishment, and we're looking for one at 15K. Again, we're going to 25K. Currently showing the goal of 15K. For various reasons that I won't get into the technical side of it. What do you say we sing a Christmas song together, Case? A duet at 15K. Sure. You feel like it? We can figure out what song. Yeah, we can figure that out over time. But you down with that?
You guys could vote on what song.
Oh boy.
Start a poll.
There you go.
It's got to be a Christmas song, though. It's got to be a Christmas song. It's got to be one that we probably know the words to.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Can we get a karaoke situation? Can you pump in a karaoke?
I don't know that I can. I might be able to.
If you just like YouTube, such and such song karaoke.
They copyright us on that, but I might have. We have a subscription that gives us music like that. We may have an opportunity to do that. Baby, it's cold outside.
Yeah, Aaron Fletcher, I would generally vote not Mariah Carey too, but hey, if it's what the people want, it's what the people want.
I don't know. I think I could hit some of those notes with another sour milk freaking Bean Boozled. That thing hit me hard. Woo, okay. He's smaller milestones. That's my wife yelling at me about smart stuff. We'll get there. We're working our way through this. All right. Everyone who's joining us, thank you so much for joining the broadcast. We are now in hour 4 of our 24-hour broadcast for St. Jude, currently being hosted or sponsored by the guys at Buzzin' Sounds.
Santa Baby would be a good one.
Yeah. It's currently sponsored
I think we could hit that one
by the guys from Buzzin' Sounds Recording Studio. Anyone who has a band and would like a digital master of their song, they will do it for free if you donate to the St. Jude piece, stjude.org/DLP. Buzzin' Sounds is over in Manchester, UK. They do music mastering, recording sessions, mixing, they do podcasts, the whole thing. As a matter of fact, I'm about to engage them to do some work and make my life easier. Community support and engagement, they do a lot of stuff, a lot of work there. They do training for folks that are trying to get their stuff moving as well. They have all kinds of great stuff, both on premise and virtually, as far as services, mixing, mastering, podcast editing, all that stuff they do. Buzzin' Sounds, check them out, and thank you, Aaron Fletcher and Buzzin' Sounds, for supporting us and supporting the hour with the show at donations straight to St. Jude. For all those supporters and sponsors, we love it. Thank you all, everybody who does it. Thank you. I did tweet at Everson. If you guys want, you could brigade that tweet and at him some more and bury him, because he is very responsive on Twitter. Maybe he'll do it. Would love to. Would absolutely love to talk to Everson Griffin, because I am stoked about what he can do against Riley Reef. It's kind of a funny little turn of events, right? Riley, the former Lion, Everson, the former Viking. And I don't think that Riley's reaction to being called good, he would have been like, "Really? You think I'm good?" Oh man, there you go. All right, where are we at? Let's talk about some other things that we got going on here. All right, Dan's out. Let me hit him. Okay. Sorry. I'm trying to get my text out to Dan. All right. Sing like the Chipmunks. That's something. Okay, we'll work something out. We'll take some of you guys.
Witch doctor.
We'll take some of you guys suggestions along the way, and we'll turn it into a poll and let you guys vote on what we need to do. Okay, so Riz is out for a little bit. He's got some stuff going on. I assume that there's the Sanu thing and some other stuff happening. So he's doing his reporting and work and really hurting the people that report to him and work for him physically. He's a horrible boss. He treats people just with disrespect. He's physically violent in the workplace, and that's why they turn out such good stuff, though, because he's such a strong leader. No, everyone knows Rizzo like that. So he's got that going on. We'll get him on shortly. That'll be okay. Matthew, question the auction. Let me hit on a couple of the housekeeping things here, if you don't mind, Case. The auction starts on Monday. We've got a whole bunch of really, 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 really great stuff available in the auction. Signed Galladay jerseys, signed mini helmet. That's from Mitch Z. He donated those ahead of time. He got those and sent them in. Certificates of authenticity with them. Colin K. I don't know if he wants us to out his whole name yet. Okuda mini helmet, Kenny G mini helmet. He also worked with the folks at Pro Sports Zone in Detroit. So get over there and spend a bunch of money at Pro Sports Zone, okay? Because here's what they gave. You ready for this list? Tavai signed football. Darren McCarty signed hockey puck. Darren McCarty signed mini helmet. A Kerryon Johnson signed poster. An Amani Oruwariye mini helmet. A hand. Tracy mini helmet. Tracy Walker mini helmet. A Tavai mini helmet. All from them. All donated from Pro Sports Zone over there in Detroit. Hook them up. The Detroit Lions gave us a DeAndre Swift signed ball. A Jeff Okuda signed ball. Great stuff there. Super, super awesome. And they're getting us Hank Fraley and a player later to be named. They've got a lot going on, too. Amen over there is killing himself. Dan Miller is going to give a custom voice message. He's going to put one together for you for auction. That's good. Jim Brandstatter is bringing something. We don't know what it is yet. He's probably surprised us today with what he's got. He's such a great guy. And then my donation dinner at Ruth's Chris. You got to be in Detroit for this one. During training camp, we're going to do our training camp party because COVID is going to be crushed by the time it's around next year. We're going to do that party, and we will take you out to dinner. Me, Riz will probably be there, and then Case might be. Whoever else, Sandman, anyone else we've got as part of the crew, we'll take you out to dinner to Ruth's Chris Steakhouse, and you can hang out with us and have a lot of fun. That's how we met Colin last time, and he was absolutely great. So there we go. That's the auction. It starts on Monday. It's going to go through the 18th of December, okay? We're going to ship ASAP, and we're going to try to get that stuff to you by Christmas. So if you want to do it as like a present or whatever, we're going to have that stuff out there and available for you guys. I recommend maybe using the picture just in case and wrapping the picture, because I just know how things are right now, especially with the COVID and everything. It may show up in like the 26th or something. But you want somebody to have something to unwrap and have that kind of moment of excitement and knowing it's coming is half the fun. So you can make Christmas 2 days instead of 1 this year. How about that? All right, we got that going on. We've been on now. We're in our 4th hour, right? 3.5 hours, something like that. I don't do math. I'll leave that to Case. Please help us donate. We raised $5,000 in the first 3 hours. It's huge news. That means that we have our Australian superstar getting a staff daddy tattooed live streamed on our channel on the show. It's going to be crazy. We'll get that going on. So that's happening. We're here till 9 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. It's 24 hours going on. Did I hit everything, Case? Oh, stjude.org/DLP. Get in there. Go ahead and donate. Your name shows up. You get popped up on the highlighted here. We'll thank you, and it shows up across the scroll on the top. And it's all really, really amazing stuff. So I think that's where we're at. I think I did all the housekeeping. Case, I want to hand you the mic really quick because I want to finish this text to Orlovsky. And I'm still trying to work an angle. Okay,
go for it.
Thanks, brother.
Chris is going to help me out and let me know as soon as the practice report is released for today. So I'll be able to go back and look. We'll be able to look at hopefully us and the Vikings at some point early this afternoon to determine who's going to be in and who's going to be out for that matchup. Somebody in the chat, I forget who it is. It was a little while back. Wanted us to talk about Hawkinson. I brought him up very early in the show with that he is the 5th highest graded tight end by PFF since week 4. I'm not sure exactly what there is to say other than he's been really good at everything. Obviously we were worried last year after the injuries, especially the concussion. The concussion and the ankle, that he'd be that kind of player, constantly hurt. We haven't seen that this year. Haven't seen him doing as many, risky hurdles, which I think is probably good. But one of the things he said coming into the season was that he wanted to make sure he was 100%, because if he wasn't 100%, he wasn't sure he'd be able to mentally be 100%, mentally go for it hard on every play. Well, it seems like that's not really a problem for him. I would think that if Stafford wasn't having a little bit of problem with the touch on his end zone passes, that he would honestly be looking even better statistically. He'd probably have at least 1 or 2 more touchdowns. So I've been very happy with that. And we all know that it's tough, that the player doesn't pick where they're picked, and that being a tight end picked early in the first round is never really going to be the most popular thing for most fans. But he's handled it with grace. He's handled it with maturity, not intending a dig there at anyone else. But he's recognized his flaws and he's worked on them, and he's put in the work, especially in the ground game, to become one of the top run blocking tight ends in the league, which is absolutely something we need. So, yeah, I don't think there's anybody who can't be happy with him. And even if you're not thrilled about where we drafted him, I think that considering the value of all the picks around him, it looks a lot better than the last time we did something similar did. So
yeah. Yep. Oh man, I'm getting math cracked over here. 1 + 1 + 1 × 0. I think it's 2.
I think so too. I don't see any brackets, but
I think you do.
I think these are the kind of things
first.
these are the kind of things that people don't agree on.
Yeah. Well,
like whether to use a Oxford comma.
Okay. The Oxford comma. I'm glad you bring that up because this is huge. No, not the case. All right. I'm closing this poll out. Hula Girl. Thank you for everyone who took part in it. Hula Girl at 232.34 and Banana at $50. We are winning with Hula Girl. You get your coconut cups together, my friend, because it's time. And let's see what we got going on. Our next guest, we got Riz maybe. We got Billy Sims at 1:30. So you decide when you're ready for that. I've got a little.
Well, like I said, I need a minute away to go see if I can locate stuff.
Okay. You want to go do that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me put you on the magic be right back place. Look at that.
Perfect.
Okay. Just give me in on the audio when you're ready to start.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, we got that. All right. Practice report is coming soon. Chris, we're going to look for you to help us with that, or anybody who has a practice report. It's crazy how much is involved with producing one of these things and communicating, getting all these things lined up. It's a lot more in the moment than we thought, but hey, that's part of the fun, right? Hawkinson performed compared to the other number 8 overall picks. That's a good one. I will save that for Case. O-line and the rotation. What's your thoughts? This is really, really interesting, and I appreciate that you want the Oxford comma, Jesse. I'm with you on that. The O-line, the whole rotation thing is new. It's something that I don't know that anybody else does it. But one of the things I think it's kind of like bittersweet. On one end, you're getting guys reps like crazy, and everybody is getting better on that line. Everybody is working together with everybody, so that if somebody gets injured, the group is ready to move forward and together, and they don't have a gap with someone they're not familiar with. I think this might work. I think there's a lot of positives to that. I think it helps you when you're next man up in it. It helps you out a great deal because the next man up, everyone's familiar with and has played with. So that's good. And it's the kind of concept of multiples, right? Guys going from guard to tackle and center and stuff, that's crazy to me, but they're doing it. I'll say before Vaitai got back, and Vaitai's playing hurt, so we can't totally knock on him, but we can knock on the signing maybe. Can't knock on the man. Can't do anything about what your body does. But the first couple games, we got clobbered, for lack of a better term. But that O-line was great, and we're still, I believe, pretty top for run blocking. But we're not getting the yards that should come with that kind of run blocking, so that's kind of disconcerting. But even though we're rotating, this offensive line is playing very well. Again, the defensive linemen have an advantage, both athletically and the way the rules are set, that they typically, it is really hard to be an offensive lineman in this league. It's hard to be good at it. It's hard to achieve success as an offensive lineman in the league. And having guys that are up to speed is great. Then again, playing guys that are at the bottom of your roster, at the bottom of the rotation, while they're getting experience, the whole idea of learning is, well, you make mistakes along the way. So your offensive line maybe isn't the best that it could be. So you're giving a little and you're getting a little out of it. What I see is something that maybe if you're building for the long term, you do that for 2 years. Year 3, you have a pretty good offensive line in place, hopefully, with guys who are all familiar with each other, who have great camaraderie, and who do all the things you need them to do. You couple that with such a spectacular coach, a great leader, a great teacher, and a great person, and a guy with great experience like Hank Fraley, and you could find some real success. So the idea of the rotation, a lot of people are negative about it. A lot of people just react to things they haven't seen negatively. I can see positives. I can see negatives. I can see both of those things bearing themselves out in the way that the team is performing on the offensive line. So we'll see. The jury's out, right? I think it's an amazing experiment. I think it's an interesting experiment, and I like the creative thinking. It's one of the reasons I like the coach. All creative thoughts don't necessarily come through as winning ideas, but I think going through and finding your way and doing those kinds of things really, really help find different gaps in the league, find different angles and advantages against other teams in the league. So that's kind of where my head's at on the rotating line. Yeah, Hank is absolutely the best. I mean, I'm telling you, guys, I can't say it enough. There's nothing better, and I tell y'all, go to the Senior Bowl if you can. If you really, really, really want to go, and you want to help out, like, because we're gonna be on Radio Row again. You want to be like a gaffer for us, or a gopher, whatever. I don't know what the word is. If you want to help us out in that way, I can get you a media credential with us, and we would absolutely love to have your help. You got to pay your own way though. But the credentials will get you free. But the Senior Bowl is an absolute education. It is amazing going there to watch everybody work. What a blessing it was for us to go see the Lions staff. You talk about getting a different view of Coach Matt Patricia. Spend some time with him. You talk about getting a different view of an offensive line coach like Hank Fraley. Go watch him work with these kids. These kids, you think about it, these are the guys that are cementing ahead of the combine. They're the thinking on their draft position and what they have. The last chance to really play against the top tier competition that's of the draft class and show what they have and help put themselves above the others in a competitive landscape. And to be able to sit there and see with the kind of access, the players are walking by us at the hotel right in front of our table all day, every day when we were doing the Radio Row thing. You get down on the field, you're right there. I mean, you can shake their hand if you want, right? You're right there. That you won't get closer to these guys, have a better chance to interact with these guys, and really see what goes into that. With all that being said, that visibility, I was, TJ McLaurin, people, I'm a told you so guy now with that one, but I was all over him because of what he did at the Senior Bowl and seeing him there. I knew that he was an amazing talent there. Same thing with Hank. Watching him, I wanted to be one of those guys in the field when I watched Hank teaching those kids out there and coaching them all week in the games. It was really, really something. Jesse, it's a great. I should show some of my notes from the Senior Bowl, from the Elephant Walk. Those are good notes. It is an excellent experience. The nighttime times are a heck of a lot of fun. There's a lot of celebrating going on. You run into people. We went. Sandman and I went to Ruth's Chris when Jeff had a Lions Wire get together, so we went out. We were there. Both teams were there having the big dinner. It's just like boom, you just run into them. Walking down the streets, you run into the folks. It is absolutely a fabulous time. It is a great place. I can't tell you guys enough. If you get a chance, go down to the Senior Bowl. It is the most intimate and fun NFL event you'll have. Oh, there's Bill Belichick. Crazy. It's insane. It's insane. So it's a good time. Yes, Jesse, I will bring my notes from past Senior Bowls. I will talk through some of the highlights because there's definitely some good stuff in there. I will never forget labeling Hunter Renfrow when he came up there and they said he was a wide receiver. My note says looks like a punter or body like a punter or something like that. So there you go. Fun stuff. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Quick update. Dan Orlovsky did hit. He's going to add a signed football to the auction as well. If you're ever looking for safety, you want to go to Dan Orlovsky. Thank you, brother. You're awesome. Back here. Okay. So he's bringing a signed ball for us for the auction. That's awesome. What a great thing. Definitely, yes, if you want to come down, the Senior Bowl is a good time. And like I said, we could always use somebody to help us, move equipment, lug stuff around, and do the setup and take down. So if you want to come in, we'll get you a credential and you can join us, as long as you're not an axe murderer. Axe murderers are not invited. We're 45 minutes away from Billy Sims. Make sure to head over to stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. That is where you donate. That's how we help everything out. It's a great way to do a lot of stuff and help St. Jude and get the money raised. We're just past 5,000. We nailed it for the tattoo. We have a guy doing the staff daddy tattoo as a result of us getting to that mark by noon. And we did it at 11:59. You guys never let me down. You're the best. That's great. Love that. Let's see what else. We're looking for 10,000 now. 10,000 is a pie in the face, and you guys get to vote whether it's case or I. 20,000 is going to be a pie in the face. At 15 grand, we're going to do we are going to sing the Christmas Carol of your choice. So I think Case in the hula costume singing a Christmas Carol is an idea that maybe we should all think about because it's worth it. Hank Braden Coombs. Yeah, you know what? I can't give Braden Coombs enough credit for the great work that he does. Really, really great stuff out there. My only thing about Braden, and I'm going to tell you, he's just a little young, okay? He's got great pedigree, great, grew up with a lot of stuff. I hate picking somebody early or too early because you wind up taking all the mistakes if you promote them too fast and then they go somewhere else and do great. Not that I don't like growing talent, but there's a right time. And I'll be frank, I'm not close enough to Braden. I love what the special teams has done. I love what he's done with the special teams this year. He's been a spectacular add to this team. He's really, really, really nailed it. Larger responsibility, I think he's probably ready for larger responsibility. Head coach, not sure yet. Maybe college, but even then, I'm more. See, here's my thing. I'm more of an internal growth person. I know you go out and reach out and get the best guys, but a guy like that, Braden Coombs, Hank Fraley, those are guys I would love to have in my system if I'm the Detroit Lions in my coaching system, and grow them into their positions to be a possible head coach one day, right? Get Braden Coombs ready to be a coordinator one day, and Hank Fraley a coordinator one day. Would love to see us grow those guys into those positions, because you know what that means? Everyone around them is learning as well. It creates a culture within the organization that feeds itself over a longer period of time and builds that long-term success, versus that rise to the top, you're shot at the Super Bowl, and then crumble down the other side of the hill after that. I've waited so long now for the Lions success that waiting a little bit to get things built and build a solid foundation and watch this team grow into something really good. I'm willing to wait a little bit of time, but it does hurt. I can't tell you it doesn't hurt. You did not miss the Fraley interview, BDR Fab. Sorry, you did not miss that. We haven't got that yet. I've got a ton of emails that I got to answer, but I need Case back because you guys don't want to watch me doing emails. You want to hear about our Lions news. So let me hit a couple of things. First, I got to tell you, stjude.org/DLP. Please go there. Hit the money. You can donate anything. Every little donations matter. Big donations matter. The whole thing. We appreciate everything you guys got. Let's see. We're 12:48. We'll do it during the 1 o'clock hour. We'll do another giveaway from Diamond CBD. Our friends over there, best sponsor ever on the face of the planet. They are absolutely awesome, and they're sponsoring 10 hours of this show. We're still got Buzz and Sounds going because those guys are so great too. Can't forget about Aaron, but got some great sponsors going on, and we'll start the giveaway for the biggest donation of the hour starting at 1 o'clock. Let's see, you got the auction. Billy Sims at 1:30. We got Patient Story. Matthias is the guy's name at 3 o'clock. Tony Ortiz, Jim Brandsatter, Dan Miller at 4:30. We're getting the band back together. That's going to be so awesome. These guys haven't been together since they broke them up in the move to WJR, and we're going to have all three together again, and it's going to be fabulous. I'm telling you, just absolutely fabulous. Let's see. We've got Wayne Fonts at 5:30. How's that? We'll have him on. We'll talk to him. Can't beat that. We got Blandino at 7 tonight. 6:30. There was someone that was going to be on. I forget. I got to get that down. We got another great patient story from Brett Cousineau, a longtime listener and friend of the show. He's going to match donations for that hour up to $500. So make sure we get that rocking and rolling at 8. Colin, 11 p.m. Tattoo Guy is tentatively scheduled right now for 2 a.m. for a live stream. Okay, he's in Australia, so the times are the times. But we got to get him. He's got to shake him out of bed. And again, I need Case back so that I can get looking at what the time zone thing is. Are you here, Case? Oh, okay. Guess not. All right, and then Justin Rogers is back again tomorrow at 8:30. He wanted to see what we were like from start to finish. We are now almost done with our 4th hour, into the 5th hour of 24 hours of broadcast and raise money for St. Jude. Let's get into the Lions news. Let's talk a little bit about that and see what we can find. Yeah, Jesse, that's all. That's it. You want to get young, talented people, promote your young, talented people, grow them, help them become
Chris,
better, and see what success is. There you are. How you doing,
I'm
Case?
here.
Oh, let me get you back then. Let's see. Case, BRB. There you go. Oh, my God.
You get what you pay for.
Go do that again. Hey, go. Come on, do that. Holy crap. Oh my God, I do not have that recorded. I don't have that recorded. I mean, I will. I can get it. Okay, it was in 3:49. I gotta write this shit down.
Now if nobody's.
Oh my God,
Now
this
it just looks like I'm podcasting shirtless.
Yeah, I think your audio is funny right now. Your voice. You did
okay.
the funky voice thing going. See if that fixes it. If not, maybe rejoin the Zoom. But you shifted like an octave down, I think.
Yeah, is that better?
No, still down. All right, tell you what. I'm going to put you on the BRB. Restart Zoom and see how that flies for you. Okay, buddy?
Okay.
All right, cool. All right, we got that. Okay. Wow. Did you guys see that? Holy shit. That was worth every penny. Oh my God. Okay. So I'm telling you guys right now, while he's gone, I am straight going to have that video of him and a picture of that. That is going live very, very shortly. That is going to be huge. Okay. That is going to the production truck once the production truck gets home from school. Holy cow. All right, we'll get Case back here shortly. I want to take a quick little drink here. Get the throat lubricated. And all right, let's get into the. We talked a little bit earlier. Let's hit it again. Highest graded tight ends since week 4. Travis Kelce, number 1. Anthony Fursker at number 2. George Kittle at 3. And TJ Hawkinson at number 4. That's great. I'm telling you, he's a great pick. He's a great pick. TJ is going to be around for a long time, and I love what he brings to the team. It's something very, very, very special. God, you guys, thanks so much on the Twitter. I see you guys out there tweeting at the players, seeing if you can get the boys on. Stay with it. See if we can get some brigading going and get some of these guys to join us. It's going to be a good time. Love to have any of them. Love to have any of them on as soon as we get Case back. Here he comes. And how you doing, sexy? How you doing there, sexy? You there?
Yeah, am I back to normal?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Just go
Back to normal in quotations over here.
Just go up and do the hula. Stand up one more time for us, please. Just stand up and do the hula. Oh, this is worth every bit of that. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Thank you, Case.
Yep. You're welcome.
So much.
Everyone.
Oh my God. That is awesome. Okay. Got that one. That's good. Floundericious just came through. Holy cow. $200 match. No time limit. I'm going to give it a 10-minute time limit. Let's go. Let's get $200. We've been sitting at $5,055.85 for a little bit here. We're working hard. We're making it snow. You guys make it rain. stjude.org/DLP. Help us out. We got $200 on the line to do a match. Let's do this. Holy cow, Case. That I mean, look, I give you all the dang credit, man. You are after that.
I'll have to share credit with Britta. She helped me tie it on, plus found the wig for me. So
you are an absolute superstar. Holy cow. Holy
I'm
cow.
going to have to put a shirt on soon. It's cold in here.
I noticed.
Gary, I won't argue with that.
Does Case do this on the weekends? Oh no, he's more into the burlesque. The sunglasses, the pineapples, the wig. Oh my God, Case. I don't know how much CBD it's going to take to erase the memory. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Case, I need you to take the mic for a little bit. I got a couple emails from people coming through. I did want to say, Dan, I don't know if you missed it. Dan Orlovsky can't join us today. He got crammed with meetings, but he is donating a signed football for the auction.
Sure.
Dan's always a great guy and miss talking to him, But with his new fame and fortune of the ESPN gig, a lot of things pulling him in a lot of different directions. So, thank you, Dan Orlovsky. Case, what?
I'm gonna cover my shame. Hang on.
No, oh no.
I'm cold.
The shame shall live for. the shame shall live on. I promise. There you go.
All right.
There you go. Okay, good stuff.
Get adjusted here.
That was incredible. That was incredible. I'm going to see what it's going to take to get a screenshot of that really quick and get that out on Twitter. Wow. Okay, Case, I'm just literally going to hand you the mic and I'm going to put together the poll for your next set of costumes, if you don't mind, and answer a couple emails.
Sure.
Okay.
All right. So I'm actually trying to find. Apparently, my buddy John was in the stream earlier. I think he missed that little episode, but I was trying to find him in there. Anyway, you guys need to give me some topics to talk about today. Some more, because we got lots of time.
I think it was Chris. Let me see really quick. Oh God, yeah. Screen's here. Chris Payne's gonna grind these 24 hours with you, brother. We appreciate that. Oh, Tyler, thank you, sir. $10. That's $20 from Tyler because it got flounderized and it is doubled up.
I see you there.
Oh, I woman of why, man. You've done it all. You've done it all, my friend.
Yep. You guys better. You guys owe me for that one. I want to see some donations.
Oh my gosh. I'm stunned. I'm literally like absolutely stunned but that was like so more elaborate than I thought. I mean, it was, and then like I didn't expect like to have you standing there, just like stunned, just stunned, man. Okay, love it. Casey, you're the best. You're absolutely.
I didn't know those coconut bra would come in so handy for me, but
normally I wear it like a cup, like a supporter.
Right.
All right. Okay, do that thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna let you go, buddy. Get my thing going here. Tell you what, let me tee you up with.
Hang on, I'm looking through some Lions subreddit stuff to see if there's anything.
Okay. You can do that. You want to talk about the best first quarter team in the NFL?
I think we are, right? We're the only team in the league that has scored first in every game.
Yes.
And you would think that would, translate, but also, how sad are we that Flowers is on IR? Hopefully, it's the kind of like the kind of thing that now we can get away with 3 weeks on. We talked about it on the show on Wednesday, but the way the IR is set up now, if a player goes on IR, they only have to miss 3 games or 3 weeks, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be that he's back and that basically we're trading him for Everson Griffin for 3 weeks, and then hopefully we'll have both of them. But we'll find that out. Chris, Paynes.
Let me hit you really quick. You got Aaron on the line, Aaron Fletcher from Buzzin' Sounds Recording Studio, by the way. Hey Aaron, how you doing? I am going to take a moment away from the camera. Case, you got him, you got the chat, you got enough people to keep you company. I'm gonna let you hold down the fort, and I'm gonna stuff a sandwich down to kill this taste of these damn jelly beans.
Sure.
What's up, guys? How are you
Aaron,
guys getting on?
how you doing?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm at this point I'm good. Check in with me in about 15 hours and see how we're doing.
Can do. I was just calling in because obviously I think we're looking at stumped for a bit of conversation, and I know we said we're could talk a bit more about the growing the NFL internationally.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I thought obviously this year the Lions were supposed to come over to London, and and play against the Jags, because obviously the Jags are giving up 2 home games a year for the next couple of years.
We've had a couple. Hang on, real quick. Sorry to interrupt. We've had a few people donate on St. Jude. I'm not as good at keeping up with it as Chris is. When he gets back, I'll let him know, and we can go back through and thank you individually. But please, thank you. That's amazing. So, anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, first off, I just wanted to know, because obviously over the years I've had conversations with people. Some are for it. Some absolutely love the idea of growing the NFL internationally and having these games. Some are not so keen on it because they don't like teams giving up home games, especially in a big season. And I know you kind of touched on it before, but what are your guys' thoughts on, obviously, seeing teams go take home games and take them on the road overseas, like 3,000 plus miles away?
Yeah. Well, I think that the London audiences have been very good to the NFL and good to the fans. The games have been exciting with when there was, fans in the stand. Obviously, our good buddy Mike, the Ambling Bastard, who was a content moderator for when we were doing a lot of blog writing. I'm not sure if he's still an editor for us. I'm not sure if we're still doing much of that or not. I know Chris puts out some stuff every once in a while that's really good. Chris Robbins puts out some stuff every once in a while that's really good, and every once in a while Ash has something that's really good. But he's a good friend of ours and good friend of the show. And he went to the Falcons-Lions game with the crazy finish to it. Sent us a little care package afterwards, and I have a flag, an Atlanta Falcons flag that they got for freebies. And that was cool. But yeah, no, I think the way London has embraced it, and I'm sure that it's not everybody there that's into it, but there's definitely enough of an audience for it to be, I think it's something that should absolutely be continued. So.
Yeah, I mean, the way I've seen it, I mean, I've only kind of been following the sport for about 5 or 6 years. I think the first season I was really getting into it and kind of committed to the Lions particularly was the season with the Falcons came over, and then the next year the Lions came over again and played the Chiefs. But the less we speak about that game, the better, because that just wasn't a nice game. But even since then, it's grown massively to the point where I think the NFL obviously have put $20 million into a stadium over here for one of our soccer teams who were redoing their stadium, and now they have a retractable pitch, which during the soccer season they play on, and then when the NFL games come over, they just kind of push a button, the pitch retracts, and then a brand new fresh NFL pitch comes up, and it's absolutely incredible, and it really shows obviously the faith that the NFL have put into these international games and growing the games. And I've seen obviously the whole thing, not just the Lions, because the Lions are not particularly a team that international people swing towards straight away. You're looking obviously at teams like the Patriots and maybe even obviously right now you've got teams like the Chiefs, the Cowboys, Eagles, and teams like that who've kind of got relatively big followings. The Jags, purely just due to the amount of games they play over here, are growing a following. But the Lions not so much. But obviously I said the game's growing over here a huge amount, and we get people for obviously some American fans come over. We get people from all over Europe coming in, and even the grassroots game has continued to grow, and there's more things going on around the country. And I don't know how much you guys have the knowledge on just kind of some of the pathways that are being created with some of the camps that go on here and actually get some NFL representatives. They get some NFL representatives over to have a look, see some of the players, and we've had a bit of representation now for Brits in the NFL. Not a lot, but
yeah,
it's happening. And how do you guys see that kind of carrying on? Or even could you see that growing even more? Or do you think that's something that may fizzle out? What's the temperature on that sort of stuff over there?
I would be surprised if long term it didn't slowly become more and more international. I don't think it's going to happen fast.
Oh no.
It may not even be something that in my lifetime has really caught on, but I think that it's got enough appeal to it and is a unique enough sport. And I say this, and that's very that might come off a little bit ethnocentric, like because I'm American, I like American football, right? I have had the good fortune to, for example, when I was in Ireland several years ago, got to watch the Irish football finals. That was great.
Yeah.
I loved it. We happened to be, and I'm trying to remember the name of the county we were in, but they were the ones who ended up winning it, and that was great. I got to watch it in a pub with people and having them explain the rules to me as the game was going and that kind of thing. That was great. I love that. I've always enjoyed a little bit of like rugby and some other international sports that aren't as don't have the same ground in North America that the obviously the big ones like hockey and soccer do. But I enjoy that, and I think a lot of people enjoy that, and I think that as we continue to, obviously, for example, in Australia, we've seen quite a few rugby players come over and try to make it in the NFL. They haven't been super successful yet, but that doesn't mean that down the line, if American football doesn't build more of a following there, that there might not be more crossover players who grew up doing a little bit of both, who then have the skill set that they could translate over to the NFL. I know that there is some small, following for American football in Japan, for example. And I would love to see, and obviously we had a kicker on our team in a preseason one year, Kickalicious. I can't even remember his real name, but he was from, I want to say he was from Sweden or Denmark. I don't remember for sure. It was one of the Nordic countries, but it was a lot of fun and we loved having him. He ultimately didn't make the team, but I could 100%, especially positions like kickers and punters. I would not be surprised to see that translate more and more into the NFL over the next decade. I would hope that eventually we get a few star players coming to play American football in the NFL from all over. We've already got a huge fan, a huge following, and a huge portion of the players that come from like Samoa and other South Pacific islands, and I think that's awesome. I would not be surprised to see more and more of that happen.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, especially with what you're saying about especially Australia. I mean, you only have to look at the Lions practice squad to see Aaron Sipos, who comes from over there and came from Australian football, and it's such a great thing. And obviously, one of the things that actually one of my key things we're doing at the moment is we have kind of our own. Me and a few guys over here, we have a little blog and our own little kind of podcast doing some things around the NFL, particularly the Lions, because we're all Lions fans. And it's quite interesting to see that actually the Lions following over here, like I say, it's not huge, but it's slowly growing. Yeah. Don't think after this year we're going to see it grow as much as we hoped it would. With some of the ways we probably thought the season could go. But it's been great to see, and I know I'm in the Slack chat, and you see there's a couple of lads from Ireland, and there's a couple of lads from not too far away from where I am. Sure. It's really it's been great to see the whole growth of it. One of our two main sportscasters has just got, in fact, our main one has just got a dedicated NFL channel, which is just it's massive for the sport over here, and it's really growing. And it's been great to see from our standpoint, because the more it grows, the more we get out of it. Right. And you can walk into most shops now, sports shops, and they'll have something NFL related in there. Mainly Patriots gear or Cowboys gear or something like that. Maybe Oakland, it's very. My only real way of getting Lions gear is online. Yeah. But the more we see things like this, the more we start to see, even things like Lions gear appearing. and it makes things 10 times easier for me and makes it shopping a little bit more exciting with the missus. When I can walk around and actually and see something, and I'm like, oh, Lion stuff.
No, that's cool. I'm glad to hear that things are at least slowly progressing that direction.
Yeah, and hopefully, there are a few lads that we kind of talked to, and one of the lads that we're with this stuff over in the UK, he goes over every year, tries and does road games instead, because obviously I've not been to Detroit yet, but he said he's been to Detroit that many times, he's done everything, doesn't need to see it again, but and decides that going on road games is probably the more interesting and the more fun thing to do, but it was really just a quick one, just to see how you guys are feeling about it, what the noise is over there about the growth on it. And I know, say you speak to some people, they're a bit here and there on the situation and the growth of it.
Well, I do think, as you were talking about earlier about players coming from other countries to play here, I think that when, I don't necessarily if it's an if, but when we get some superstar from another country here, that will immediately significantly boost the international appeal of the game, not even necessarily from that player's home country, but from lots of, if we get one European player, I think that would boost a lot of the interest in the sport in Europe as a whole. You see that all over. Yao Ming coming to the U.S. to play basketball was huge for China's interest in the game, that kind of thing. And if we had it, I don't know when that's going to happen, but I do hope it does, and I hope it happens, sooner rather than later, so we can really start, bonding as an international community around the sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Aaron, how you doing, brother? I didn't mean to leave when you got here. I just had to. I had like a stack of stuff I had to get taken care of, and I'm back now. Is that a
euphemism?
That's terrible. Is going into what I'm talking about. I have to say, Tori Petrie called. She can't make it. She's got some serious family issues, and there's some stuff going on. Keep her and your family thoughts and prayers. Best of luck to her. She's absolutely willing to do stuff later. We'll talk about that and get that straightened out to do something that's outside of this broadcast when things are easier for her. But she's got just a tough situation, so just keep her in your thoughts, guys, and hope the best for her. But Aaron, Buzz and Sounds, man, talk a little bit about Buzz and Sounds for us and tell us what you're going to give, because I'm about to switch back on sponsors. I got you again in your other hour later tonight. Actually, let me look. I'm going to talk local time because I don't do math. I've said that a couple times today. Got you again at 6 p.m. Eastern time. All right, but just do a little talk for us really quick. Tell people what you got going for them as donators and all that, because I want to make sure you get the credit for everything you've done to help us along the way here.
Oh yeah. Well, first off, I just kind of want to say that. Well, I stumbled across this podcast about just over a year ago. Not by accident. I was searching for a Lions podcast. You guys were the first ones that showed up and kind of started listening. I was away. My missus is not from where I'm from, so I was out visiting her. I went on a walk on my own and just had to listen to, just had you guys to keep me company for the day. And I've been listening to it for this. So when it came up what you guys were doing, as you know, I've been kind of a bit of an avid follower for the last few months. Came up showing what you guys were doing today. I kind of think I must missed a bit about last year and what you were doing last year. I don't know how I've missed that, but I must have. I'm a huge believer in social responsibility of everybody, not just businesses, not just this. I'm a huge believer in that. And obviously, that's when we do our work with people around here, around community stuff for people's well-being and how music affects that and things like that. It's so important for people like us and people to be able to support the people around you. So when I heard something like this, I just went, it's too good. It's too good not to support, and I will try and support at any occasion anyone trying to do their bit for someone else and for other people, especially the ones who need it the most. It's it's a cause that, and I mean, as I know it's been alluded to before, you know, you sit there and always think, that'll never happen to me, that'll never happen to me. I've got a 3-year-old daughter, and I can't, for the life of me, ever imagining that ever happening. But I know that if I did, and if we ever went through that, I know that I'd want places like that to be supported and to be there and to do what they need to do. So it's so important to be able to do that. So I jumped at the opportunity to be able to support it and do what it does. And even if it is 3,000-4,000 miles away, it's not less important or more important. It's just so incredible. So that, you know, when I saw that, I had to get involved in it and see if we could be part of that.
That's great. No, really, really, really appreciate it. It's awesome that you found us and that you've taken part and really taken kind of a jump in. It really is awesome. That's how the whole Guam thing started. We started when we first started this, and we found people around the world.
Well, I didn't even mention the Aussie guys yet. But...
Yeah, tuning in, watching, and listening at the time. We weren't even doing watching stuff. And just from all over the world, it was like, holy cow, what the heck? That's crazy. And then Dylan from where, Case? Guam. That's right. He showed up, and it was like, holy cow, Guam, where the hell? And it's just been crazy. And for folks like you to find us and join and be part of it, it means a lot. We really, really appreciate it. You and everybody else. So Buzz and Sounds, you guys, as donators, get in touch. Aaron, he's around. He's all over the place. And they'll do a digital master for you for free for being a donator. If you're a musician, it's helpful for you guys. It's really cool of them to do and help support. Head on over to stjude.org/DLP to get your donations in. I got to mention, we got a doubling going on right now from Flounder. Floundericious, I have to give him just super, super big love too. He's been doing doubling of matching of people's money since the very, very beginning, and I
think we might have missed a couple donations in there. So
I'll hit those in a sec. But he's going to double up from everything we've raised from 50-55. So once we get to 52-55, he's going to drop another 200 on top of that. We're about $60 away. So if anyone wants to join in and get us to that $200 match, stjude.org/DLP. Appreciate you guys for doing that and being part of it. Floundericious, thank you from the beginning, man. You've been a big time Money Guy supporter. Thank you. Okay, I think we got that. I'm going to hit everyone else that did the donations. Aaron, I'm going to let you go right now, okay, and catch up. Yeah. What do you got, bro?
Yeah, can I just say one last thing? I'm watching. I've got set up at home. Got a little day at home today, working from home. So I've put the podcast on. Put this on the big TV downstairs, and your guys' faces when you've ate the bean boozles, and Case walking through in his hula outfit, obviously on a huge screen has just been. I've had my little brother and my missus walk through at those exact moments and just go, what the hell is going on? And walk straight back out.
You're welcome.
So I just want to say it's been absolutely brilliant. You've scarred people in my family for life. And just keep doing what you're doing, guys.
All right. Thanks a lot, brother. Really, really appreciate it, man.
Right. Cheers, guys.
All right. Cheers. We'll talk to you.
Thanks again.
All right. Awesome, man. Awesome. Thanks, Case. I got something down on top of the old bean boozle. All right, so we're fighting for 52.55 right now. Once we crack that, we'll get the $200 donation. If you can get it to stjude.org/DLP, drop a couple bucks. You got $60, drop it in there. You can. We'll get there. We'll hit that match donation from Floundericious. Let me hit those other folks that have donated that I have missed, and I do not want to miss you people, so please don't take this the wrong way if it takes us a little bit to get out, and thank you. First off, we're all over Tyler Stark. $10, thank you, my brother. Every dollar helps, you guys. This is the thing. We're gonna talk about this later tonight. The up to $500 match when Brett Kuzno comes on. He's doing that, but only for donations under $20. The idea is to kind of show everybody how important small donations are, and that your money, no matter how small your donation is or how big your donation is, it means a lot and it makes a difference. Those things add up. That's why, you know, they do the tips and all the other things for the streamers and the super chats and all that. Those things add up and help out those creators with what they're doing, help them fund all the stuff that they're going to do. So thank you very much, Tyler. Jonathan Aubrey, $100. Thank you, sir, so much for that. Riley Dawson, 25. Keep up the great work, guys. Cheers from Canada. Cheers back at you, Canada. Love you guys up there. And whatever it is, we're sorry. And we know we need to be. We're not sorry enough like we get from you guys. And then an anonymous $5 came in as well. Thank you all so much. Really, really cool. Top donor is Golden still with that $808.93. Golden, you just stunned me, man. Stunned me. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Last thing I want to hit in the chat, you guys have created not only the best Detroit Lions podcast, but the best Detroit Lions community, hands down. A lot of us are transplants to other areas, and this is our only and best resource. Michael, thank you so much, dude. Really, I mean, that means a lot. It's funny because I'll go back to kind of our origin story here. Give Case a little break from talking.
Do you want to pause me real quick so I can go put warm clothes on again? I'm freezing my undercarriage.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, I got you, brother. Now I can say anything is the origin story because he's not here. This is great. No, so we got started. I'd been in the subreddit for a long time. The subreddit was 9,000 people or subscribers when we started the show, which was really, really crazy. Ooh, she loves the hawk. That is a shirt. I'm writing that down right now. If any of you are creative and you want to do either hashtag she loves the hawk or just she loves the hawk and send it to me as a graphic, it has to be kind of make it like 3,000 by 3,000 pixels at least. Anything bigger is better. If you send me that, I will get it as a t-shirt. And remember, $1 from every t-shirt we sell is going straight to St. Jude. I'll have that published up and ready. It'll only take me like 15 minutes from when I get that graphic. So she loves the hawk. I freaking love that. If you guys don't do it, I'm going to do it after the show. She loves the hawk. Oh my God. I love that. Thank you, Michael, for that. That is an awesome idea for sure. Okay, origin story. Sorry, we started way back in 2015. I'd been in the subreddit a long time. At the time, there was like, I think when I started in the subreddit, there was like 4,000, 6,000 people. There wasn't many people in there, and it was a very, there wasn't a lot of content either. Off season was dead. I found there was at least something there. I had moved to California. I had nobody talked Lions there. I had a Cowboys fan and a Bears fan that worked with me. Thank you, Mike, for the $20 to St. Jude. Thank you very much. You are rocking and rolling. Anyway, I did the whole thing with moving to California. Didn't have anyone to talk Lions with. I had the subreddit. I found the subreddit. I was so excited to be able to have Lions people, like-minded people to talk to that weren't making fun of my team and me. And after a while and being active in the subreddit, I was like, for those that don't know, I worked in radio in Detroit for a long time, and then I grew up and got a real job. And I said, I still miss that. I still had that itch for doing radio. It's something that I've always loved and I'd wanted to do my whole life. And I was like, I could do a podcast, and why not do one for the Lions? And I could create content and give back to the subreddit. And I talked to the mods and I said, this is kind of what I want to do. This is what I'm thinking. I'm committed to it. It's my way, because the writing content, I'm not a good writer. I'm not good at that at all, but I feel like I could do this, and the technical piece of this is pretty decent. And so they said, yeah, we've had other people come forward, but they're all, we don't trust that they're going to actually keep going, and we don't want to put our kind of push behind a something, that is going to show up and then going to go away. I said, no, absolutely. I'm in it for the long haul. And they're like, okay. So they gave us the approval to be the official podcast for the subreddit. I didn't have a co-host. I did the first episode, and I think I interviewed what's his name? Xylon Tree Song there. And so we did our thing, and it was good, but I told him I need a co-host. It's a lot to do by yourself. And he said, nah, everyone in the mods is too busy, so don't even bother asking. I was like, oh, okay. So I did the second show, and Case showed up, and we just had this automatic click that worked out. And I don't know why, I don't know what, because we're two completely different people. I mean, we are absolutely different. Passing each other the street, running each other at a store or whatever, we would never, at a bar, at the same bar, we would likely never wind up becoming friends. And I'd say today we're best friends. We've grown, our relationship has grown out of nowhere. You know what I mean? It was crazy as a result of the
Been through a lot
podcast.
together.
Yeah, we really have. Oh, he's back. He's back.
Both related to the show and in their personal lives.
Yeah, for real. And so here we are, and we started doing it, and Case became the co-host, even though he was too busy, and we've kept doing it and stayed committed for now over 5 years into this, and it's just been the community, the people. It's funny you say that about the community. It's now a responsibility, and it's funny because we started doing it as for fun, but now so many people listen. I mean, the numbers are crazy that we just like, okay, we've got a responsibility now. It's kind of like we have to do this. We don't have a choice anymore but to create stuff. So that's how we go. That's how we roll. That's what we do, and that's kind of how we got here today. The stuff we raise. I mean, we're not making money. That's not our goal, is to make money, but we couldn't do it without you guys' support. My wife would pull the plug on all the money I spend doing all this stuff right away, the travel and stuff for Senior Bowl and the training camp parties and all that stuff. So this stuff like the Patreon and that just helps keep us going, helps fund all the different stuff we do and make it happen. But that's kind of our origin story. Neither of us have changed our station in life or our class as a result of the podcast, but God, I've had a great time. And the one thing that I'll tell you, when you talk about the community, I've met some of the greatest people I've ever met doing this podcast. I mean, it's incredible. Whenever my faith in humanity is lost, I look to this group of people, and it's either in the Slack or just so many places where we hang out and people hang out, and I always wind up with a laugh, and it makes everything okay. So great group of people. And your changing hat has been noticed, Case. It wasn't voted on.
Couldn't find the other one.
This was done without approval.
Also, the other one, everybody else accuses the other one of being a Packers hat. It's definitely not. But
yeah, Mike Rose, thank you, sir. $20 to the St. Jude. We are at $55,215. We need to get to $52.55 to get the match from the Flounder. So what does that make us away? 40? Yeah, $40 away. Someone's got a $40 donation to slide in there. We'd appreciate it. Get those matching funds before Flounder comes to his senses. They say
I don't think you're in too big of a hurry.
Under the covers, he is a Packer fan. Is that what? Oh no, he's a Packers fan undercover. Sorry, I misread that.
Yeah,
I didn't realize. My bad. Okay. I have to handle something in the background. I got some.
Covers. He's a Packers fan. I'm not sure what that means, but
I've got to get reach out to Billy's guy and get that going. So I'm going to hand the mic to you, but I'll be here to verbally react where I can.
Yeah, I don't know. I suppose a lot of you know how I ended up being a Lions fan in the first place, just because I've told the story in the past, but now seems like as good a time as any for those who haven't heard it. I'll try to keep it short because it's not like the most interesting story in the world, but I didn't grow up much of a football fan. I mean, playing Tecmo was basically the extent of it. Watched a few Super Bowls. I was actually a fan of Emmitt Smith because I didn't know any better, and because the Cowboys won. So went to college in Philadelphia my freshman year, lived in a suite style dorm with 5 other guys, and they all played Madden, so I picked it up, started playing it, fell in love with it. It happened to be 2004, so it was the year that Philly went to the Super Bowl with Donovan McNabb and Terrell Owens. And while I never saw myself as an Eagles fan, it was hard not to get caught up in the fervor of it and enjoy the game. So I moved back to North Dakota after that year. Started watching games, and the Lions were on a lot just because it's NFC North territory, and I have a penchant to root for the underdog, so I found myself rooting for the Lions pretty frequently. And then 2008 happened, and I realized that by some delusion of grandeur that the Lions needed me. So that's how I ended up a Lions fan, and from there I couldn't. I just didn't feel like I could take it back.
You can't. You can't. I'm adding something. We just got something else added. Billy Sims is donating a signed football for the auction as well.
Nice.
And it's going to say Rookie of the Year and Heisman Trophy and the whole deal. He always signs it great. Billy Sims' signed ball is worth its weight in gold. I'll tell you, I got one. I got a couple of balls back there that have signatures on. Only 2 of them are actually in like a case, a protected case. One is, and that's this one right here, Billy Sims. And I got that signed at Ford Field when he was doing a signing on Thanksgiving. And I kept saying, it's Billy motherfucking Sims, man. And then over here, it's the Matthew Stafford signed ball. And those are the 2 kind of Hall of Famers for me that I've been able to collect over the time. But Billy Sims signed ball is amazing. All right, case question from the chat as I keep working here. Okay,
Yeah, Jim, I got it.
Billy just landed, so we may be just a few minutes after. Well, it is after 1:30. It'll be a few minutes, and but we will have him on very, very shortly. Go ahead, bud.
Awesome. Yeah, Jim Young is asking me what's typical reaction of folks in Fargo when they find out you're a Lion fan. They're usually, there's mild surprise, and then they always ask me, well, why aren't you a Vikings fan? I said, I'm not from Minnesota. Why are you a Vikings fan? And I understand that there's a proximity thing, but North Dakotans otherwise, other than sports related stuff, have this like imagined rivalry with Minnesota. Like Minnesota doesn't care about North Dakota, but North Dakotans care about Minnesota. So to me, like as an adult, coming into my fandom, I didn't feel like I was beholden to Minnesota to be a Minnesota fan. I get, people make fun of you, but then they're also Vikings fans, so it's real easy to turn it around and be like, hey, well, look at you, and you're no Super Bowls too. So,
Sean, it's my new shirt. Donated $5. Thank you. That's awesome. Did you hear the shirt? Were you gone when this came up, Case?
What?
Oh yeah, there's a new shirt coming. And I've asked them to create it and send it to me, Chris at DetroitLionsPodcast.com, or DM me or whatever. She loves the Hawk. # she loves the Hawk. That's an awesome shirt. We've got to talk about making a shirt. So
Nathan, you missed it. I was wearing the Hawaiian shirt.
Oh, well,
that's what I put on over the after I took the coconut bra off.
But Nathan, I'm the kind of guy that likes to help a brother out. Okay, so let me just kind of show you. Well, I don't have that, but our friends in the community care. I'll just tell you that. And so what do? They do the things that caring people do, and they help us have all the stuff that we need. So here we go. We have Case joining us in the Hawaiian getup. That they don't look like the same guy. I mean it, but that is your friend Case. Oh my God!
You can't prove anything.
Oh my God! Okay, so you look good, right?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can make this sit just a little better on the screen. Where'd it go? I can't read it. All this stuff now. There we go. And then, bam, there you go. All right. Case can join us now for a while and just be part of it.
Perfect.
Part of the show. All right. So there you go. There's Case. He met the challenge of his first costume. We are now, what is it, $35 away from the $200 of matching funds from Flounder. Please, somebody come up with $35 before he comes to his senses. Hit stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP, and get that $35 in there. We'll get that match from our man Flounder, and we'll get moving forward. And I'll tell you what, if we get to 5,500, Case will eat another bean. Case will eat another bean. It's his turn. I had 2. I'm 1 up. Flounder's in the chat. Shut up and spend my money. He's big. He's worse than Terry Bradshaw. Win my money. All right. Let's see. Again, Golden, thank you. We got you. People in Detroit, outside of Detroit, Central Texas. That's awesome. It's one of the things. Like I said, the origin story, not having anybody to talk to about the Lions, living in California, being able to find that subreddit and then finding a way to give back. That's how this whole thing started, and it's really, really great. The folks we've met, the stuff we've been able to do as a result of putting this together is really special, and it's literally nothing without you guys. You know what I mean? All you folks being part of this and helping us out and doing this is appreciated more than we can tell you. It means a great deal, and it's awesome to see this much money already raised for St. Jude. Keep at it. We'll keep at it. All right, Case. Handing the mic to you. Got the Billy Sins signed football going to be in there as well. We got a Dan Orlovsky signed football added to the auction. The auction starts on Monday, goes through December. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. I'm coordinating with Billy's guy. They just landed, so they got to get off the plane and stuff like that. So we'll get Billy here shortly, and then next guest that we have on the docket after that is 3:00. Were you here when I talked about Tori? Did you hear her thing? She's got some family stuff going on. Some people, a little bit of emergency, so things aren't working out for her to join us today. So no Tori Petrie, but you can understand. Okay. All right, Case, wind, soldier away. Your mic is muted. That's why. Still muted.
Oh, no.
There
we go. Sorry about that.
I'm like, just say something. Jesus, I'm trying to get onto this thing here. And he's just like.
I tried to interrupt you a couple times, but
no wonder it didn't work.
Yeah. So I'm wondering what you guys think out there. Who are your picks for division winners and Super Bowl champs? And I'll give you just a second here. If anybody wants to chime in, I'll take your thoughts into account. But at the moment, I have so I'll run down the divisions real quick. I have the Seahawks winning, although I think the Cardinals are playing pretty well. I just don't think they're quite up to the level. And it's not that I think the Seahawks are playing amazing necessarily. They kind of limped through a few games, but I think they're about to get better, and they're about to get healthier. And they picked up the pass rusher from out east, whose name is escaping me at the moment, which was something they needed. I think the NFC East is a little bit tough to call. I almost wanted to say the Giants after the other day, when I thought they had a real good chance of winning their game, but it's probably the Eagles just because they have the least distance they have to travel. They've got a game and a half up on the rest of the division, and in that division, a game and a half seems like 10 games. So I think they eke into the playoffs, and it probably unless things have significantly improved for them and their entire lack of a receiving core, that they get escorted out relatively quickly. I've got the Packers winning our division, which I already talked about. Don't need to go too much into that. We'll hit back on our division more in the coming hours. The battle between the Buccaneers and the Saints is an interesting one for me, just because I can see the wheels falling off the Buccaneers more than I can see the wheels falling off the Saints. And the Buccaneers are 6-2 and the Saints are 5-2. The Buccaneers clearly are potent, especially on offense, but are potent all over. And their net points might be one of the top in the league. They are, they're behind one team. So they are number 2 in total net points right now. But I can't put a finger on, maybe it's because I don't trust Tom Brady to be Tom Brady all year round if he's not with Belichick all year round. And maybe that's not fair. So if you feel differently about it, feel free to argue with me about that. But I just think the Saints have so much consistency in what they do. And that's why I think in the long term, I would pick them. Let's see. Hopping over to the AFC, and this is obviously where I pay less attention overall. So I think the Dolphins are doing a good job of surging right now, but I don't think that's sustainable. I think what the Bills have is fairly sustainable, and at 6-2 over the Dolphins 4-3, I have a hard time seeing anybody upsetting the Bills in the AFC East. And it's so bizarre to see the Patriots doing this poorly, but it's not really that big of a surprise. They had to get rid of so many players and do so much rebuilding. Then they had a huge chunk of their roster opt out, all that stuff. I mean, that's if anybody could have overcome it, it was Bill Belichick, I think, but I don't think anybody could overcome that big of a shift in talent in one off season to actually make that work out. We'll see if it might take them a couple years to get back on top, but I would be surprised if they weren't back on top in a couple of years.
I'm talking to our friend in Australia. He said, I was like, hey, we got it. What do you think? What would start working with some timing? He's like, dude, I thought this was tomorrow. Was it done in 3 hours? I was like, yep, last minute. It's tattoo time, my friend. Superman. That is awesome. So we'll get that together. That's awesome. Just really awesome that he put his body on the line like that, and he's all in. How much further do you have to go, Case? I don't mean to interrupt you or slow you down. I want you to do your thing. So, where are we? Where are we?
Sorry, I was reading the comments. Why does Case look like a blow-up doll in that picture? If you missed it, Jeff. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah. Case has got a couple things.
Let you use your imagination.
Yep. All right. Let me really quick hit this. HTTP. I don't know why I even said all that stuff. I'll stop. stjude.org/DLP. If we can get that extra $40 to get that match money from Flounder, please, let's do that. Get that $40 in there. Then what did we say, Casey? You're going to eat a bean at 5,400?
Yeah.
Okay. 5,400 gets Case one of these. And then we should talk about what it means, because I know people are coming and going. They're these Bean Boozled things. So far, what flavor did you get? It was like 9:30 in the morning. 8:30 your time. What flavor did you get? It was dog food?
It was, dog food. And Jesus, I almost threw up.
Oh, God, that was, it looked bad looking at you. Then it was Chris's turn. And I got a terrible one for first thing in the morning, too. And it didn't go away for a long time. Was it spoiled milk? Oh, God, it was horrible. And then they came through, hit the numbers again, raised the amount, and I ate one called Booger Flavor. I got to say, oddly, I like Booger a lot more than sour milk. And I will use that as drop later.
I'm rooting to get a Booger Flavor one at this point.
I'm going to start picking green all the time now. And I'll actually add that to the end of the drop, because now that I prefer Booger over sour milk, I'll be picking green all the time. Yeah, that's great. What an idiot I am. Okay, so we got that. stjude.org/DLP. Get in there, and like I said, all we need is $40 to get the matching number. That gets us to where we need. We need about 200 and say 250, a little bit more than that, to get Case to eat one of these gross jelly beans. And the reaction the Case had, I don't know. I couldn't see myself because I couldn't get my eyes open. Wisco's Funny donated $40.84. Got us back to the 69 cents. Eat 2 beans.
No.
Eat 2 beans. All right, so let's hit this real quick. We doubled the money. Wisco's Funny. Thank you for that. Very, very much appreciate it. You're not up for beans yet. Don't worry. Beans are at 5,400. Okay.
Just preparing them.
Oop, we just got enough.
Myself.
She loves the hawk. God, I love that. That is so great. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Thank you so much. $40 to St. Jude. We're $100 away. We're $100 away from Case eating another bean. I can't wait. These beans, baby. These beans. stjude.org/DLP. $5,301.69. I love that our community always is into the 69 cents. It's both embarrassing and funny at the same time. All right, what do we got?
I can finish off my little roundabout here. In the AFC South, I think a lot of people would pick the Titans. But I mean, it's kind of a what have you done for me lately league, obviously. And the Colts are 4-1 over the last 5. The Titans are on a 2-game losing streak. The Colts are on a 2-game winning streak, and they're tied. And the Colts net points are better. And we watched them. They were really solid. And I mean, granted, we weren't doing ourselves a lot of favors on offense, but they were just a very solid, stout team. And I think that one's going to come down neck and neck. And I would be very surprised if one of those two teams didn't make a wild card. But I think I lean Colts. I think.
Really?
Yeah. The AFC North is easy for me. Not because I don't think there are good teams in the division, but I just think the Steelers are above and beyond. And then the AFC West is probably the most obvious division, and the Chiefs are just, I don't think anybody's going to be able to catch the Chiefs. So they're 7-1. So I think that's where I'm sitting. I saw a few other suggestions in the chat. I think the biggest one I disagree with is Chris Payne suggesting the Bears are going to win the division. I do not think so. I think they suck. I know that I'm biased, but I still think they suck.
I got to give a shout out to Golden again in the chat. Thanks so much, man. You're the one that got us over the hump on the 5K to get the Staff Daddy tattoo for our Australian friend. That is really, really amazing. Thank you so much for doing that, and have a good sleep. And we'll catch you tonight. It'll be good to have you back in.
Excellent.
All right. We'll keep rolling. Surprise, surprise. Case thinks the Bears aren't good.
Yeah. Have you watched them?
Got a lot of wins.
I mean, not recently.
Oh, this is fun. This will get funner as we go on. I just yawned. We're only like into our 5th hour almost,
right.
And I'm yawning. What in the heck is going on?
I sure hope Jeff joins us for a couple hours at some point, because that'll help.
He actually had something go down today, and he's not going to join
Everyone
us.
did.
Yeah, no, his sucks, man.
No, that sucks. All right.
I'll hit you in our chat, and you'll see.
Yeah, no, I mean, as far as the Bears are concerned, and I know I've talked this to death in the show, I just that offense sucks. It sucks, and there's you can only win so many games with a defense like that, and I think there's just going to be a lot of games where they can't score any points.
Yeah,
So-
that may be. I hit you in the chat so you can be up to speed on that and understand. It's an understandable thing.
Yeah.
All right.
For sure.
Eric to call in. We might see about doing that. I don't want to bother Jeff right now. I'll just put it that way. He'll be okay. He's physically okay. Everybody's healthy and all that. So we'll see what we can do. Flounder, boom, 268. Kick childhood cancer in the beans.
That
Flounder
puts us
brings
well
it for
over our
case. So
thing, doesn't it?
gaming the game, knowing that there's the doubling coming in, and then setting the target inside that amount of doubling might have been a little bit of a setup for you, Case. I apologize.
That's fine. I spun and got the berry blue or toothpaste, which I think honestly is maybe the best option on here.
Okay.
Because toothpaste I'm not gonna like, but it's just gonna be minty. I don't like minty flavor, but I use toothpaste, every day,
You sure?
most days, most weeks, most years.
Whether my teeth feel hairy or not.
Right. All right.
Here we go.
Berry blue. It sure is toothpaste, but it's totally edible.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look for all the blue ones. What?
Yep. Sorry, guys. That wasn't anywhere near as much fun for you as when I almost throw up.
Let me ask: Is Bean Boozled just all bad beans? And
I
they
think it must be.
Because we've got now 4. Pride is expensive. Toothpaste is cheap. Yeah. Maybe they're all bad. Canned dog food. Oh God, I am. Oh boy. Okay.
I know that one sucked a lot.
That I'm just telling you that reaction was priceless. It was absolutely priceless. You were a
I
man.
kind of like, part of me wants to keep eating them to see if they're all messed up, but I know that I don't want to throw up either. So
Well, right. What do? Put it in choo, throw out. Choo. Yeah, there's always go. The only way to find out is to eat the whole tin case.
yeah, they make it sound in the game like, because there's a game. The Bean Boozled is like a game, and it's like if you can guess, which one, because you're looking at like either peach or barf, and the idea is that you should be like, there should be some indication to guess, but there isn't. There's no like, they all look exactly alike as their bad counterpart. I'm just not. Like I said, I'm not convinced they're not all, because we've had 4 in a row that were clearly the bad tasting one.
Yeah.
Although maybe the berry blue is the bad tasting one. I don't know. My breath is very minty fresh right now, at least. So.
Oh God. Okay, there you go. I could actually use something like that. All right. So what are we at? We're almost at 2:00 here. Let me get my schedule popped open, see where we're at. All right, we're good to go. Billy, I'm going to ping him here again, see where they're at. I wonder if they were thinking 1:30 Central Time. They were thinking 1:30 Central Time.
Which one is this?
Billy Sims. Yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
I forget they're Central. Okay. We're still open. We're still good to go. We've got that going on. And we'll make that happen. You want me to see if I can get Schlitt on to replace... Actually, yeah. I should call that guy from... What's it called? Detroit Sports Podcast or something. Let me try Schlitt just because he's... stand-in for Jeff, and they work together over there. So let me see what I got going on.
Well, I don't know. Is he going to be in?
What can he be doing?
Right, but if Jeff is struggling, then
no, I'm not going to.
Sorry, I'm not trying to.
Yeah. I'm not going to hit Jeff. I'm going to hit Eric.
Yeah.
Because Eric is not part of that whole thing. It's a separate deal.
Oh, okay.
Deal.
Okay. Let me take a look at that question, Chris. As far as I know, he has not been like blowing it up. Let me dig into it a little bit. I haven't, honestly, I've kind of intentionally been ignoring him, which is probably not the best thing for me to do, given what we do. But he has no interceptions. He has 3 passes defended, which doesn't really sound great, but that's not necessarily. I just don't know how much he's been targeted. He's got a couple tackles for a loss. Straight up statistically, it doesn't look that impressive. I'll check out his PFF score.
Oh man, I don't. Hold on. Yeah, you do your thing. Sorry, I'm.
He's having a mediocre year as far as PFF is concerned, 65.4, which let me compare that to 56.4 he had last year. So without trying to assume too much about how exactly perfectly accurate the PFF scores are, I would imagine that he's having a better year than he did last year, but it doesn't look like he's totally blowing up.
All right.
Let's see.
Okay, yeah, I got a DM into the Schlitzker. We'll see if what's going on. Let's see. Boom. All right, we're good to go. Excuse me. All right, waiting on Eric. Let me do another double check, a discount double check here. Let's see here. Get to. Oh, I got to refresh this. 24 hours is going to be a long time. Do you know that, Case? You're muted again. Oh, there you
go. Am I really?
Yeah, you're back now.
Okay.
That's gonna be a long time. 24 hours seems a lot longer right now than it did like a week ago.
Right. My buddy John texted me. He said, "Chris isn't much of a gamer, is he? I think Yeah, you are kind of a gamer.
I would say yes. Your voice went funny again.
Oh, he just you mispronounced his name in the chat, I think, and but I think you were probably just scrolling by real fast. But
Which John did I mispronounce?
Stone fled instead of stifled.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. He'll forgive you.
Anonymous, thank you. Another 50 to the St. Jude. Appreciate that so much. It's what we're here for. Takes us to over $5,600 so far. That's not bad. What is it? It's almost 5 hours. $5,600. That's pretty good. We're doing pretty good. We do. Oh my God! Think about it. If we do $1,000 per hour case, that gets us to 25,000. I never did the math on this before.
Yeah.
So that's crazy. No, I deserve it. I deserve it, Stifled. Sorry. Let's see. Forgot about my macaroni. Sorry, Chris. Let's see. Okay. Let's talk about this season and what we think of against the team. Because I made an assertion when we were talking to Justin about the Lions and the situation. I said they're a mediocre team. They're going to beat bad teams, but they're going to lose to good teams. Let's say we get Trey Flowers back. Do you know what the expectation is to get him back and when that is?
Well, he was in a sling, apparently. I think Chris Robbins mentioned that in the YouTube chats, which is not a great sign. But I think he has to sit out 3 weeks once he's on IR.
Yep.
So I assume there's not an official diagnosis yet,
Sure.
but I will keep an eye out for that today.
And these aren't a bad 3 weeks to sit down. Vikings, Washington, Panthers.
Yeah, and like I said, especially given that we just picked up Everson Griffin, it's and then you also have to hope that a guy like Deshaun Hand steps up a little bit, because Deshaun Hand might actually fit the role Trey Flowers plays a little bit better than Everson Griffin, just because Flowers tends to go inside a little bit more than your average defensive end would. So,
all right,
undisclosed
in your chat. I think you're gonna need to restart your Zoom again, buddy, because your voice went into that weird place where you sound funny.
Yeah, give me a sec.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Walking the field in the sling. That means we get Trey Flowers back. I'm gonna be you and let you kind of do your thing. Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
Restart. Yeah. No, that's okay. Okay. So Trey Flowers comes back. If he misses 3 weeks, he misses the Vikings. We miss Washington, and he misses the Panthers. Those are 3 games that I feel like are the best possible games to miss Trey Flowers for, with Everson Griffin in the mix, and with what's it called? Everson Griffin in the mix, and I forget. Hand on the other side. I feel like we're in okay shape. We saved ourselves through those 3 games. To have Trey Flowers back against the Texans on what is a Thanksgiving Day game, all of a sudden, and he's healthy. We've got Everson, who's hopefully gelling by that time, and then we get to that streak where we go at Bears, home against the Packers, at the Titans, home against the Buccaneers. I mean, is that arrested Trey Flowers then? Does that give us a little bit of an advantage over maybe some weekend offensive linemen? Aquara, yeah, it's a good one to talk about. I think as much as it stinks, the Trey Flowers injury may work out as a benefit in the long run. It really, again, we talked about the Colts game being a real kind of bar for this team last week. This game against the Vikings this week is serious. It's a big deal as well. And before you answer, I just want to say, hey, Simon, thanks. All the best dudes. Hit that target. And then some. Go Lions. He donated $20 to St. Jude. Thank you so much, man. stjude.org/DLP if you would like to do a donation as well. stjude.org/DLP. Love to have you guys join the donation pool. Trying to get to 25K. Anything you can give, we appreciate. All right, go ahead, Kay. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's all good. I think, like I said, especially given that we just picked up Everson Griffin, it's going to be Look, I said it before the season, and I still believe it, that this is a mediocre team. This is a 7 to 8 to maybe 9 win team at most, although 9 wins is looking less and less likely. But that's a sign of growth from where we were. And I know that a lot of people don't like to hear that. And I think a lot of our listeners are on board with the patience aspect, but and it's not that I don't understand why other fans aren't. They're frustrated, and I mean, they have every right to be frustrated. But what I'm saying by that is that you will be less frustrated, or you have a chance to be less frustrated in the long term if we show patience, as long as there's growth. It's when you're not seeing growth that you have an issue. And I can understand why people didn't feel like we saw growth from year 1 to year 2. And we saw significant regression going, from where we were into year 1. I get that. But at this point, if they get to 8-8 this year, then it will have shown that something is improving, because the wheels didn't completely fall off, right? If that's the first step in progress to becoming a good team, then great. And if it's not, I mean, I don't think 8-8. I think it saves the coaching staff this year. I don't think 8-8 would save the coaching staff next year. So at very most, you have one more year. And I think that the pairing right now makes sense timing wise with Stafford. Because if you get that one more year, you get one more year with Stafford, and then if things don't work out at that point, if things are not on an upward trajectory, then that's a real easy time to just blow everything up. That is like the perfect time to blow everything up.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. It's really, I mean, and this is where you're going to find a real dichotomy and a bifurcation of the fan base. There are people.
Yeah, I know we always get in trouble a little bit when we wade into this topic. But.
Yeah, but let's talk about it. From whatever, from what it is. You've got kind of two sides to it. One, they're done with Patricia. They're absolutely certain that he's not going to help this team get to where they need to be. They're absolutely certain that the regime's a failure and has to go. And they may or may not roll Bob Quinn into that as well, but the Patricia for sure. Then you have another side of the party who is, and this is kind of where I'm sitting right now, better or worse, whatever. The idea is, the competition for coaches versus the quality of the coaches this year that look like they're going to be available isn't good. It doesn't look like you're necessarily going to find an improvement. And if you're not going to find an improvement, why are you going to make a 3-year commitment to somebody who isn't an improvement, right? Yeah. Or you go to the other side and you say, look at Stafford's career. Just like you said, you've got a couple more years with him. He's not going to play till he's 40. He's a competitive dude who loves life and does what he has to do. But there's a point where I see him as being not an early retirement, but he's going to have a career that's a solid career, and then he's going to say, okay, I've done enough, and he's going to make sure he's well enough to enjoy a long, happy life after that. I don't think he's going to play that long. So this is an opportunity for him to get another good year at the helm here, because I think if a new regime comes in, they're going to want their own quarterback. The other side of it is you've got one of two ways this team will go after another year. It'll either be a complete dumpster fire and you'll get a good draft pick, which is great for a new regime, or it won't. It'll be middle into better, and you'll at least hopefully have better players in place and work from that draft position. But where we are right now, without a great coach in the wings, and without a draft position to get him off, and with a real weird kind of tenure of your quarterback at this point, it just seems like a tough year. And I don't want to say throw away next year, right? And I don't know if you are throwing away next year by keeping the coach around, but God, this is just, everything is just lined up in the wrong way for this team to make any of those kind of moves this year.
I generally agree. I want to go back to one of the other questions we had, the Darius Slay question. Playerprofiler.com is kind of a cool website. If you're not familiar with it, you can get in there and see some metrics that you wouldn't necessarily see anywhere else for free anyway. Like a lot of the stuff they do it has some similarity maybe to PFF or like the advanced statistics, and not the player ratings, but the advanced statistics. And it's not perfect because it doesn't list a lot of the things that I really wish it did list. But I think those are the kind of things where they're not allowed to list those things because other sites are, have a lockdown on those particular stats. And I don't want to dwell too long on Darius Slay. I don't want to dwell too long on former disgruntled players, but looking through his things like target separation and receptions allowed and yards allowed and all this stuff, he's looking like he's having a above average, but definitely not elite season. The area he's excelling in the most is yards perception allowed. So so even when he's allowing receptions, he's bringing guys down fast. He's allowing maybe a lot of short receptions, but not, but not a lot of deep ones. He's 53rd though in target separation. So I think he is allowing a lot of receptions, but he's not necessarily allowing those receptions to go for huge gains, which is good, not great.
Right.
That's about where I see. And he's good, not great in quite a few categories, but I think the way it evens out between looking at that and the PFF score and all his basic statistics, the general profile I'd build on him without actually having watched more than, I think I've only watched one Eagles game so far this year, is that he's just he's playing at above average for a starter, but not top tier.
Awesome. All right, for you Schlitt heads out there, we got you stacked up. Eric's going to join us in place of Riz, and we'll do that. That's great, Eric, to be able to do that. He's doing virtual school with the kids, a whole bunch of stuff going on. He's a father of 36, so he's got a lot of work going on at the crib
36
there.
36 kids?
Not teasing. I can't believe you bit. All of a sudden, the respect for Eric Schlitt went through the roof. He's like, "Oh my God, this guy's pretty cool." Oh man. I got that. Okay, we'll have Schlitt here very shortly. Oh boy, I'm getting the afternoon kind of the fade. You want to take over, and I'll just take a quick nap there, Case? I'm used to my afternoon job right about now.
Yeah.
Just trying to think back.
You just put us on camera and watch us nap.
Kevin, I'm trying to think back. Has anyone actually seen Case's scalp? No, the hats are actually sewn in. That's why he didn't change hats on the show.
Yeah.
He actually had to go to the other room and have the new one.
Yes. I was wearing a wig in the costume too. So
sewn in. Oh, that was a wig. I thought that was your real hair popping through.
Definitely a wig.
Oh, okay.
I don't have real hair. Didn't we just cover this?
Oh, sorry. I'm all confused. I'm going to grab an energy drink. Hold on.
Go for it. All right, guys. Give me some more topics.
The fridge is right here. It's not that far. We do have to thank your guy, your best friend, Stifled.
Yeah.
$20. Great content, dude.
Thanks,
fun to watch and poke fun. Thanks a lot.
He says there is. John says there is an audience for people watching people sleep on live stream. So,
well, you may get your wish. We'll see how it goes. I hear if you start putting your feet on camera, people will start paying money. Not mine. They'll pay money to. Actually, you can just shut it off without paying money. A podiatrist will start hearing dollar signs.
Mm-hmm.
You don't put yours on, Case? You go for the foot crowd?
It's not my thing. So.
Oh, okay.
Is this how we're pimping ourselves out today?
That's what we were thinking.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I'm game. I don't have that much shame.
Okay. That was delicious. Sorry.
Are you seriously considering it?
Hey, your feet, I don't care. All right, I'll tell you what. Someone puts $100 donation in there and says your feet in it. Case will put his feet on this thing. There you go.
Yeah,
Let's
totally.
go to town.
Yeah, no
Tomato,
problem.
OnlyFans, Lions fans, what's the difference? Do you have any of your we should make like a $7,500 number. It just occurred to me. Have Britta paint your nails, your toenails.
I mean, that's fine, but
and then you can do the feet show.
She won't be done with work for another few hours, but
okay. Well, we'll see where we are when we'll kind of figure out when she gets home. Are you guys in the chat besides Wisco? You guys up to having his toenails painted on camera? All right, let's see. Politics. What do we want to talk about? Politics. We don't. Where's the other one?
It's been stressful. Look, like we made a pledge early on not to get very deep into politics. It's been a stressful week, I think, for everybody out there. I would prefer, and we've always taken the stance of, we're here mostly for an escape. Now, granted, we're trying to do something serious today by raising money for an important cause, right? But generally speaking, we're in entertainment, in the entertainment business, and not in the get people riled up about things that truly matter business. So,
yep.
And
the reality is not one of them, no matter what they say, is out there for you. There's my political statement for the day. All right, we've got a guest. Let's get the guest in right now. Let's make this all happen. Oh wait, did I do this right? I think I did it right. Let's just see. See if he comes here. Oh, not yet.
Almost.
There we are. It worked. I got his name. I got the whole thing.
Perfect. Look at you going.
How you doing, Eric?
Hi guys.
How you been? You too. We got to get you a banner for the garage.
I know. It's terrible. But you know what?
Is it cold there yet?
A little bit. I turned the heater on. I turned the heater on yesterday for my podcast.
Sure.
And it got a little too hot. So it's right on the borderline.
Okay.
So.
Do you want me to turn off the snow? Will that
No.
Okay. How you been, brother? And I don't want to say that you're playing second fiddle at all, right? But we had Riz coming on, and he had some stuff go on today that didn't work out so great. So we said, you know what? We love the Lions Wire.
Yeah, you do.
Let's take one of the other idiots. Oh, no, sorry. let's grab one of the other guys. Who better than Eric Schlitt? And we have such a crossover audience. There's a bunch of Schlitt heads in the audience here saying, "Yeah, Schlitt." So we said, we'll give it a go. How you doing?
Appreciate it.
All right, tell us some inside scoop. Let us know what's going on behind the scenes, and give us something that you aren't supposed to say on the air. Go.
Oh, geez. I mean, I don't know if it's inside scoop. Latest scoop is the Flowers injury doesn't look too good. That's he's got a sling at practice today, so that's not ideal. That's usually an indicator that it's longer than just the short term 3 weeks that we were initially hoping for. So hopefully it's just precautionary and not something that's too long term, because he's been pretty terrific, I think, this year. I really like what I've seen out of him.
It's been solid.
Yeah.
What kind of injury exactly do you think would end up with a guy in a sling?
So it looked like he hurt his shoulder on the play. He got he caught up with the offensive lineman, and so he kind of looked like he was favoring his shoulder. He also had a wrist injury going into the game, and they said, or Chris Burke, who's the pool reporter this week, said that it looked like his wrist might have been taped up as well. So it's possible he had more than one injury on that play. So shoulders are tricky for linemen, right? So if it's depending on the severity of the shoulder injury, could be potentially long-term, but if it's a wrist, it's a lot easier to deal with.
Yeah. Let's talk about this is a question out of the chat, and I think you are absolutely the perfect person to talk about this. From Jesse, he's surprised that Tracy Walker's up and down year. Everyone, I mean, there was so much complaining that Will Harris was starting, right, instead of Tracy. It's like, what is the thinking? What kind of terrible coaches do we have? Tracy's been on the field, had some amazing plays, had some tough plays. What's your thoughts on this? What's going on with Tracy Walker? Is there some kind of fade? Is there an injury? Did he just get lucky last year? What are we thinking here?
No, I think he was building. From his rookie year to his second year, I thought he was progressing well. I don't know if it is a lack of confidence because the coaching staff favored Will Harris pretty early in training camp, and it was kind of unclear why, because Tracy looked strong in training camp, but then I don't know, it could be the situations he's getting put in, which aren't overly unusual from what they were in the past. So it's kind of really hard to put a finger on exactly what the problem is. But yeah, he's definitely had an up and down year. It's been hard for me because I'm one of his biggest fans. I definitely could see him. He was an ascending player with the defense, but it's really kind of hard to say. I think it could be a combination of a couple of things. But yeah, he seems to be about half a step behind when he's in man-on-man coverage, and that's really where he was successful previously. So it's a bit of a mystery why he's had those up and down moments, and it seems like every game he's having them, right? It's like he's having good moments, but he's also having some tough moments every game, and it's not a phase that he's moved past yet. It's still happening.
Why is this Matt Patricia's fault?
I mean, if it's a confidence issue, then it's definitely Patricia's fault. You know what I mean? But I mean, look, it's you said maybe there's an injury. There hasn't been any indication that there was an injury. He played 100% of the snaps last week, but then he hasn't practiced at all this week. So maybe there was an underlying injury issue that we just aren't aware of. But I don't want to try and give an excuse for that. Yeah. I think it's just been inconsistent.
Yeah. Okay. Really quick, I want to hit a couple of these that have just come in. First, for Eric, Garrett Stabler came in with 2081 for St. Jude. Thank you, Garrett, so much. Appreciate that. Just cracked $5,700 with Kevin JDD. Do you remember Kevin? Case from the subreddit. He was Ryan Broyles fan or friend.
Sure.
Remember him? Yeah, he's out there. I'm so good, Kevin. It is great to see you, man. We haven't talked in a long time. Let's connect here. It's been far too long. I got your number sitting like literally right next to me. I just saw it the other day. All right, sorry, just had to get the donations in. We love it. Remember, St. Jude, folks. That's why we're all here. We are in hour 5. Case, do the math for me.
Yeah, we started at 8 my time. So yeah, 5:15.
Okay.
5:18.
5 hours. 5 hours in. Oh wait, there's a little number there at the bottom of the screen. Never mind. Yeah, 5 hours 17 minutes. We've been at this. I'm an idiot. 24 hours. Got 19 hours to go. This is cake. This is like nothing. I did tell Case though, Eric, that 24 hours seemed a lot shorter about a week ago than it did today. We're at 5,700. Head to stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. Our goal is $25,000. Help donate, help get this thing growing. We know we got a ton of people coming in after work today. We got to have an influx, but let's show them how generous we are all day. Let's show them what the lounge rats feel like all day. The people that aren't working quite as hard, right? I'm teasing. Just let's see what we can do. Raise some of a couple ducats for those people. Remember, we got the auction coming afterwards as well. Got a ton of merchandise. We'll go through that as soon as we're done with Eric here. But ton of stuff coming from the team. Dan Miller, Jim Brandstetter are donating stuff for auction. Orlovsky, Billy Sims. It's crazy. Tons of stuff coming. You guys aren't going to want to miss the auction. And everything will be delivered hopefully just in time for Christmas. So if you're looking for something, that's the way to go. All right, Eric. Sorry, I just had to do a little thingy thing in there. You know how it is.
That sounds terrific, man. That sounds like you got some really cool stuff lined up.
Yeah, no, it's great, and to be able to do this and help folks at St. Jude is really great. So, got a couple patient stories coming today. Those are the ones that are like, those are the ones that'll make a grown man cry. It's always tough to hear those stories. So, one of them was a kid that played on my son's soccer team growing up. His dad was the coach. Really, really great story in the end, but tough journey along the way. So, all right, Eric, let's talk Lions. One of the things we just talked about, and this is going to take some pontificating versus beat writing mind. So, we're looking at, there's the bifurcation in the fan base right now of people that are in the fire Patricia right now camp,
sure,
and folks that are, well, meaningful games in December, or let's see what's going on. There's a couple things we're looking at in the landscape. Number one, there's a lot of teams that are going to be looking for coaches this year. And there's not a lot of superstar coaches out there that really jump to the front. And one of the questions is number one, can we get the best guy out there with all the competition? And so say we do, if we do, is that person an improvement over what we have? Number one. Then you think about where Matthew Stafford is in his career trajectory and how a new regime would probably want to start with their own guy, but he's got some good years left, and how that all lines up. We came to the conclusion that this stinks 100% and for the Lions because the timing is all messed up and shifty. But let's put the GM hat on your head. You're looking at things right now, or maybe you're Sheila, maybe because Bob Quinn's kind of in a different kind of seat right now. What's your move? If the season were to end right now? What's your move with the team, and what do you do going forward towards next year?
Well, if it ends right now, it's a unsuccessful season, and you're probably moving on from the coaching staff if you're 3-5 and the season ends. Right now, they're going to have their schedule over the next through Thanksgiving a little easier, but that last month is going to be extraordinarily difficult. And so meaningful games in December, like even if they can. Just a side note here, if they can win, like, let's say 3 or 4 of the next, 5 games, and then they get into that last stretch, if they have a winning record, like if they're 7-6 going into December and they're going to be playing meaningful games, they could still lose out. You know what I mean? Because those teams are that tough in that back half. Right. So I don't know if meaningful games in December and then losing them is going to be enough to save the staff. Right.
Exactly.
So if they're going to move on, I don't think you can separate Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia. I think Quinn has done a better job than Patricia has. But the bottom line is Bob Quinn tied himself to the Matt Patricia train. And whether he's done an okay job or not, he's either going to go with them one up or down, one way or another. And so I think if you're moving on from the two of them, you've got to find a GM first. There's a couple of good GMs out there, and you just got to figure out which one is going to best fit your organization. I had a list. I apologize. I didn't bring it with me, but there's a couple GMs. There's one in Seattle. There's one in Indy. There's one in Kansas City. Right. These are kind of like the hubs where you're seeing younger front office talent who have like a lot of experience in the scouting department, and they've been in front offices for a while. So these are the teams that when I started looking into like potential GM candidates, those were the teams that seem to have at least one really good candidate, if not two. And so from there, you start looking at connections with different coaches, and then different assistant coaches that are out there in the ranks. Right. So I think one of the top guys that's going to be out there is the Kansas City offensive coordinator.
Eric Bieniemy.
Bieniemy, right? And so Bieniemy is this creative offensive mind, and he's got a connection to KC, obviously. So if you're going to be tapping into KC's front office, then it makes a lot of sense that you're also going to be able to tie into Bieniemy there, right? So
well, and also, I mean, I know he's an offensive guy, but there's an argument I've heard made. KC went from a Crennel offense or defense to Andy Reid, and they won 11 games the next year. They completely pulled a turnaround, and this is a team that needs a turnaround like that. You're in a Crennel style offense, and boy, a guy that's kind of under Andy Reid right now, does he have that magic? Well, you never know until you wave the wand, right? And then you see what happens. But there's some historical perspective there that kind of a switch has helped a team. And will that pan out? Who knows, right? But that's one of the things that I think Eric Bieniemy really has playing for him as far as giving him a lead, but beyond his ability, the thing that he's followed that path before.
Mm-hmm. I think as far as Detroit is concerned, the next kind of like candidate that's still going to be in like the Bieniemy category, and I always pronounce his name wrong. It's Saleh, the defensive coordinator
I
in
said the same thing. I was having issues with it earlier today.
in San Fran. I know I always get it wrong, but this is a guy who started his coaching career at Michigan State. He coached at Central. He has a defensive background, which is where this team actually struggles right now, right? He's from the Michigan area, right? So there's a lot of Michigan ties with him. And then he has ties to, he coached in Seattle for a while, right? So if you're going after one of the Seattle front office guys, then he makes a lot of sense to go after him. Now, his system is kind of like a cover three, which is like similar to what Seattle runs currently. And I think the Lions' current defensive scheme would mesh into that pretty well, right? I don't think you have to do a massive overhaul to the defense. Obviously, you're going to have to do some sort of scheme adjustments with any new coach that's coming in. But if you're going after him and you're switching to his kind of cover three Seattle style, you have a lot of pieces in place where you can make that happen. So he's another guy that's right up there at the top. The third guy for me is we just saw him last week, Eberflus, the defensive coordinator for the Colts. He runs a cover two, so it's a little, but he has some cover three elements as well. But this is a guy who has a linebacker background, and then he found success as a linebacker, and he was part of the original Colts hire when they hired Josh McDaniels. And then when McDaniels flaked on the Colts, they said, this guy, Eberflus, is so good, we have to keep him on no matter who the next head coach is. So, like, he's not just a good coach. You know, he's a guy who goes beyond just being just a quality coach. There's more elements to what he does as a person. So he took a defense that was in the bottom third and he made them a top 10 within a year. Now they're like a top 2, top 3 ranked in a lot of the categories statistically. So he's really changed the whole concept there in Indy, and they credit him for a lot of the strategy in strengthening that defense up the middle. So while it's a different kind of shift in defense, if you want like a coach that's balanced and that has a lot of positive attributes that go beyond just coaching, Eberflus is a name that I think people aren't talking enough about. So those are the 3 guys that I would probably target. And then, like I said, when you're looking at GMs, Eberflus is a guy that's going to be connected to a good front office. Same thing with Slay. I know I'm pronouncing it wrong. And then of course Bieniemy, right? So there's a nice marriage of front offices and coaches when you look at those 3 guys. And so that's really where I would focus my attention if I was Sheila.
Sure. Oh, okay. So I have a question back to the field a little bit. On the field, we talked about Trey Flowers and that he's having a really, really another solid year. That's not a huge surprise because he's basically done that every year. Who else do you think the best players on the defense are right now?
Currently, or best projection?
Well, currently.
Okay. Jamie Collins is probably at that same level. And Jerron Harmon, I think, is probably one of your top 4. And then I would say,
all this.
I mean, look, they fit the scheme, right? But then I think that the player that's probably the most underrated is Romeo Okwara. I think he has found a way to produce at a higher level than what we've seen out of him in the past. And in an identical role with about the same amount of snaps, he's having more production out of them. And his pass rushing is better. We're seeing more sacks. I think Romeo would be my kind of like sleeper underrated guy.
Sure. I've seen a lot of fans make comments about picking up worn out veterans from the Patriots, and I look at our team and I'm like, are you sure you're looking at this correctly? Because those guys are those might be the best guys on the team.
Yeah.
So
yeah, for sure.
Anyway,
Awesome.
how are you feeling about Aruarie?
I think he's trending up. I definitely think that we're seeing the cornerback tandem of the future with Oware and Okuda. I think they're the starters next year. You know, you're going to have Coleman under contract. You're going to have Trufant under contract, but I'm not sure Trufant has done anything this year to justify that he should stick around another year. And you've seen the young guys do well, and I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't be starting next year. And arguably, you could make an argument that they should start this year, and Trufant should be a guy that's trying to rotate in with them because they have a higher ceiling. They have more athleticism right now in the stage of their career. I think Oware has been the best corner on the roster.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, hey Eric, I hate to do this. If you want to jump in later tonight, if you got time, I would love. But Billy Sims is kicking on our door. And,
go ahead, buddy.
And we're going to get him in. So I'll message you. We'll see if we can get back in because I'd love to have a nice long conversation with you about a couple other things. You're always so great. Love having you on the show, brother.
I appreciate you bringing me on, man. Have fun with Billy. Tell him I said hi.
All right, we will, dude. Thanks. Have a great day. All right. There we go. Okay, Case, you need to redo your Zoom again. Wait, say that again. Yeah, you do. You need to redo your Zoom again. I'm going to put you for a second. You sound like your voice was back. Everyone thinks the beans are making you go through
sure.
some kind of a thing.
We haven't really tested out Zoom for this long before.
No, it's funny. All right, go ahead and do a restart on it, and we'll get you right back. And then we're going to call Billy Sims. We'll have him on the show right there. Want to make sure everything is okay. I am getting coached hard on the background. I got told to drink water. I don't think she understands how tired I was. All right, good stuff. Thank you so much. Let me hit a couple of folks here really quick. Akon was okay. Thank you so much for the $20 for St. Jude. That is really awesome. And then Strider 202. Dude, you're the best. $50. $50 and 19 takes us to 57, 70, 69. You guys know how to keep it at the 69. Go Lions, he said with his donation. That is awesome. $5,770.69. This is really something. You guys are absolutely the bomb squad to make this happen. Okay, we are going to get Case on right now. Case, welcome. I don't think. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Caught me chowing down.
All right.
That's why I messed the Zoom up so I could take a second and eat.
Okay. I'll tell you what. I will give you after Billy. I will give you a bunch of time to go ahead and have an eat. Feel good?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Let's get our man Billy Sims on the phone. Let me see if I can find him. See, I know I can find him. I'm just supposed to call him. Jeez. All right, there he is. And we are off.
It's Steven.
Steven, how you doing? Can we pull Billy in?
Yeah, he's right here in the car with me.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
Fire away.
All right. Hey, Billy, how you doing? It's Detroit Lions Podcast. Chris,
Doing great.
Chris and Case here for you.
All right, thank you.
Oh.
Doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no, thanks so much, man. I mean, you know, I know how great you are and with all the charity work you do and all the stuff. And first thing I want to do, just to kind of let people know, you still got to make a living. Billy Sims Barbecue, and then you've got another restaurant you've opened up, right?
Oh, yes, the Billy Burgers.
That looks so good. As a guy who's lived around In-N-Out Burger for a long time, those Billy Burgers look darn good.
They're pretty good. Even the French fries, I like them better.
Those are the crinkle fries, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the only
not
kind
crinkles,
of fry.
Not crinkles.
Okay. So let's talk really quick. Couple things. Number one, how much do you miss coming back to Ford Field and Detroit? The whole COVID thing this year, you know, you used to come out for, what is it, 3-4 games a year, sign stuff out there and hang out?
Oh, yeah,
man.
yeah. I miss the fans and everything. Of course, myself and Lem Barney and Barry, we just did a Zoom deal a couple of weeks ago.
Sure.
Yeah, yeah.
How are they holding
It's
up?
great to see those guys, but to come in, be in front of the fans and take pictures and autographs and tell old stories. That's what I really miss about Ford Field for sure. Beside the game.
Yeah, yeah. Let me ask you. I mean, and this is I'm sure you've been asked this before, but anywhere in there does it bug you that Barry took number 20? Is there any little?
No, none. Trust me. The thing about it, see, a lot of people don't know. I've been knowing Barry since his college days and his whole family.
Yeah, yeah.
So I had been a friend of his, and actually when he got drafted at that time, Wayne Funch was the head coach.
Yep.
And they was kind of debating on either drafting Barry or Sanders, not Sanders, but defensive back.
Oh, I gotta look. I can't remember.
Yeah, I'm the same way. That's what happened when he turned 65. So he went to Atlanta.
Yeah.
But anyway, I had prime time.
Yeah, Deion.
Deion Sanders. Deion. Sorry about that, Deion, if you're listening. But I had called Coach Wayne and told him, I said, you guys debating whether to draft Barry or not. I said, I know good when I see it, but this is great. You guys are crazy if you don't draft Barry.
and Coach Fonts was all over Barry Sanders. I mean, there was no change in his mind. If I remember back.
Oh, no question.
Yeah, he was ready to fight William Clay Ford to make sure that they got Barry, because he was single-minded. I remember it. He was like, everyone's like, oh boy, but boy, if you're gonna go in like he did, you go in on a guy like Barry. What a win! What a win!
Oh, what a win! Of course, he took that number 20 to another level, and thanks to him and Limborne, the number 20 will never be worn again.
Yeah.
With the Lions.
Well, I gotta say, Billy, you were the guy that got me into the NFL as a kid. I'm not quite 65 yet, but I remember you being drafted. I remember you being drafted, and I was about 10 years old, and that was the year my brother and I we had a little 19-inch black and white TV, and I've told the story of the show a couple times. We would do play-by-play and color commentary to you running on the field, and it was just absolutely sealed the Lions into my whole kind of my soul. Who I am was watching you on the field that rookie year, and those years you were there. It was so electrifying to watch you run the ball for the Detroit Lions. You brought so much joy to so many fans, and I mean, I think the whole city of Detroit felt your knee injury when you got hurt, man. I mean, it reverberated throughout the city. I remember it, and still today. And I hate to kind of take that, well, what could have been, because there was so much great that you accomplished. But boy, if that knee happened today, I swear you'd have gotten another 8 years of a career out of that. What do you think? Oh wait. We lost him. There we are. Oh, sorry, we lost you.
We're back. Hey, we're back. With modern technology, anything can happen.
Well, that's what we were talking about. I don't know where you lost me, but I was talking about how great you were and how electrifying you were, and how when your injury happened, we lost the whole city. It reverberated throughout the city, and it feels like if it had happened today, that knee, you could have gotten an easy another 8 years of your career, and we could have really seen so much more from Billy Sims.
Yeah, I think so. During that time period, technology and everything, not like what it is now back then. But I enjoyed it. Never got mad about the situation, because I know going into it, I didn't have long to play the game anyway. But I enjoyed it while I did, try to showcase my best talent when I could.
It was amazing to watch. It was thrilling. I mean, I have nothing. And I have to tell you, it says a lot about you as a man, because I think about it, all that work that you did your whole life to get there, and have that taken away by something out of your control. I'm sure the rest of your body felt ready. I probably would have been a very angry person coming out of that. It takes a lot to kind of come out strong.
It does, but I was blessed to get that for it, because guys that come out of high school, get hurt, never played college, or come out of college and get hurt, never play pro. But at least I got a taste of it, and for a short while. But I'm grateful for that, for sure.
Sure. What do you think about the Lions right now? We have Coach Patricia there. Have you spent any time talking to him? I mean, what's your sense of Coach Patricia and where the Lions are going? Oh no!
Win so bad, turn the thing around like Lions, and so we'll see what happens with the pandemic and all that's here now. So you might well wash this season out and get ready for next season. Hopefully, it'll be better.
Yeah, yeah. Do you find yourself? Are you still a Lions? I know. I'm
still a big Lions fan.
Down in Oklahoma, I know you're still crazy, and still got the.
Oh yeah, that's a different animal, man.
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
Oh yeah, it is. That is through your blood. But I mean, I always see you around Detroit, and at the field, and always involved in Lions events, and it's so great. I mean, it's so great to see. But I wonder. I mean, it's funny because you came out, you got drafted. You don't get to choose where you're drafted or you play or any of those things. And I wonder how a guy like you feels after.
You know, when I got drafted, not bragging, I was first round, first pitch, sound pretty good. Until they tell you where you was going, I'm saying Detroit.
It's cold up there.
It wasn't that. It's just the fact they just won 2 games before that. Before my rookie year.
Yeah.
But we had a chance, made the playoffs a couple of times. Of course, our best year was '83. We go out to Candlestick and got a hold of the 49ers and had them on the ropes.
Yep.
And almost won by a field goal. We go to the next round. Who would have known what happened? So, other than that, it was a good journey.
Yeah, for sure. Those were the days.
But I'm trying to think of the sports writer. He brought it to my attention. The fact had I played long, I'd probably be in the Hall of Fame. And you still there?
Yes, yeah, we're still here.
Oh, okay. He said, but based on my statistic, and bless his heart, I'm gonna think of his name in a minute. We got basically the same statistics, but he's in the Hall of Fame, so I may get a shot when they run out of names. Who knows?
Well, I'll put your name down. Number
Gail
1.
Gail Sears.
Yeah.
Gail Sears.
Yeah,
look at his stats and mine. We're pretty close together. So who knows?
Yeah, I think it's to be honest, I think the Detroit brand is a tough one to carry. You know what I mean? It's it's put maybe a Chicago thing on the side, and all of a sudden you're a superstar, right? The same stats, but
right.
No, you definitely deserve it. I mean, you've done it. I mean, you've done everything, and have been a real superstar for the team, the city. Just absolutely love everything you do, Billy. If there's how much time did you get to spend with Wayne Fonts?
I spent a lot of time actually because I was up there when he was coaching. What a great coach he was, and definitely a player's coach.
Yeah.
And became friends with him over time. So yeah.
So we're doing a couple of big interviews today. Of course, you're number one always in my heart, Billy, because you made me a Lions fan.
Okay.
But
well, good. Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
But we do have Wayne Fonts coming on later. Do you have like an insider question we could? Yeah, he only lives like 4 miles up the road from me. Some kind of insider question we could get him with.
Where is this? Where Wayne lives now?
He lives down in Florida.
Yeah, okay. I thought he was back in Florida.
Yeah. He's just a couple miles up the road.
Yeah. See, I remember when he was with Tampa Bay in the, he was secondary coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, of course, he came to Detroit. Then for 1 year, I think after that, he became head coach.
So, do you have a funny story I could surprise him with?
Well, it wouldn't be family oriented.
All right, fine.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
All right, I'm gonna ask him about you, Billy.
I know it. See, I'm not gonna make up anything about him.
He's the players' coach, but he still fired people.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, no, he's an absolutely fabulous guy. I love Wayne. It's and there's a little bit of a nostalgia, right? But those were great years for the Lions. So exciting. I know fans are dying right now for some success and to see the team break through.
And it's not just the city of Detroit; it's the whole state. Because I have the pleasure of traveling the whole state many a times, and the fans are loyal to the team. And they've been losing for so long, but they show up. They keep coming. They keep coming.
Yeah, for sure. Let me ask you, any thought of putting Billy Burger or Billy Sims Barbecue in Tampa?
It's always a possibility, when you franchise, you can go anywhere.
Yeah, Wayne's
so you
here.
Got me some, that's right. I had to give him a call.
Damn
I just
straight.
thought about Wayne. Yeah, just thought about Coach. Plus, I have my roommate lives in Tampa.
Right?
Greg Roberts, who won the Outland Trophy at Oklahoma.
Yeah,
and he played for Tampa Bay. Greg Roberts, offensive lineman.
Yep.
Played with Doug Williams.
That's see now. I'll tell you, I have been in massive search ever since Taste the Lions last year. I got a hold of that.
Too, the Taste of the Lions.
Oh. I got a hold of the spicy barbecue sauce, Billy barbecue sauce. Ooh, that stuff is that is the best barbecue sauce on the market. I am telling you, that is killer stuff. You build one here in Tampa. You get Wayne in there. Maybe I'll kind of jump in too, just to get a free delivery every now and then.
There you go. That's how it works. Good deal.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, Billy, I know you got a lot going on. I want to thank you, number one, for donating the ball for the charity auction. That's really kind of you, as always. Such a great guy, raising money. We're doing a 24-hour broadcast. We're just under 6 hours in right now, and we're about $6,000 raised. We're shooting for $25,000. I think we're gonna blow the roof on it by the time this is all over. I think we're all. Hey, I'll tell you something funny. We have a guy. So one of the nicknames, players all have nicknames, and Stafford's one of his nicknames is Staff Daddy, right? So yeah. So we've got a guy who said if we raised $3,000 in the first or $5,000 in the first 3 hours, that he would get a Staff Daddy tattoo on his chest, and we nailed it. We got it done. So it's gonna be on the stream a couple hours this evening. He's gonna be getting that tattoo live on the stream for everyone to see. I can't believe we did it. I mean, it was like with a minute to spare. We crossed it. It was great. So people care.
Good stuff.
Yeah. All right, Billy. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time. I absolutely love what you did and what you're doing today, and the charitable work. All the stuff, the restaurant stuff is great. I wish you the very, very best of luck, man. And we'll talk again soon, okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Steve.
Hey, no problem. Get with me on that football.
All right, brother. We'll see you.
All right.
Later, guys. Bye. All right, Billy Sims. Huh? How about that?
It's good. Very good. I apologize for making you do the whole conversation there, but I know you're old enough to remember that stuff, and I'm not.
Oh, man. Oh, the old jokes. Old jokes are old. Okay, there we go. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, good. There we go. Okay, we're all caught up now. We got Billy. I got a patient story here in 11 minutes. Case, I'm going to give you the microphone for a minute, right? I'm going to rest my voice.
That's fine.
Okay.
Let's see. We had a couple of there've been a couple of questions that I was thinking we'd get back to. One from Chris Robbins. He was asking about number 8 overall picks and how Hawkinson stacks up against some of them. So I looked at there was actually a 247 Sports article based around the Lions. It looks like it was going into it was from April of 2019. So so it doesn't include the Hawk pick, obviously. And I don't think it includes the 2019 pick, because I think that was right before the 2019 19 pick, and I don't remember who was number 8 there, but I can look that up too. But you get kind of a mixed bag at the number 8 spot. You've got 2009 Eugene Monroe, tackle out of Jacksonville. He played for several years, but he never made a huge impact. He has gone on to be an activist for cannabis, but that's not really here nor there. Rolando McClain, who he's a bit of a cautionary tale, or at least I am cherry picking some of what's said in this article, because I remember Rolando McClain playing for the Cowboys, but I don't really remember him that well, and I think that he got in trouble a lot, so he ended up out of the league. You got Jake Locker at quarterback, which bust. Ryan Tannehill at quarterback, which bust in the sense that he obviously never did anything worth note with the Dolphins, who picked him. You've got Tavon Austin, who, again, he made some impact, but not a ton. Then you're moving into a few better players. You've got 2014 Anthony Barr. And while Barr has had a couple good seasons in his career, he's also had some very mediocre seasons in his career. So I think I'm trying to remember he made 4 Pro Bowls, which surprises me because I don't think he deserved it. I think that some of that was on name recognition, but he was good when he was good, but he also had a lot of bad to go along with it. Vic Beasley, who 29 and a half sacks before last year. I don't remember how many he had last year, but I mean, that's a good pick at the number 8 spot. Jack Conklin, who's been a decent pick for the Titans. I'm trying to remember. Isn't he the one they traded to the Texans? I think he is. Okay. So he's been decent. Then you've got Christian McCaffrey, who obviously I don't think the Panthers are upset by that pick. And Roquan Smith, who I'm trying to remember. I mean, for the Bears, I mean, I know who he is, but I'm trying to remember. He's been kind of mediocre, I think. So far this year, he's been mediocre, and as a rookie, he goes back further than that. 2018. Right? Yeah, no, he's been a mediocre player. That's the bottom line with Roquan Smith. Average starter, which, I mean, you could do worse than getting an average starter, but at the number 8 pick, you'd rather have something higher. So if we're comparing Hockenson right now to those guys, he's certainly an above average tight end. And then you get into the questions of how much you value the tight end position. But if by next year he's a top 3 tight end, he's still a better value at that spot probably than at least half of those guys. Would be my opinion on that.
Yeah.
So, Chris, that's my best answer for you.
That's your best answer for me. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, you're right, Chris. That was Tunsil.
That Chris.
Not Conklin. That got traded to the Texans.
All right, let's see.
He was Chris. I'm just misspeaking. My bad.
All right, I'm just making sure.
2018, not 2019. I was just getting confused.
Okay. All right, everything's going good here. I've just got some production stuff going on in the background. Thank you so much for your patience. Thanks for covering. All right, what do we have so far? What do we have coming up? All right, we have a call coming up. A couple things for the 3 o'clock hour. We'll set that up right now because we're gonna have a patient call at the very, very beginning. I promise Case will take part in this one. He's young enough. Also, let me go back. There was one question. Yes, Wisco. What was it like podcasting before homes had electricity? It was a lot of tin cans and a lot of string. Thank you so much.
I mean, that's basically true. It's come a long way in the last 5 years for us.
Yeah, it has. All right. Let's see. Chris had something. When you guys are done, can you talk about how we think Detroit is using our running backs? Absolutely. I think that's the next topic we'll get into. Case will tune that up. We have about 5 minutes before we have a call to do, and we're going to do that, make that happen. Let me think here. so I've just got a couple things to prep for that. What we'll do, let me just get us through all the housekeeping stuff that we like to do. First off, for the folks that donated, I want to say thank you so much for. Close that window.
Like
thank
that
you
sound
so much.
effect?
Yeah, that's good.
Oh.
We got everything caught up there. If you'd like to donate to St. Jude, please join the club and do that at stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. That'll go directly to them. It's tax deductible with your receipt. And if you have corporate matching, use that to get a match from your company, and they'll add that all together at the end to get it to our final total. But we're looking for it. Our kind of semi-unofficial goal is $1,000 an hour, you guys. So we really looking for you guys to help us to get to that. Okay. Where else do we got? We got a big sponsor, Diamond CBD, and they've been great partners with us. I tell you, their Delta 8 stuff is amazing. The gummies they have, we gave one of those away, and we gave away the Pain Masters, the oil, CBD oil, for the 3 o'clock hour. The top donor is going to get themselves props out of the Lion stocking Santa is going to pull. Some of the greatest pain relief cream you'll ever come across. This stuff, I am telling you, heard it in the Slack chat from a couple guys that have tried it. I've used it myself. This CBD oil, this is 1,000 milligram CBD oil. You got a sore muscles anywhere. Suzanne Bakuch, and I hope I said that right, Suzanne. I apologize. We've known each other for so long. She's a longtime listener, Podcast Lions fan. Probably not in your standard demographic for CBD products, but her elbow had been killing her for years. She said, "Let me give it a shot." Showed her which one that we looked at. She got it. She sent me back right away. Holy cow, the pain's gone. I'm just starting, but it worked. This is great. I've shared it with my mom, my mother-in-law, and I've gotten tons of great feedback from this stuff. From people who've used
I'm
it.
looking forward to giving it a shot real soon here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing. It's amazing. The oil is for, topical spot areas, back, muscles, arthritis, that kind of stuff. Absolutely wonderful stuff. Works great. The oil is whole body kind of stuff. You think you got a little bit of anxiety or you're looking for some sleep, I think that's great. A little bit under the tongue and off you go. And then the gummies are the same. The gummies are whole body. This chill line of gummies is pretty powerful. I'll just say, and it's got a warning label on it. Just start slow, find your way. I've heard that if you use some of the other edible kind of materials from the same sort of family, that sometimes people don't wait long enough to see what the effect is, and then they eat some more, and next thing you know, they're in freak out zone. Similar thing with the edible stuff. It takes a while sometimes, so just start slow and work your way up to find out what the right amount is. But those gummies are great. All from Diamond CBD. So we got CBD oil. This is $150 value right here, this oil. Coming to you to the number one highest donor in the 3 o'clock hour. Starts in 2 minutes, so give it a shot. stjude.org/DLP. Thanks to Diamond CBD for all that stuff. And whoever wins, the top donor will win themselves that CBD oil. If you want to try their stuff out, head to cbd.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. cbd.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. There we go. All right. Got that through, and we've got another one. CBD is our sponsor for the hour. Besides the giveaways, they are sponsoring the show this hour as well. And all that sponsor money goes straight to St. Jude. How about that? It's a really, really good deal. All right, where are we?
You're making a lot of assumptions there, Jesse.
Oh man. Okay, so let's do this running back talk. I don't think we can do it in a minute. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, we can hang on to that one. It's a good topic, though.
Yeah, it is.
Come back to it.
I'm a big Swift fan. I gotta tell you, and it's going to be hard to send out that signed ball.
Yeah,
that's a tough one to see go. I think that's going to be a valuable item in the days going forward. All right, here we go. Okay. go. Let me get my invite here. Sorry. Just see, this is why we need a production team. There's so much that goes on. Those guys sitting behind the glass, they never get enough credit. They never get enough credit for all the hard work and effort they put in.
It's hard to convince people to work for 24 hours for no pay. So
what?
I don't know how you got me here.
Buddy, what do you mean no pay? The pleasure of sitting with me has got to be enough to keep you jacked. Or at least jacking. All right. Let's see. We're 577069 stjude.org/DLP. Break that wallet open. Let's see what we can do. We did get the 5K in time, Hattori. We are waiting for information back at exactly what time that we're going to get our tattoo going. So we'll have that going. It's 3 a.m. here now. I'll start with my guy in the morning, and he'll get in touch. Okay. So that's at 2 our time, so it's an hour ahead. So yeah, we'll know in about 3 hours exactly when that tattoo is going to happen. 3 to 5 hours, we'll know when that's going to happen. So I can't wait. This is going to be fabulous. Golden pushed us over with literally 1 minute left. He dropped $800 and got us over the hump on that. So got to give Golden a lot of credit. And now we start the giveaway. Whoever's the highest donor in the 3 o'clock hour gets that CBD cream. Help make your body feel good, and donate a lot of money. stjude.org/DLP. All right, Case, we've been doing this now 10, 11, 12, 1,
6
2,
hours.
6 hours.
Quarter of the way
It's
there,
right there. I realize it says it there, but I always forget it until after I count my fingers. Quarter of the way. This is easy. This is no problem. Easy peasy.
Yeah.
There, I did an ASMR of drinking water. Let's see. Okay, a third. Chris Payne's doing my math for me. Hey, we're a third of the way there. No, it's a quarter, Chris. There's 24 hours instead of 18. Defense, main issues, and why we aren't consistent on defense. We will definitely add that to the mix. We have a call coming right now. We're going to do a little bit of a patient story opportunity to talk about somebody who's been through cancer with their child, somebody I know, and my son knows their son. And we're just going to get the story, and you can kind of get a sense of, what it's like for a family to go through, what it means, and what St. Jude does for folks. They were in a case where they didn't work with St. Jude. They were very fortunate they didn't need to. But, we've got him here. Let's let him tell the story. All right. Oh, he's going to be here any second. We're waiting for him. Joining. Go back to our two. Wait. All right, he's in the process of joining right now. It'll take him just a second, I think. He's got the Zoom fairies working on it. Someone to get Millen's mug tattooed on their rear. Wow, that is a big ask. What's it going to take for someone to get Millen's mug tattooed on their rear? See me working with the sensors. Let's see. It's worked out as to why he hasn't joined. It says joining. He's stuck on joining. All right, Case, talk about the defense real quick. Talk about. Oh, the practice report is out. Maybe we can do that really quick.
Yep. Okay. So Chris says Galladay, Agnew, and Tracy are all out.
Yep. Tracy Walker, Dahl's questionable. Matthias, can you hear us? We're almost there. We got video. Just working on the audio now. Let's see. I'll get you. Got video. Okay, we'll get him here in a second. This is Matthias. We'll get him going here anytime now. All right, so in the meantime, while we get Matthias's audio working, let's see. Can you hear us, Matthias? Throw a thumbs up if you can hear us. I don't think you can hear us either. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Galladay, Agnew, and Tracy out. Tracy Walker.
Out. We've got Dahl, Jones, Roberts, Vitae, all questionable. Decker, TJ, Danny, and Desmond, all full practice, none with a designation. So Vitae did have a full practice, but is still listed as questionable. So Christian Jones, Daryl Roberts, Joe Dahl are the guys Jones and Roberts had limited practices, and Dahl did not practice, which is, as Schlitt mentioned, concerning just because he had a limited practice Wednesday and then 2 did not practices, but he is listed as questionable. So it looks a little bit better maybe than I was worried it would, because there are 4 of the most important players on the team right now, all that look like they're going to be full go. So
okay. Let's talk about the Dahl injury. How big a deal is that going to be on the offensive line for these guys?
Well, a lot of that depends on whether or not Vitae is in there. Not that Vitae is playing incredible right now, largely thanks to his injuries, but he was a full participant in practice, so hopefully that's a sign of things improving. They can kick him inside to a guard position, and I mean that's where he will play, in a guard position, because Crosby will probably still be outside. And so at least they built themselves some versatility. If they could stop, getting hurt, it would be nice. But
yeah, absolutely. Hey, Matthias, do we have you yet, man? I saw a little poquito in there. Is there? He froze again. He's working on it. Okay. Well, we're gonna let him work in the background and get that audio straight, and we'll be here shortly. If you can hear us, Chris, just throw a sign. Every now and then his videos freeze, and I wonder if he's turning it on and off. We'll see. All right. Injury report, and then do we have anything on the Viking side of the ball?
Let me double check here. We have confirmed 3 cornerbacks out: Holton Hill, Mark Fields, Cameron Danzler, and Harrison Hand, limited practice, questionable. The other 3 guys, Adam Thielen, CJ Hammond, Dan Chisina, who I'm not actually familiar with, are all full practice, which was a big surprise.
All right, Jeff Maddock, $20 into St. Jude. Thank you so much, Jeff. Love the podcast and St. Jude's great cause. Keep up the good work, Chris and Case. Thank you very much, Jeff. Really Matt Lick. Sorry, I missed that. Really appreciate the donation. You guys are doing awesome. Push us up to almost $5,800. Of course, we got our 69 cents in there. That's the way it always has to be, because it's who us and our audience are. Good stuff. Matthias, can you hear us? Can't hear you yet. Maybe you can. It's something to do with what microphone. I'm not sure your setup. Okay, 1 second. I think he said 1 second.
I have no idea.
Yep. The 1 second. Okay, he's working on it. Okay, so that's the injury report. Is he on? You. Oh,
how's that now?
Oh, there you are, Matthias. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing fabulous. How you doing, Chris? Good to see you.
Great. It is so good to see you again, man. It's been a while. How's everything going for you guys?
Everything's going fabulous. Work's good. Family's good. Out in Arizona for a little youth soccer tournament, so we're all doing great.
That's great. Still soccer. Is this Logan's tournament, or is this your daughter's tournament?
This is a tournament for my daughter. She's 17, and she's playing in a local tournament here along with other under 18-year-olds.
She's always been strong player. She's always been a strong player. Is it still same thing? Is it the same trajectory? Just killing it?
Yeah, she's fortunately been able to connect herself with a good coach and a good team, and has been progressing up the club system for several years right now. Her team has just gone into the Gold Coast Soccer League division, assuming we play this fall. And in the meantime, we're just trying to pick up a few tournaments, in here in Arizona, where we travel to from our home in Thousand Oaks, and then hopefully in a couple weeks in Las Vegas.
Yeah, no, that's great. Well, we'll talk a little bit about, we're here for St. Jude. We're about 6 hours in a 24-hour journey. I already had a tap an energy drink. I should have gotten more sleep last night. I always say that every time. This might be the most severe case, though. This could be problems. But we're here. We've done about $1,000 an hour so far. We're almost at $6,000. Really working hard, and we thought it was important just to kind of get some patient stories out there. You and I, we've worked together in the past, and we know, and you know how impactful they are for people, and how much it means to hear the story. And with St. Jude, the place, I know you guys. You didn't have to have St. Jude. You had a great hospital right there next to you that had everything you guys needed, and that's a really, really great place. But for the folks that don't, or that don't have the means, St. Jude out there taking away the cost and a big chunk of the worry to let you concentrate on what the most important part of it is such a great mission. So it's something we've kind of locked into. From your perspective, just kind of, can you just tell us, like, again, you know, as a parent with a child with cancer and going through a situation like that, it's so difficult. Kind of tell us a little bit about the journey from finding out, obviously a surprise, and then how things went from there.
Yeah, I'd be delighted to, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and your audience about this topic and to support St. Jude's. This is a situation for me now, and a cause for me now that's near and dear to my heart because of the experience that I and my family, and particularly my son Logan, had this last year and a half. And kind of let me take you back to the beginning. In late 2018, Logan started to show the first sign, of what we would later find out was Hodgkin's lymphoma, and that revealed itself in a swollen lymph node on the neck. Now, I'm a parent. I've got two kids. I've got a 12-year-old or a 13-year-old at the time. He's got a swollen lymph node. Pediatrician basically says, it's common for kids. Probably got a cold or a little infection or something. Come see me in a couple weeks. Probably go down. So a couple weeks go by and hasn't gone down. Gotten a little bit bigger, in fact. And so we went back and he said, it's probably nothing. Same story again. Probably nothing. But let's just try to rule out a virus or something, a bacterial infection or something like that. Let's give him some antibiotics and then come back to see me in about a month or so. And this went on for a few months with the pediatrician because it's really common for kids to have swollen lymph nodes and to go up and down. And there's lots and lots of different causes for that are not cancers. So that's not the first thing they go to.
Sure.
Well, long story short, this process of identifying what it is that Logan had went on for about 7 months because the physicians want to rule out every possible more likely cause before they finally get to the cancer. And so we went from the pediatrician to an infectious disease doctor to an allergist, getting all kinds of different tests. And, we weren't really worried about it, Chris, for the first couple of months because there's so many other more likely explanations. Sure, and how could our kid have cancer? I mean, that was really, I don't want to say it was not on our mind at all, but it was really one of the furthest things from our minds.
Sure. One of the first things you dismiss as a possibility, for sure, right?
Oh, for sure. And of course, you as a parent, you really want to not think it's cancer. Sure. It's the last thing you want. You want to have cancer in your kid, and that's some other parent, that's some other family, some other kid.
That's right.
And so, we had all manner of tests done. We had the infectious disease doctor do a bunch of tests relating to, everything from valley fever, which I'd never heard of before, to different parasites, to all kinds of stuff. And it was negative. And so every time you get a negative test, you're like, oh my God, what could this be cancer? Could this be it? And by the way, Logan has no other symptoms at all that we can discern at all during this whole time period. We have an otherwise healthy kid.
Right.
Normally,
an absolute athlete.
He's an athlete. He's happy. He's healthy. He's active. He doesn't have any dramatic weight loss. He doesn't have any fatigue. He doesn't have any night sweats or some of the things that you might associate with. We later found you would often associate with a lymphoma of some sort. So then finally we do the allergy test, same thing. Logan gets pricked, a million times in the back and gets all these these allergies. We think, well, maybe it's that, but it's not the allergies either. And so finally they say, we need to do a biopsy. And we go in, and now we're getting really worried. And they do what's called a needle biopsy, where they insert a syringe into the neck where the lymph node is, and they extract some cells from that lymph node, and they go analyze them in the lab. And they said it was going to be a few days before we heard back, and then we got the call that, as you can imagine, I'll never forget, from the physician. And he said, Mr. and Mrs. Wagner, I have some terrible news. The lab results have come back, and Logan has Hodgkin's lymphoma. And you can imagine how stunned we were at that point to get that news. It's as they say, it's an overused expression, but it's absolutely true. It's every parent's worst nightmare.
Yeah.
And so we had to, take a moment to kind of collect ourselves and, talk to him about what the next steps were and what to expect. And at that point, it was we needed to get him seen by an oncologist and have some further testing done to learn about what specific type of Hodgkin's he had, how far along it was, in terms of what stage of the cancer he had, and so forth, and then figure out a treatment plan. And so we, just at this point, you can imagine, Chris, there's just a million things going through your mind, because now we know that it's something bad, but we don't know how bad.
Right.
And as a parent, you've got a million things going through your mind, a million emotions. Obviously, we're just devastated. And how could our healthy 12-year-old have this terrible disease? What could cause it? What could we have done something to prevent it? Should we have spotted something sooner? I mean, sort of question all these things.
Sure.
And then the unknown, which is, oh my God, does he have stage 3 or stage 4? Oh my God, has it spread? Has it gone into the rest of his system? I mean, is my son really at risk here for something very, very serious? And then, what's the impact going to be on my son?
And then the internet doesn't help when you do your self-research stage, right? Because it always goes to the worst case scenario, and you're trying to say, what's the reality here? And you're trying to sort through things that most people, it's a maze of crazy Latin terms and other things that they just don't understand. And to get a straight answer, and what you don't want to wait. You want to get to where am I and what do I need to do, but it takes so much time. It's got to weigh heavy.
It is, and this is obviously something for physicians that's it's sort of routine, and they discuss these things clinically and in technical terms and matter of fact. But for us personally, the ones impacted by it, it's a really significant, life-changing event, and you're just torn up because you don't know any of this. It's, as they say, it's the not knowing that is so difficult.
Yeah.
Not knowing what's ahead. Is it going to be a stage 4? Is he going to be undergoing chemo and radiation and surgery and be laid up for 2 years? Is he going to be out of school? Is he going to be out of sports, away from his friends? All these things. Is he going to be okay? Is he going to be okay? And so the next step was we got an appointment with an oncologist, a terrific oncologist over at UCLA, and we learned about the particular type of disease he has, which is a particular subtype of Hodgkin's, called nodular lymphocyte predominant Hodgkin's lymphoma. And that is just to tell you a little bit about Hodgkin's. Hodgkin's affects about 7,000 or 8,000 people a year. A little bit more than half of them are males, and a very small minority of them are children. And so it's very, very rare. And then on top of that, the type of Hodgkin's that he has only impacted about 5% of all Hodgkin's diseases. So it's a very, very rare subtype that not a lot of people have. So, we just sort of hit lightning twice.
Right.
Got hit by lightning twice on this. On the upside, the kind of Hodgkin's he had was a slower growing version. So that was at least one glimmer of hope. But, the real question was, what stage is it? Because that would dictate the treatment plan. And so the oncologist said, we need to get a better biopsy just to confirm the the Hodgkin's, and then we're going to have you do a series of scans and tests, a CT scan and a PET scan to determine the stage. So he went in for surgery and had that glob of lymph nodes removed so that it could be analyzed. And that confirmed the same Hodgkin's diagnosis we had before. And then he had a series of scans, and that, I'll tell you, was something I'll also never forget. When you see your son go in for imaging in one of these huge, PET CT scanning machines, like you see on ER.
Yep.
Or, ER was a long time ago. Whatever the latest Dr. Drama is.
We just had Billy Sims on. We're still in the old people space. The ER is okay.
Exactly. But you get in this gigantic machine. He's got to guzzle a bunch of barium sulfate and be given some radioactive isotope to be put in his blood so they can actually see what's going on in his body. And then they run him through this machine to do the scan. And then you're waiting again to find out the results of that. And so when we finally sat down with the doctor, he said, "I've got some good news for you. It looks like Logan is stage 1." And that was a huge, huge relief. Hodgkin's in general has a really good cure rate for stage 1 and stage 2. So even if it had been stage 2, it would have been the end of the world. But stage 3 and stage 4, there are just much more aggressive treatment options that you've got to undergo, and the prognosis is not as positive.
Yep.
And so having a stage 1 was awesome. Yep. In the grand scheme of things, and that meant that his Hodgkin's lymphoma disease was confined to his neck, in the one area of his neck, as opposed to being in multiple areas, and then also as opposed to being spread into other areas of his body.
Right.
And so at that point, you find out what the treatment option is, and this is fairly plug and play for cancer. Once you find out the type and the subtype and the state of progression, then they have protocols. And this is really interesting and something that I think is important for those of your audience who are thinking about contributing to St. Jude. And I know it took a long time to get here, but I think this is important. If you've got a more advanced stage of cancer, you obviously get a more aggressive form of treatment. You might have a lengthier period of chemotherapy, for example. You might have radiation. You might have other therapies that might extend the time that you're in therapy. And when you're in therapy, it means you're out of school and you're out of sports because you're immunocompromised.
Right.
And the even more significant thing that I think a lot of people overlook is the impact of the treatment, especially the chemotherapy. Not only are you really sick, everyone knows you lose your hair, you're throwing up and nauseous and not feeling well, and you're weak, and you've got all these terrible chemotherapy symptoms or side effects. But there's also an increased risk that you're going to have some additional problems down the line as a result of your cancer treatment, as a result of your chemotherapy.
Yeah.
So you're at higher risk for secondary cancers, like in your liver, in your kidneys, in your lungs, and things like that. You're at higher risk for long-term reproductive adverse effects. And so you could, in the process of trying to cure your cancer, you could be giving yourself cancer 5 years from now.
Right.
So it's so important to type that the right way. And if you get that subtype of, you get the stage 1, you're going to have a less aggressive treatment, have like we were able to get, and have only, as in our case, about 4 months of treatment, as opposed to a longer course of treatment that have these higher risks. And even more importantly, what we learned is that fortunately just 2 years before, there had been a study on my son's subtype of Hodgkin's that said that a smaller course of chemotherapy with with fewer chemotherapy drugs had exactly the same efficacy as a longer course of chemotherapy and more drugs. So he ended up having 4 chemotherapy drugs over 4 months, as opposed to 6 or 8 chemotherapy drugs plus radiation over 6 to 8 months.
Wow.
And that's huge.
Yeah.
That's huge. And what I noted recently is that it's studies like that actually St. Jude's is currently involved in doing. And they've got 3 studies right now in Hodgkin's. And what they are studying is exactly this issue, is how much can we limit the amount of chemotherapy and other drugs that we give these sick children in order to have the same level of efficacy and the same cure rate, but not risk these terrible potential consequences down the road of secondary cancers, et cetera. That is huge. That is huge. And I applaud St. Jude for being one of the hospitals at the forefront of that, because it's studies like that can make a huge difference in kids' lives, as it did for Logan.
Yep.
So that kind of gets you almost all the way through. No, it's a long story.
No, it's an important one though.
Valuable here.
Yeah.
And so Logan went through his chemotherapy cycle and was really sick, and had a bunch of other side effects of the chemotherapy that were difficult. But after doing that full summer and losing his hair and doing the hard work of going through that chemotherapy, fortunately at the end of the summer when he had his scan, he was clear of cancer.
That's amazing.
And we were so grateful for that, because that meant that he could stop his chemotherapy and it was successful. And once he was strong enough, he could start getting to his freshman year of high school. He had already missed a month of it. And so great news. Logan was thrilled. We were thrilled. He was able to start to plan ahead, because your life is on hold during this period, Chris.
I can't imagine.
You can't do anything. You can't really go out. You don't want to bring in some illness that's going to get your child sick, who is his white blood cell count's literally down to 0 during this time period.
Wow.
And so you can't risk any of that stuff. You have to take ultra good care of them, and put him in the best position to get healthy. And so, fortunately, that was great news. And then 6 months later, he had another good scan. And then just about a month ago, he had his 12-month scan, and thank goodness, but he had a clean 12-month scan. And that's just terrific news for him, because we're sort of back to normal, COVID normal, whatever that means.
Right.
He's at least back in virtual school, and he's got his hair back, and he's healthy, and he's growing, and he's playing basketball, and he's doing those things that a 15-year-old should be doing.
Yeah.
Not doing those things that you don't want your 14, 15-year-old doing, which is sick on the couch, bald and looking terrible, sick with cancer.
Yeah.
So we're so grateful for the care he received, and the studies that allowed him to have a chemotherapy regimen that reduces his long-term impacts and the long-term impact of the chemo, and that he can get back to being a kid.
Yeah. And this is the kind of thing that shows how cancer doesn't discriminate at all. I mean, and for you folks, I mean, again, Matthias and I, we know each other. We go back more years than we probably want to admit. But the most wonderful family of and people you'll ever meet. I mean, like the almost scary, like you would think in a movie, because it's just everything's just so good, right? I mean, great family and really good stuff, and athletic and involved in the neighborhood and the church and everything else, and to get hit like that, you just wouldn't think it was happen to folks like that. You don't live under a smokestack of a factory. You don't have a long history of all these things. It just was, like you said, lightning striking twice. And the idea that folks, you're lucky to have been in a great space and have that great care available, but you were able to take advantage of the work that St. Jude did, and there's a lot of people that St. Jude helps, not just with their research, but they take care of the family, and they take care of the costs of the medicine, the medical procedures, and everything else as well, so that people who aren't as lucky or in as lucky a position to take care of that cannot have to worry about that, not bankrupt the family or mortgage the future just to save a child, which nobody should have to do, right? Great mission they have there. They've done a great job, I think, and I should know this off the top of my head. they've taken the save rate. I can't even think of the word. The kids who come out healthy on the other side up to 90%, and when they started, it was like around 16%. It may be 80% that they're at now, but a huge difference that they've made in the lives of all these kids and families they've touched. So, Matthias, I really appreciate the story, and it's close and it's personal to me. So I thought it would be really good to have you on to share that story for our listeners and help them see kind of the effect that it has and some of the broader reaching ideas around what the money that they're donating here does to help. So I really, really appreciate you coming on and spending time with us. I know you're busy. I know you got a lot going on, and I appreciate you making the time.
My pleasure, Chris. It's good to talk about our experience, and I definitely encourage people to get involved today on your fundraiser. It does make a difference to people. We were very fortunate with Logan to have the great care, like you said. I can't imagine having to worry about money on top of all the other stuff we were worried about. We were fortunate in that respect, but we also realize that not everyone is, and so we do hope that people will help out those people. Be grateful if they have healthy children. I mean, that's the sort of thing that I think about from time to time, and we're unlucky with Logan that he was sick. We were lucky, though, that he had access to good health care, and then he had a good prognosis and everything, and hopefully he'll continue to stay healthy. But I think about those other kids that are out there and those other families, those kids that are sicker than Logan. When we saw a lot of them in the chemo infusion center, those families that are maybe less capable of handling it financially. And my heart goes out to them, and I hope that people will help.
Yeah, thank you. That's great. So, folks, stjude.org/DLP. Empty your wallet. Just give it all. Help us out. We're shooting for that 25 grand mark. We're on track for about $1,000 an hour right now, which in a 24-hour podcast gets us real close. With the auction afterwards, that should knock us over the top. So we need you guys' support. Thank you all for taking part. And again, Matthias, thanks, man. Much love to you, the family. Give them all my best, and we're really happy with where things have turned, at least for today, and we hope they stay that way for a long time.
Thank you, Chris. My pleasure.
All right, bud. Have a great day. All right. See you, man.
Same to you.
All right. That was Matthias with a great patient story. Tell you why we do this and kind of how it affects people out in the real world. So you don't often get those stories. Some people, they're not as interested in it. I know football is a thing, but every now and then I think it's good to touch on these things and get those going and just kind of get you aligned with everything that's going on in the state of other people's lives that sometimes we forget about. And like I said, this is a case where you wouldn't suspect it. It can hit anybody. There is no discrimination. It just happens, and you want to be able. Everybody who gets into this situation, you want to be able to get the care they can. So why do I keep wanting to do the HTTP? stjude.org/DLP. It is 2020 here. Go in there and give everything you can. We've got a couple things going on. I need to really hit to make sure we get all these things appropriately set up. We've got coming up soon at 4:30. We've got Tony Ortiz, Jim Brandstatter, and Dan Miller. We're getting the band back together. We're going to do that again, so that's going to be awesome. Make sure you're there for that. First time they've been together since the last time they broadcast together, so this is going to be a fun little reunion. Also, top donator this hour gets the CBD cream from Diamond CBD. Don't miss out on that. The bids are low right now. So like I said, it's $150 stuff, and this stuff is the most efficacious thing you're going to find for any of the pain that you're facing. See, yeah, I mean, whoo. Let's see. $20 is the winner right now. You guys can get a $150 value for a lot less by getting your donations in. stjude.org/DLP. You got about 26 minutes to that. And let's see. Case, how you doing over there, man?
I just I have a quick errand I need to run upstairs, and I'll be right back.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, okay, sounds good. We'll hit that
Take
afterwards.
Just a minute or two.
Okay, brother. All right. It's okay. Oh, I got to do the BRB. Sorry. Wait, me. There we go. Okay, we got it. Oh, what a day. Okay, we will get to running backs when he gets back, I promise. Let's see. Thanks, Greg. I got your message in the Slack. Let's talk about running backs. We'll get that. Galladay, Swift, or MJJ would hit the gritty. All right, let's see what else we got in the conversations here that I missed. Okay, the injury report. I feel like the Lions are in a good spot. Without Galladay, it's going to be tough. It is going to be absolutely tough for this team to come up today or this week. We talked about it a little bit earlier. It's a game where the Lions' defensive line and the offensive line of those the Vikings are going to be really kind of the tail of the tape on this thing. These guys are if it's almost like Everson Griffin against Riley Reef, but the whole thing. If our defensive line can overtake the offensive line of Minnesota, which isn't a superstar grouping there, we can get a hold of this game. The old story is, if you score a lot of points, you can win a football game. If they don't score any, you can't lose. And I think that's kind of what the Lions need to do is, from a defensive perspective, they need to be able to prevent the Vikings from scoring, and doing that will get them everything they need to get a big win. I'll let the viewers know what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm going to tell Sandman now. Sorry. This happened while we were talking to Matthias. Sandman is going to be on at 7, from 7 to 9 in the PM here, okay? Sandman's joining, and he will match any and all donations that time up to $1,000. Up to $1,000 in matching donations. That's some real money, folks. That's big time. So, spend now, spend later. Little now, little later. I mean, you got your chance now to win the CBD cream, right? The stuff. This is magic. I'm telling you, we don't push stuff. Think about it. If we were to get people to spend money on this kind of stuff and it was crap, they wouldn't trust us about anything anymore. That's not the case. This is the real deal, and this is stuff that we believe in, and I personally use, and Case is using now, and Riz is on deck to start trying it and seeing how it works for him. Absolutely efficacious. I'm getting all kinds of feedback on it now from folks who tried it. So there you go. All right, let's see. I'm going to go through really quick. Boom. Yeah. You want to do running back for Dan and the crew? It's not a bad idea. Marvin Hall going over 100 yards again. That's a possibility, Brett. I mean, there's nothing to say that he's not going to grow this year and become a better player. And I think that's going to be interesting to see what happens with him and out in the field. This is a good opportunity for him. If you're Marvin Hall right now on the Lions, I'm not going to say you're happy that Kenny Galladay's down, but you have your best shot. You are in the best position you could have as from where you came into the NFL to seal your spot in the NFL, if that makes sense. So look for Marvin Hall to be going hard and grinding hard, trying to see what he can do. Let's see. So we're doing this for 24 hours. Is there a possibility to discuss what the Lions being sold from the Fords would look like and who you'd like to see it go to? I think we can get that. I think that's a good conversation. I want to get through running backs here with Case when he gets back. When he gets back, though, I do have to take a minor break myself. Let's do this while Case is gone. Let's go $5,900. We get to $5,900. He's got to eat a bean. One of these Bean Boozled. I don't know if you guys have seen this before. So far, he got dog food and he almost vomited. He had it. I mean, it was fair. To be fair, it was 8:30 in the morning his time that he got it, so that was bad. Then it was my turn. I got sour milk, or spoiled milk they call it, and I literally almost lost it. That's the grossest thing I've ever tasted. And then I wound up getting booger, and that wasn't as bad. I like boogers more than sour milk, I guess. I don't know what to say about that. And then Case got one that was toothpaste. So he said that wasn't as bad. At least he felt minty fresh. So if you get us up to $5,900, we'll get Case to eat another one of those. The reaction is always great. He's ready and prepared with a garbage can to vomit in, and he almost did on that dog food one. I can't blame him. Okay, let's see. A couple things here. For my employer match, I have to select the organization from a list. Tons of St. Jude's options. Are these going to a particular St. Jude hospital? Let me get that for you really quick, Hattori, just so we know. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital, if that makes any sense. And let me. I think I can get it really quick. I have to see it in her email, Jillian. She is so great. She's a superstar. Yeah, and I forget what it is. Whoa, Matthias, $1,000 donated.
I'm back.
We just got $1,000 donated from Matthias Case. Wow, what a great guy. What a great family, man. I'm telling you, great guy, great guy. You talk about a guy who's worked his way to where he's gotten everything he deserved through hard work. That's a guy I look up to him. I wish I could be as good a person as he is. He's a really good guy. That's huge. $1,000 from the patient. Thank you, Matthias. Much love, man.
Oh my, that was huge. Yeah, I didn't catch that. Thank you very much.
In support of our son Logan and other kids fighting Hodgkin's lymphoma and other pediatric cancers, thank Chris for letting me share our story. That's great. $1,000, man. Wow. All right, we're up to 6,790. Case we got set at 5,900. You were going to do a bean.
Did we?
And then we just dropped a G note on it. How you feeling?
Get another one?
Yeah.
Just now?
No.
Did we just get another?
It's coming. We just got a second one. Holy cripes! this guy. Come on.
I'm gonna have
it's
to.
Gonna show up here in a second.
Britta's still working for a little while longer here, but oh my goodness,
Sam man.
Oh my
damn
goodness.
you, Sam man. Thank you. Bean Boozle. All right, we'll both do a bean.
He really
for that.
wants to see somebody get pied. Yeah.
Oh, okay. We'll both do a bean for that. That gets us really close now. Wow. 10,000 is pie in the face time, and we'll let you guys vote on whether it's Case or I who gets the pie in the face. Wow. Kills me. This kills me. $2,000 in like 2 minutes. You guys, Matthias, Andy, you guys, you're the best. The best. Absolutely. I mean, holy cow. I'm going to let you go first, Case, with your bean.
Okay.
How would you like to boozle?
All right. I'll spin my thing again.
Okay. I'm
Dirty dishwasher or birthday cake. Right.
That doesn't seem too bad. Dirty dishwasher.
Oh.
Go. You got to swallow it. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh. Oh.
It's so real, that flavor, isn't it?
Oh. I didn't expect it to be so intense.
Which one was it?
It was, yeah. Oh.
Oh, it was dirty dishwater or birthday cake. I think we're being
dirty
boozled.
dishwasher, I should note. It's very soapy.
Oh.
And gross.
I gotta. So that's 5 now. They're all bad. This is all bad. There's not a good one, is there?
Yeah.
Is it? There's no birthday cake.
Who's been being boozled here? Jesus.
I think this is all fake, and they're making up the names out of the chat. This is St. Jude fooling us. Bo, you see in the chat?
Hang on.
You just got $2,000 donations. You better swallow that shit. My ex swallowed for a lot less.
Oh man, if I swallowed it, it was coming right back out.
Oh, that's terrible. Oh, that is so funny.
I did, believe me, it was punishment enough.
All right, let me spin my wheel here. I came up with. It's either, I think it's this one. Oh God, strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish. Either that or I can't tell. Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks. I don't have one of them, but I can't tell the difference between the two of them.
Let's find out.
All right, Tutti
Holy
Frutti.
crap!
Come on, baby. Come on, Tutti Frutti.
God.
Not no Stinky Sock. Oh God.
Have you never had live sushi, Sandman?
All right, here we go. I got water. Okay. How's your mouth? Are you get rid of it yet, or is it still there?
No, it's still there.
Yeah,
I got some tea. I needed to get something to lubricate my throat, but fortunately, it's cutting the flavor a little bit. But man, it's gonna stick around for a while again. I have to imagine I'm gonna have to start drinking beer.
Good. Oh, you can't. Not this early. All right, here we go.
Oh.
Right. Please. Good. There we go. Oh, God. Mitch. It's oh God. Oh God. It was worse after it's gone than when you chewed it.
What was it? Which one was it?
Dirty Socks.
I'm glad. It's awesome that you could tell what it was.
It tastes just like the. I mean, Ugh.
This is
a
horrible.
stupid idea. Julian, I'm going to tell you, you were awesome, but this is the dumbest idea ever. This is horrifying. Oh my God. Okay. So
my chest is tightening.
Boogers are still the best. Sour milk is still the worst.
The toothpaste one really wasn't that bad.
Ugh. Now it's gonna stay. I mean, so the one thing we got chicken wings, boneless ones for dinner because I figured it was something I could like.
I thought you were talking about a bean.
No. It's something.
I was thinking about doing the same thing to getting chicken wings. I thought that might be an easy boneless and with a fork. I know it's not, traditional, but
you can graze them over time, right? You don't have to like shut down for a meal or anything. This is I just need them here in my little fridge so I can use them to chase these nasty flavors because they
rough.
linger.
I don't know how many more of these I can do.
Oh, it's not stopping. We're only 6.5 hours in, my friend. We're an hour away from Dan and Jim Brandsetter. We Sam, man, I thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Sam, man, in the chat, he nailed it. I've seen that Chris face before when we walked into a fish restaurant in Mobile and it smelled like rotten wet rags and a scuba tank mouthpiece that somebody urinated on. You forgot that part, Sam, man. That place stunk so bad. The food was great. The food was absolutely awesome, but boy, it was horrible. Oh God. Yeah. All right. God, Mobile, Alabama, Senior Bowl. Hey, Sam, man, just so you know, I earlier in the show, and I'll do it again. I'm shilling to get somebody if somebody wants to come to Mobile and see the Senior Bowl. We'll get a credential. We need someone to do a little gaff work, a little roadie kind of action for us to move equipment and stuff on Radio Row. If we'll get you a press credential, you can hang out with us. You can probably be on the show, meet the people, and go hang out and have a great time. If you're thinking of going to the Senior Bowl, let me know. because we could definitely use the help. I mean, it's on your dime, but we'll get you the credential. There you go. All right. For God's sakes. Okay, let's talk about running backs. Can we do that?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, you need to eat another bean. I promised while you were gone that you'd have 2.
No, I can't do it right now.
I didn't. I didn't. Oh, man.
Give me at least an hour and a half between, because, man, that shit just lingers in your stomach.
Yeah, and now I got it. Like, there's the bean is stuck in my teeth in the back. I got a little bit.
Oh yeah,
and then it's
still that's
the reminder. Oh God. Okay, sorry. Here we go. Back to it. Okay, I want to say I know Matthias is not down for this, and I know I don't know, Sam. Man, this is up to you. Top donor this hour gets the CBD cream, 1,000 milligrams, all great for all your aches, pains, whatever. It's for the top donor this hour. I'll let Sandman say whether he wants to be the winner or not. I'm not telling him no, because absolutely he deserves it for his huge donation, but I'm not sure where he's at with that. So we'll see how that goes. If you want, you get it. Oh, it's going to number 3. Number 3 is $20. Now I'm going to tell you guys, literally, this is $150 for this on the website. If you are considering doing CBD at all, get into the stjude.org/DLP right now and best the $20 donation and get yourself this at a discount. This stuff is amazing. I am not BSing you. The thing that's going to happen, though, is now you're going to get it for cheap, and then you're going to keep buying it afterward because this stuff is killer. No question about it. All right? It's at $20 right now. If you donate just a little more, you can get yourself some of that CBD cream for free. Feet pics. Andy Sandman is looking for his feet pics. When's Britta get back?
I text you them if you want them.
No. When is Britta getting back with the nail polish?
She's home. She's just working still. She's working from home. So
there's the nail polish and then there's the pie thing, because we're absolutely going to hit this pie.
Is the nail polish a thing people really want?
Oh yeah.
I mean, that doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah. So let's do that. I'll tell you what. Let's do that at 7,500. Oh, look, it's time. No, well, let's do it at let's say 8,500.
Okay. I'll text her and see if she's fine with doing that.
And then the
I assume she will be. I'll have to transport my computer probably. She doesn't want to be on camera, so but I can set it up so you can see my feet and she'll paint my feet. So.
Okay. Got to paint a bean boozle with nail polish. You could probably then swallow it without tasting it. Just grab a wet hole.
Yeah.
That might be the way to do it. All right. Hey, Case, do you mind? Let's talk running backs. We got Tony Ortiz, Dan Miller, and Jim Brandstatter coming up in 40 minutes. I've got to take a quick break if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Give you the mic.
I could talk running backs, and then there was another topic that we'd had in there somewhere too.
Defense? Is that it?
Yeah, but I'm wondering if it was something specific about defense. Chris, if you're listening, Robbins, what is case rankings? What do you mean by that?
Okay, I will be right back.
Okay, so let's talk running backs. I still think that, and I know this still bothers people, that there is a reason to keep Adrian Peterson around and keep him active. As I've mentioned it at least once before in the show, my big concern is that without him and we try to run Swift too much, you're going to end up with an injured Swift. Now, the bigger question, I think, more fair question to me is whether or not Bo Scarborough should have been given a shot to fill in that role to keeping guys fresh. Okay, I'll get to the bean rankings and so far in a minute here. But I still think there's a usage. Now, obviously, it's fair to be frustrated with exactly how they've been used, because obviously we're telegraphing too much with Adrian Peterson. If you guys remember, I wasn't always popular with my opinion on Theo Riddick, not because I didn't like Theo Riddick as a person or a player. I thought he very much had a role to be used, but that every time he was on the field, it telegraphed so much of what we were doing, and he couldn't run the ball. So it meant stacking on pass rush and selling out against the pass. And that led to, while he occasionally had, well, I'll get to carry on. while he occasionally made some really solid plays, a lot of his usage was coming in third and long situations, and other teams knew that. And so they just leave enough guys back near the first down so that even though he's such a shifty guy one-on-one in space, if you got 2 guys collapsing on him or 3 guys collapsing on him, he didn't have the speed or agility at an elite level or the strength for that matter, to break those tackles. So you'd use him and he'd get you 7 yards on 3rd and 12 or something like that. And that was happening over and over and over again, especially later in his career with the Lions, where it just became so clear and obvious to everybody what we were doing with him. It totally shut down the effectiveness of his usage. I'm worried that's something that we've seen now with Adrian Peterson, because I don't know if Bevel still thinks that Adrian Peterson is the player that he used to coach, or what exactly the deal is. If he's trying to run the same scheme that he ran with the Vikings that worked for Adrian Peterson then, but Peterson doesn't have the same burst level, and the team isn't as the offensive line, while I think they're very good, isn't on the same page necessarily with Bevel in how to run all these plays. It's got to change. It's got to be something different, but I don't think that necessarily means not using AP. I think keeping everybody healthy and keeping Carry On in a reserve role, which is where we have him now, actually also makes sense, because if either of those guys does get hurt, we're still going to want to have 2 backs. And so I think there is a way to use Adrian Peterson, but it's got to be a little bit more creative. And I know he's not the best pass catcher in the world, but you've got to find more creative ways to use him, even if they don't always work. You're going to open the system up, because the opposing team's not always going to know what you're going to do. They need to be using more play action with Adrian Peterson, I think, for sure, to get the ball out on like quick slants and things like that. That's how you keep a defense from stacking the box against you. That's how you keep a defense questioning what you're doing. And it's just, I share everyone's frustration. I'm just not sure I agree that the solution that I see so much from Lions fans is just to make DeAndre Swift a pure and simple main back. What am I trying to say? Pure and simple bell cow. I don't think that's a good idea, especially since he came into the year hurt, and especially because he's still growing in this system, and he's still growing in the pass game, especially where he's still making some errors. And I think that I think as the year goes on, you do want to incorporate him more and more, especially as long as he's staying healthy. If there's any chance of the playoffs at all, it's going to have to be using him more and more. But at the same time, if he gets hurt and we have to go back to Carry On, and this is not a slight on Carry On, I just don't think Carry On quite has the same burst that he did as a rookie, or even in his second year when he played healthy, that he does now.
Or this is the long game, and they're just setting him up to fool him to catch short screen passes for the last half of the season when no one's expecting it.
Which would be fine if it works. But obviously, if you're not using your running backs well at all, you end up with a game like we had against the Colts.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So here we go. Sandman matched that $1,000 from the Wagners, because he was going to like till 9:00, and like literally a minute after he said it happened. So he matched it right away. He's like, you know what? Let's make it $1,500. So the next $500 will get matched. $500 gets 1,000, folks. That means we can be up at $87.90, and that means painted toenails for Case. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. I got to check and make sure she has. I'm sure she does.
Yeah. And then 10,000 is the big one. That's where the pie in the face happens. I don't know. I mean, we said 10,000 and then 20,000. We may be on track. If we do the second pie in the face at 20,000, we're going to let people vote on who gets it. The second one, let's make sure that if it rolls in at an hour, let's do it at like 8 in the morning, maybe right before we do Justin Rogers again.
That way people can see it and be part of it in the morning.
Sure,
and
sure.
have fun with it.
I'm gonna need to send. I'm also gonna have to send her to the store to get pie tins and whipped cream because I failed to do that yesterday night because I was home late.
Jay Wisser, thank you so much. Thanks for doing this. Love the show in the Lions community. $60 to St. Jude. $78.50. Wow, I can't believe it, man. You guys, big thanks to all of you guys. Huge, really makes my heart huge for everything you do. Andy has always been, a big giver and a big part of it. But all of you folks out there, just see how much we've raised already. We're here just under 7 hours, and we're at $7,800. Wow, you guys are the very, very best, and gals. Thank you. Case, I do have to do a little bit of housekeeping. YouTube puts a limit on how long you can run your streams. And one of the things I'm counting on is to be able to go back to these streams to cut out the interviews and stuff and use those as part of our show later and to make available for folks that couldn't watch for the whole 24 hours. So here's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to stop this stream for all of a minute, maybe less. I just have to stop it. I have to change the title, and we're going to restart. So you'll probably have to re-click on the stream. It's like I said, it's a YouTube thing. It's a housekeeping thing we have to do. While that happens, I'll have a chicken wing to get these damn dirty socks out of my mouth, and we'll get back on it, okay? So this stream is going to go down here really quick, and within a minute we'll be back up. You can go to DetroitLionsPodcast.com.
Will it be the same? It won't be the same YouTube link, will it?
I don't think it will. If you go to DetroitLionsPodcast.com and use that link to get there, it'll take you right to it. That'll take care of it. Yeah, I know, Frosty. I think it's to prevent people from just wasting their resources by doing a blank room or using it as a video cam on their house or something like that, a security cam. I'm sure there's a reason behind it, so. That's the end. You will, Chris, get the extra minute at the end, I promise. But trust me, we're working in the background. Okay, so with that, again, go to youtube.com/DetroitLionsPodcast or go to DetroitLionsPodcast.com. You can go there and you'll find the link. Like I said, in 1 minute, it'll take you when this thing starts back up and we'll be good to go. Now, the other thing is while we're gone, I want you to go to stjude.org/DLP and bump that number up. You guys appreciate all you've done, but we're going to keep pushing, and we appreciate everything you do to help us. We will watch. We'll make sure we call out everybody.
You want to clarify real quick before we do that? Clarify the St. Jude versus Super Chat thing again for people. I see a couple questions about it in the comments here.
Great point. Yes, YouTube takes 30% of all the Super Chat money right off the top for themselves, and so it's great. I mean, as far as these things go, that's kind of the way the world works from streaming platforms. They get their cut one way or another. With St. Jude, we don't want to give YouTube a cut, and they're still new to their YouTube giving thing, so they weren't able to put this together so that they didn't take their cut. St. Jude put this together, stjude.org/DLP, and 100% of the money goes there. Now, we were setting this up and everything. People ask, well, what about you guys? You're going to be going all night. You're going to want coffees. You're going to want energy drinks. You're going to want pizza, whatever else. How can we give something to you? And I told everyone, look, we're not interested. We're not looking for anything. And they said, no, you guys deserve a little something. So, and it was more than one person. So I was like, okay, here's what we'll do. If you want to give something in Super Chat, that's fine. We're going to give half of everything we get to St. Jude, but you can still satisfy your desire to, if you want to help us out too. That's great. Right now, what we're doing here, this 24 hours is all about St. Jude. So if we prefer actually that you go to stjude.org/DLP and give them all the money. Super chat the crap out of us every other time, but this time we are here for St. Jude and people like Matthias and his family and Brett, who you'll meet later, and their family. That's what this is all about. Okay, so super chat works. It's just they take a chunk of money, and yeah, they do. They take money from every episode. Just the way that the business flies. Okay, with that, again, we're going to stop here briefly, and I'm going to rename this to Part 2 on the stream. And we'll be back, and we will get you guys going and get you rocking and rolling. All right. So stream out right now. Back in just